eyes since the first time I saw you standing there. But it seems so long ago now, yeah.
Hi guys. Thank you to everybody who waited for 33 minutes. I think this is the record for the longest waiting screen that I've ever had. A grim milestone. Did not mean to do that. I'm back. I was deathly ill. I was on the brink of death, and then I came back. And we're starting off with something easy. Something very digestible. Her take. Valuetainment. Okay. Let's join Pisco's thing.
I mean, I don't know. Seems kind of like we're looping on that a little bit.
What don't you know?
Oh my God.
Oh my.
Wait, where are you? I don't see you.
There.
Hello. How are we doing, Aaron? Wait, one second. I'm going to transition so people can see you. Thank you for the bits, the amazing bits. Thank you so much. Wait one sec.
That sounded so heartfelt to that person who sent you bits. I know, that's what I just said.
What's wrong with your voice?
It's perfectly fine. I don't even know what you're talking about.
What do you mean?
It's completely normal. It's not like I've been
Okay, it's normal. Okay, it's normal. It's completely normal. How are you? It's good to see you.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing great. Fantastic. I definitely didn't stay up late last night looping and doing.
Why did you do that?
Stop. We're not gonna go through my day. We're not gonna do this kind of thing that we always do. There's a lot of stuff in the news, Aaron. Did you know that?
Martial law is necessary to do.
Law. It is necessary to take over the U.S. government and to make it be fascist. That's really good.
Do you think you're being a little bit over the top when you say fascist?
I am being a little bit over the, well, not fascist, but I think that this, like, present deployment, if you viewed it in isolation, maybe you could be like, oh, what's the big deal? So we've got some federal deployment in a federal district, federal jurisdiction. What's the big deal? And I actually don't even know what the legal cause would be to say that this is illegal. But if you take a step back, Aaron, and I know very much that you like to see the forest and not the trees, I think that you will agree that it's concerning. I saw Glenn Greenwald's kind of comment on it, and he, again, I think he's atomizing it, and he's seen it in isolation and not really getting it. But yeah, what are your
Glenn Greenwald is a bad take? Say it ain't so. I don't believe this.
He's a commie.
No, he is not. He has never called himself on the left.
Sorry,
he's a civic libertarian. He's always called himself that. And he has always been adjacent to the like Matt Taibbi types.
Yeah.
And those types for a time because they're populist, anti-establishment. Generally, that will have you aligning with the left when it comes to certain issues more than the right. But then when the right's in charge and they have just the thinnest veneer ever of being somewhat populist or whatever, that like all of their supposed principles kind of go out the window, or we start equivocating in ways. I always feel like they're equivocating to make their criticisms of the Democrats and their previous work seem more biting than it was, because then it's like they were. I don't know what this impulse is to downplay what the right does.
I want to take it back. So before I said that feckless Democrats trigger me the most out of any group, I think the Matt Taibbi types that you just identified trigger me the most. The kind of individuals who pride themselves on, quote unquote, getting in the weeds, but kind of, I think, consistently, intentionally don't get it. So this is with respect to the Twitter files. This is with respect to Russiagate. It really, really pisses me off that these individuals carry themselves as champions of liberty, champion libertarians, but they really do fall asleep whenever Russian authoritarianism is mentioned, or the right of people not to be invaded in Ukraine is mentioned, or any of the Trump, with respect to Matt Taibbi, any of the Trump First Amendment infringements are being talked about. They're just totally sleeping at the wheel. And it makes me think negative things about their incentive structure. But
well, if you're like them and you're like anti-war generally, and you don't really care what the start of it was with the instigating action, then you are going to be in a position where you have to downplay Russia's actions and crimes to be able to find a justification to say that it would be fine in this instance for you to be anti-war or whatever, and that's not going to lead to like more violence or chaos, and that actually the war is the thing in and of itself that is, feeding this.
It's similar to, speaking of Michael Tracy the other week, Michael Tracy's kind of position on Ukraine is like, of course we need to come to a deal with Russia on some land swaps. And I'm going to say something controversial. If I was in charge, I can't speak for the Ukrainians. If I was in charge and I knew that trading land for peace would work in the context of Ukraine, it wouldn't we wouldn't end up in a situation where Russia would reinvade. I would take that deal to end the war. I would take that deal.
Wow.
And I think that Ukraine should take that deal. But the problem has always been you can't trust Russia to just take their land swaps and then never invade again. If there were assurances, sure. But I asked this question of Tracy at one point. I was peppering him on Twitter. Now I'm like, if you knew to a certainty that in 2 years' time, any agreement that was reached here for a permanent ceasefire or a purported permanent ceasefire would be violated by another reinvasion into Ukraine by Russia, at that point, would you be in favor of sending arms to Ukraine and fighting on the deal? And
no.
The answer is no, right? So like, really,
you're just always going to shift the goalposts. Then they say it just needs to be this, and then I would support it. But then you even outline that, and it's like, well, no, I still don't support it. So it's like there's just really nothing that they could ever, no circumstance that could ever transpire. There's no Russian aggression that could ever justify arming them in this defense, like arming their defense for some reason. There's nothing.
And I guess tautologically, they're correct that there won't be a war so long as you give Putin everything he wants whenever he asks for it. So I guess
that is how that works technically. Yeah. Yes.
If you just hand over the whole of all of the land claims,
total capitulation, total appeasement.
No war.
Correct. Yeah. That is true.
Yeah. But like I think that is the important question. Is there any line that you would draw? Like if Russia invaded Poland, because they often say, they'll never invade Poland. They don't have any designs on Greater Europe. It's crazy. Look at how much it's like. But put the question to them: if they did invade Poland, would you support America arming Poland? And at that point, they'll be like, no, I guess. But then you have like a 1-to-1 comparison to like Hitler's invasion of Poland. And at that point, if you're like, okay, so don't support Poland in its sovereignty, even if it's invaded. And at that point, I think you're just like doing the bidding, or at least.
You're a useful idiot for an authoritarian regime.
Yeah.
And a tool that will endlessly justify whatever aggressive action or offensive action that they take in the name of peace and security, I guess. But I also don't know how much of that is influenced by, which I always find to be a very lazy way to label these people, but these like just America bad or whatever, like you're basically giving a pass because the anger that you have is like, well, if the United States was doing this, nobody would even bat an eye. But the only reason why people in America are like feel compelled in some way to oppose it is because it's another it's another global superpower doing it. But that shouldn't, just don't let your brain fall out at that point.
I totally agree that like there's an America bad analysis types, and they exist on the left and sometimes on the dissident right a little bit, but it's mostly on this.
Who's on the left that's like that? That's really truly meaningfully on the left. I don't just mean that they have leftist aesthetics, like they are like the MAGA communist types. Because give me a break, if you're a MAGA communist, you're just on the right.
Chomsky runs into a little America bad.
Chomsky's in a coma.
Is he really in a coma?
I don't know. Where the hell is he?
You're lying. Where the hell? He's 90. Let him enjoy his
coma. He would be around and be commenting if he weren't incapacitated in some way. Don't know that it's a coma, but I have a feeling that he is never going to be active in the public again.
Watch you get sued by. This is definitely
allegedly speculation there. Okay, the Chomsky estate, come for me. Okay, sorry, cat's out of the bag. As somebody who has literally never spoken to Chomsky, I've never even emailed him.
Would you interview Chomsky?
Well, yeah, of course. I regret not emailing him because he basically responded to every fucking email. Now I can't say that like, oh yeah, Chomsky and I spoke one-on-one once.
That would be like an own for you?
Not an own, but it would be nice to have, Nice isn't there someone that you want to like, you wanted to interview or talk to that was like active in these years?
Jesus?
No. That was active. Abraham Lincoln's not going on podcasts. He's not even alive. So I'm talking about somebody now.
Be cool though. Like to revive Lincoln and be like, hey dude, we know this is
why
weird,
Lincoln?
Why not Lincoln? He was gonna fix the country, make it all go right, and then he got killed.
There are more interesting, I think, historical figures too. Exhume and potentially
name one more. Muhammad, the prophet of the Islamic faith.
Sure, why not?
we have God on the podcast.
Yeah, Jesus Christ himself
on the podcast.
Our Lord and Savior, the Holy Spirit, maybe.
Alive, isn't she? Isn't
Mary
Stevie Nicks alive?
Huh? Isn't who alive?
Stevie Nicks alive? Stevie Nicks.
Yeah. Stevie ain't dead.
Someone says if you don't yell at Aaron until she answers for Stalin, Connor's going to be really upset. Do you condemn?
Oh no. Not the wrath of counterpoints.
Oh, no, not
I'm shaking in my
counterpoints.
boots, you guys.
What
I'm in
counterpoints
trouble.
gonna do?
I'm in trouble with the guy who will the second there's a Republican that he thinks is somewhat sane, he'll abandon the Dems and vote for them. But yeah, I need to
120%.
answer for what is it exactly? Stalin's crimes.
Stalin,
I
Mao,
disavow
Pol
Stalin.
Pot,
Okay.
Shining Path.
Are you happy? Is Connor happy now? What did that do for you?
Well, it just shows that your ideas lose, and
Right.
liberal democracy is the best idea since sliced bread.
That's so true,
Thanks
King.
everyone for the support of the membership. Listen, speaking of kings, can we talk just for a second about the rise of Charlie Kirk as a mainstream political figure?
Yeah. I mean, like, he's been around for. I won so much of Turning Point USA, funded by Dark Money, Koch brothers enterprise, like totally astroturf. The only people who cared about it 10 years ago were a bunch of boomers on Facebook that were like, oh, isn't this nice? It's like the new version of college Republicans. Now all of a sudden they're acting like Charlie Kirk has this huge like Zoomer audience, and I'm just not convinced that he does, honestly.
You think it's a bit of an astroturf? Can you
I know
define
it's an
astroturf for the
astroturf.
audience? What do you mean by astroturf? What
it's
do we
a-
mean by astroturf?
An astroturf movement is something that is made to look organic or grassroots, but in reality, it is not. It is either
There is no
manufactured or
grassroots,
funded
Yeah.
by a corporate entity or a larger entity and intentionally manufactured to look as though it's a completely it's a completely natural movement, but it's not. Charlie Kirk is
Are we being unfair? Are we being unfair? Because
to Charlie Kirk, we're probably being too fair. There's no such thing as like too like unfair to Charlie Kirk.
I mean, do you think that he does hard work? Because he had this whole thing like, oh, you guys are discounting the amount of crazy late nights we had and all the fucking work where I was like sleeping on couches and da-da-da-da.
So where he had a job, so he had a tough job. How is that any more fucking miraculous than what the average American does every fucking day where they go to work as a fucking wage slave?
But the way that you're painting it is, this is a guy who was handed an audience on a silver platter.
He was.
Where they're faking the audience. Who was he
Yep.
handed? By the Koch brothers.
It's like a Koch brothers enterprise, right?
You don't even know.
And he used to be anti-Trump for a brief time, and he said Trump did not represent the conservative ideals that the Republican
Oh, did
Party
he?
should embody.
Then he said
Yeah,
basic.
and then he switched on that. Jesus, like, wonder why.
Connor voted for Trump in 2016. I think he did.
I don't
probably
know
did.
if that's true. Maybe. I don't know. He
Maybe.
probably didn't vote for him in the primary. I can see him voting
would
for him in
assume not.
2016. I think he
wouldn't be the kind
voted
of person to vote
for
like Carly Fiorina or so.
Fiorina. Okay.
Oh fuck.
Maybe for a Ted Cruz
shit.
Carly ticket because he had announced her as the running mate for some
That was
reason.
So cringe. Remember that shit? Holy shit.
This is amazing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Cringed to announce a VP nominee in the nomination contest.
It's aspirational.
Ugh.
I don't even know why he wanted her delegates. It was not like she was leading or anything like
wasn't.
that. She was like, it was literally just to get a woman on the ticket because he knows that
Okay.
he struggled with women.
Who is the? Would you rather have Mike Huckabee as president or Herman Cain?
Oh God. I guess Herman Cain. I cannot see myself ever casting a vote intentionally in favor of Mike Huckabee.
That dude was a real nominee for like 2 election cycles, I think.
Please. Okay.
He was a real nominee.
I know
think
he tried. He was never going to be president. He was never going to win. There's no way. He could, like when you're a ghoul like that and you still can't get, broad appeal within your party. Good luck getting it with the fucking American public. Yeah, right.
It's a little scary that Ted Cruz was seriously, potentially in contention for the Republican nomination in 2016.
In 2016, I preferred Trump to him.
You said in 2016.
Yeah. Because I saw Trump as like identical to Ted Cruz. The difference is that Ted Cruz is smart and knows what he's doing and knows how to actually institute his
God
agenda
tells us
and
to love
scares me.
Israel, the state of Israel.
It's in the Bible.
It's in the Bible.
Wouldn't you love to talk to Ted Cruz? Debate Ted Cruz.
When you say love, yeah, I would love to debate Ted Cruz.
He has a podcast,
Oh, we should reach out. Be like,
You
hey,
could get on the podcast.
yeah, Theodore.
Those podcasts are probably inappropriate for
Isn't his name
politicians to
Raphael?
have. Yeah. So like his name
Why is
after
it
his dad.
inappropriate? Isn't it like the fireside chats by FDR? Wow, thanks for the subs. Sorry.
Did FDR have the ability to gain like patronage and subscriptions and have ways for basically corporate donors to funnel money into
Funnel
their
munnel.
pot? Yeah, funnel munnel. Okay. I'm sick. Fuck you.
Oh, sorry. I'm just kidding.
To funnel money into these podcasts and media ventures, which they shouldn't fucking have, because to me it's a massive conflict of interest. You need to do it for free or you need to not do it. That's how I see it. Because it's not like a book. You know?
Why is it not like a book?
Because a podcast is dynamic. They're giving commentary week to week to week, and that can be shaped and influenced by all sorts of different interests that can capture it, as opposed to a book where you have already given your thoughts. It's in print, it's in writing, that like done. It can't be altered from there.
You own the means of production, and there are multiple people who contribute to a podcast. Sorry. Anyway, I
epic socialism own.
I think that there is.
Aren't liberals just so funny, you guys? Why is it in Pisco's comedy hour? Really, he's so funny. Like,
kill me. I do think that there's a potential conflict of interest. I don't know if there's much we can do about it. Like, I don't have a problem with Democrats playing that game and just being honest about where their funding is. And if you take the following tact, if you take the following line, which is what Kyle Kalinske says, default ads on YouTube and subscriptions, and that's it. If that's all that's going on, I don't really have a problem with it. But if you start getting like seed funders or sponsors, I have a problem with it. I don't think you should be taking sponsors.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
On YouTube, yeah. Okay, that's a happy medium. Everyone, you can have your podcast. This is Gavin Newsom. I don't like that title.
What do you mean?
Isn't the title of his podcast, This is Gavin Newsom?
Ew, is it? I didn't know that if it is.
Let's actually look it up. Hang on. I don't want to say fake news because I've been glazing Gavin recently. But
I know.
I should temper.
Glazing gruesome Newsom over here.
Yeah, I think it's called This is Gavin Newsom. Gruesome Newsom. This is Gavin Newsom. Yeah, it is. I think that's a shitty name. I think it should just be called Gruesome Newsom.
It should be called Gavin's Hour.
If it was Gruesome Newsom. Gavin's Hour.
Yeah, you really have the naming schemes locked down.
If it was Gruesome Newsom, we'd be talking.
It would be funny. It would be funny if it was gruesome. If he just leaned into it, you're like completely disarming people if you just leaned into it.
Yeah, 100%. What I was gonna say was, I've been glazing Gavin Newsom a little too much because so far it's all talk. And until we get some action in California legislature, I think that we need to just temper our expectation a little bit. We are encouraging him to do something. But if he doesn't deliver, he should be a pariah at the nomination contest. No one should ever. Sorry, you said something. I didn't hear it.
Me? No, I just said wow, because I've like, how far are you willing to go with opposing him? And I have a feeling that you are not that serious about it, because if he was actually, I don't know, if you saw the same enthusiasm surrounding his campaign that you saw with Zohran, you're telling me that you wouldn't like just be like, okay, I can.
Oh, I would support him in the general, but
not the general. I mean, in the primary.
So in the primary, if he failed, if Texas does their redistricting and California doesn't even
doing her take, you guys.
Right, like maybe they try to respond and the California courts shut him down. That would be something. That would be one thing. But if Texas does what it does, Trump pushes them to do what they do, and they don't even try to amend their constitution, then I would not support him for the nomination contest. I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. Even now, he's not my preferred candidate, but it will go a long way. I think doing it will go a long way. And it was so funny yesterday. I was talking to some guy who was like, lefties don't support this kind of thing. I'm like, the reason lefties are laughing at Dems for not doing this sooner. Lefties are like mad at Dems for even putting in these independent redistricting committees in the first place. I don't know what your impression has been, but like, I just thought it was so bizarre when they're like, oh yeah, lefties don't agree with partisan gerrymandering. They're like pissed that we're even in this situation.
Well, actually, there was 2 videos. So Ben Shapiro and Kirk are defending gerrymandering, and they use basically it's like a constitutional argument for it. So I want to see what your lawyer brain has to say about this shit.
Yeah. Are you gonna put it up?
Where did Ben Shapiro go to law school? Do you know?
Harvard.
So this is a Harvard lawyer, you guys. Is gerrymandering actually destroying democracy? Ben Shapiro doesn't seem to fucking think so. Let me show my screen.
Look. We'll have a little looky.
I just finished the show, but I'm getting a lot of questions from members, subscribers who want to know about gerrymandering and the census and what's going on with that and the history and all that stuff. I'm happy to answer your questions, but I'm not staying at the office. I'm going home, so just come with me and I'll explain. So let's talk about the magic of congressional redistricting and apportionment. Yes, I know you're into it. Okay, fine. So here's how it works. Under the Constitution.
Can you pause real quick?
Don't you just love this POV? You're in the back of a car with Ben Shapiro.
He desperately wants to be a filmmaker.
He wanted to be a Hollywood star.
Desperately wants to be a filmmaker. Desperately wants to do like cool little artistic things and cool little film projects that you can this is not his bag. He does not like.
Rude.
He's not doing good here. He doesn't seem authentic.
The Daily Wire is literally as much of a fucking welfare institution as anything else because it is the home to failed conservative Hollywood wannabes and rejects. Because Michael Knowles also wanted to be like a screenwriter. There's like, he has an IMDb. He had acting credits for like bullshit independent projects or whatever. So all of these people, when they couldn't crack it there, they became conservative grifters, right? And I do think obviously they already kind of had these politics in a lot of ways, but they're audience captured, and I do think that they are incentivized to lean into the most, extreme, like things that maybe they wouldn't have otherwise if they weren't like media conglomerates now.
Of the United States. The number of congressional districts held by any particular state is dependent on the number of people counted in the U.S. Census for that particular state. So, for example, if the census finds that there are 2 million people in a given state, then you get a certain number of congressional districts for that population, and that should hold for all the different states, obviously. Now, the question is how those districts get drawn, because you can imagine a situation in which a state with a 50% Republican population and 50% Democrat population ends up with 50% Republicans, 50% Democrats, or you can imagine a situation in which the districts are drawn just so you end up with basically...
I think this is a pretty good explanation so far. I think it's like a very intuitive way to explain it. I don't know about you, but I don't know.
So far it's the prescription that I'm gonna take issue with.
90% Republicans and 10% Democrats, or vice versa. And it's the latter thing that has happened. So that began in 1812 with a guy named Elbridge Gerry. Okay, gerrymandering really should be called gerrymandering. Elbridge Gerry was the Massachusetts governor, and he decided that he was going to draw the districts.
Thanks for that observation, Ben. Should it also be called GIF instead of GIF?
In a particular way. One of those districts looked like a salamander. You know, it was a very weird district on the map, and so people said that it was a gerrymander. Get it? A gerrymander. That's where that comes from. And so, to this day, in most states, you have the state legislature determining exactly what the congressional districts look like. Now, very early on, there was actually no mandate, believe it or not, that every single congressional district represent the same number of people. So while the state, as an aggregate, was supposed to represent by its congressional number of seats a certain number of people,
one person,
you could
one
actually have
vote.
districts that represented like one guy and districts that represented 20 people. And over time, that actually happened more and more. So a state would draw districts, and then they just kind of leave the districts. People would move in and out of these various districts, and this became increasingly unfair. Also, you'd have...
these people will defend the Senate, so how they're going to say it's unfair in this context, but as far as the Senate goes, there should be representation for the smaller states or whatever, otherwise it would be left out or whatever, because
and both have a historical basis, right? Like, because that's historically what they did, and the Senate is historically what we do. And beside that, like, we changed historically, the legislature were just the people in charge of just assigning the senators of their respective states, the two that they were assigned. But no, that's a really good point.
Situations in which, again, for political reasons, people would be packing people into one sort of district, or
he's not wearing his seatbelt
in order to ensure a majority.
He's not wearing his buckle.
Yes, he is. He's just like outside of it.
No. Look, there's no seat buckle. So what he's doing right now is breaking the law. It's illegal. Arrest him.
Oh, I could have sworn that he did have it. Yeah, I guess so.
Type of voter in one district.
You're such a fucking nerd for noticing that.
I didn't notice it. One of my chatters, Nowhere Man, did.
This, for all we know, by the end of this video, Ben might not even be in this car anymore, depending on how it maneuvers.
This is all highly green screen. It's not a real car. They put in the noise in the background.
Oh, that's where you were going with that? I was angling. I had a more cynical angle to it.
Wait, what was your angle?
He's not wearing a seatbelt and they're in a moving vehicle. What can happen when that fucking happens?
What are you saying?
I literally said he might not be in the car by the end of it.
Jesus Christ.
For a very long time in the United States of America, all the way up until the
God forbid we make jokes surrounding death and the right. It's not like they'd ever do that to anyone on the left. Democrats certainly not minorities or any vulnerable population. No, I don't. I really don't find that to be the most compelling example. I'll be honest.
Why is it not compelling?
Because they are cruel to. I expect them to make those sorts of jokes with their ideological and political enemies. I don't expect, I think a bigger indictment, obviously, is like broad groups of people who have done nothing, like demographic, like vulnerable minorities. They abuse every fucking day.
Symbol? Like, you're gonna idolize the thing that killed the guy? Like, why would you worship a cross? Seems a little bit morbid. It's like worshiping, I don't know. There was a bit from Bill Hicks.
He's Jewish, so he agrees with you. No, Jews don't think that Jesus is a prophet.
I wasn't talking about Ben Shapiro specifically. Asshole. Wait, do you think Jesus was the prophet?
Yeah. I was raised Catholic, so obviously.
Great, me too.
I also believe in Mariology, apparently, according to Charlie Kirk.
Okay, press play.
1960s. In the 1960s, one particular 1962 Supreme Court case ruled you could actually have judicial oversight of the drawing of these districts. Until then, it was just left to the states. The states got to do basically what they wanted. In 1962, there was a ruling by the Supreme Court, and it says now the judiciary can look at these districts and determine whether they are fair or not. And they did that largely because there had been a move, particularly in the Jim Crow South, to lower the impact of black voting districts. They'd pack all black voters into one district, for example, and then they would spread out white voters over a bunch of different
Racial
districts. And so you would end up with
I like
a
this
90%
explanation
black
so far.
district with one congressperson.
He will provide a robust historical explanation, but somehow he will go on to justify gerrymandering, obviously, even though he's literally outlining that, yes, historically, this was a tool used to maintain, like, subjugate black voters even further and maintain a white majority and white representation in the Jim Crow South. And just because something has an origin that's racist or is born in original sin, that doesn't mean it can't be transformed or changed or whatever. I'm just curious to see how he threads that needle.
So,
And then you'd end up with a bunch of white districts with congresspeople of a different party. What this typically meant is that there would be a reduction in the
Like,
number
how is that not what you're trying to do now? The difference is that you're not just doing it with black people. You're doing it with, like different demographics that are more likely to vote Dem instead of Republican and vice versa.
I think the difference is, well, that we think worse of restrictions based on racial or ethnic grounds than restrictions based on political view. But I think that that is not like an intuition that we should push, because I do think that viewpoint discrimination matters a lot, and it's really, really, really bad to have restrictions based on someone's political view. And so I don't agree with Rutra versus Common Cause that we can't have judicially manageable standards to prevent this kind of thing. If we can have judicially manageable standards to prevent racial gerrymandering, why can't we have judicially manageable standards to prevent political gerrymandering?
I guess they see that as something that there should be like a more laissez-faire attitude towards, that the government shouldn't interfere because they don't actually have a compelling interest in maintaining one party over the other. No.
Yeah, I mean, even if if it were,
no, I'm saying that that's their argument, right?
Well, their argument is that there's no compelling purpose to maintain a political setup,
to have any sort of like equitable distribution of like the two parties that exist or are participating in an election. Why would it? That doesn't actually surprise me.
I would just say that the restriction itself needs to be justified under some kind of strict scrutiny analysis, some kind of interest analysis. Is that the restriction itself, that restriction on the basis of viewpoint or to promote one viewpoint over another viewpoint, that's what needs to be justified, not the alternative. That when you put in a restriction or some kind of government regulation that is specifically for the purpose of benefiting one political view as opposed to another political view, that's something that requires constitutional rigor and analysis.
Intervention, right? The
Supreme Court said, yeah, no.
I mean, I think the more compelling argument from that point would be for them to manufacture and guarantee those outcomes. They usually end up, in almost all instances, having to restrict or attempt to disenfranchise or like maneuver the maps around particular demographics, religion, races, gender. Like, you can find some point of discrimination that they're employing to target and be able to make sure that they're not accurately represented, instead of trying to find an example of them to have to justify that the government should be making sure that there's more equitable distribution of ideas.
I don't know. I think that in both cases, there could be obvious evidence that they're doing one versus the other. Like, it's obvious that what they're doing in Texas is to try to seek a partisan advantage. Just like it's obvious in many cases that
isn't that good politics?
Whether it's good politics I think not the question. The question is it viewpoint discrimination? I think it is. Is it one that's resolvable by the courts? They said no, it's not resolvable by the courts. I disagree, but
I guess when you think about it, isn't like most politics is viewpoint discrimination? No,
I don't think so. I don't think that most policies are viewpoint discrimination, right? Like if we had a policy of universal health care or some kind of Medicare for all, is there a partisan reason maybe about why you're doing this? You're helping some constituencies over others. Yeah, I mean, there's a political reason why you're doing it, but the policy in and of itself is not.
Okay, but you're talking about, you're assuming that it makes it into law, and then sure, it's facially neutral. Everybody gets access at the point of service for Medicare for all, right? But I'm talking about opposing, or like, what's the counterbalance or the opposition policy to Medicare for all? It's maintaining private health insurance markets and making sure that there is not actually any sort of like subsidized or widespread free healthcare in this country. So at that point, from there, if you're somebody who's interested in fighting against Medicare for all, why should the government care about promoting Medicare for all or your perspective, And if you manage to find a way to attempt to, defeat them at the ballot box, even using maneuvers like this, isn't that fair?
Maneuvers like this?
Like gerrymandering. Like let's say there's going to be a referendum.
No.
And before there's a referendum on whether there's going to be Medicare for all or maintaining private health insurance, they have to gerrymander districts, and they gerrymander them as they see fit to be able to make sure that they can try to tip the scales in favor of one outcome or the other.
You're saying, isn't that good or bad? I don't think it's bad.
I'm not making a judgment as to whether or not it's good. I'm just saying I could see why, an argument for it being constitutional.
Well, I think that the Supreme Court has answered that.
And I don't think I could say to the Constitution, it's viewpoint discrimination to not maximize, for there to not be a level playing field for my idea, because there's almost never a level playing field for any idea that you introduce.
No, not. They don't have to. They don't have a requirement to make a level playing field for every idea. I think the question is, can you impose a government restriction for the purpose of promoting one idea versus another? So, for example, this is the same kind of global entry discussion that we've had. Like, can you give a benefit? Can the government, for example, say, okay, we are giving you a free healthcare if you're a Democrat. If you register as a Democrat, we'll give you free healthcare. You would be like, no, that's preposterous. They can't do that.
Right.
Why can they give a government benefit on the basis of partisan ideology? Same thing with global entry. Right? Can you take away global entry just because you have some view? I would say no, you can't just take away global entry just because of some view, unless there's some compelling purpose with narrowly tailored. So I don't think that it's enough to say that, like, okay, there's no affirmative right to an even playing field. I would agree with that. And I think that if that's the point you're making, I agree.
Yeah, that was the point I was making.
There's a negative right to prevent, or maybe you could see it as a negative right or a restriction on government power. There's a negative right, or however you want to conceive it, to prevent the government from using its coercive and enforcement powers or its provision of benefits to promote one viewpoint over another in the sense of government benefit or government restriction.
I'm inclined to say yes, but let me think about it more.
Yeah,
think there's not an example
Republican seat holders, because remember, Republicans were the party of Reconstruction and the party of black voters for a very long period of time, and then Democrats would basically gerrymander a bunch of Democratic seats in the South. Okay, so in 1962, there is a ruling by the Supreme Court that says that judges can now review the drawing of these districts. 1964, there's another ruling, and this is the famous one man, one vote ruling, where the courts basically say, once you redraw the districts, and you redraw them typically at least once every 10 years, you have to try and make it so that each district represents an equivalent number of persons. That way you can't have a district that represents one person and one that represents 19 people. And you're going to want to redraw those districts pretty regularly in order to ensure that population movement doesn't obscure the one man, one vote rule. There's also a ruling in this period that suggests that this also applies to state legislatures. So now the state legislatures can't basically be gerrymandered by one party or another. Then there's the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and that says that actually the federal government can do what's called pre-clearance of various gerrymandered maps, particularly in the Jim Crow South. So the idea is the federal government is going to look at all of these states that have historically discriminated against black Americans, and it is going to actually force the states to submit their maps, and then it's going to pre-clear those. Okay, so by 2013, we've now moved beyond that. You don't need pre-clearance for specific states. There's really no evidence that, say, Mississippi is more racist than Massachusetts. And so in 2013,
there was a case that
yeah, dude. There's no evidence whatsoever that people in Mississippi are more fucking racist than the people in Massachusetts. None whatsoever. That's so true.
I forget which case it was that got rid of pre-clearing under the Civil Rights Act, but Shelby County. So Shelby County is the decision versus Holder that got rid of the pre-clearance thing. But it's still a problem right now, and there's still Voting Rights Act litigation ongoing. I think there's a challenge right now going up to the Supreme Court on something. I haven't read the briefing, though.
That, but of course, the courts do have the ability to still oversee gerrymandering, this particularly for racial discrimination. So political gerrymandering, the courts have traditionally stayed away from because they say, okay, fine, if Massachusetts is a Democrat state, and even though it's 35-40% Republican, all 9 of its Congress people are Democrats, that's really a political problem. That is not really a court problem per se. When it comes to race, the courts obviously...
I'm starting to... I agree mostly with Ben Shapiro as far as how I'm not surprised that that is how the courts have up until this point interpreted it.
The question isn't, are you surprised by it? It's like, is it right? Is it correct to be like, yeah, I expect the Democratic states to do this? Like, we're not talking about expectations. It's who's correct and who's incorrect. And
no. But his categorization of it being understood by the courts up until this point as a political matter rather than something that gets into like discrimination or whatever. That makes sense to me.
That's that's new. I mean, the case that establishes that is Rucho versus Common Cause. That's like 2019, and so him presenting it like the courts have interpreted this. Yeah, it's true that partisan gerrymandering has been around for some time, and the courts haven't like necessarily touched it. But the definitive case that ruled on whether partisan gerrymandering was illegal came out of 2019. So it just wasn't addressed in that way by the courts until recently. So he's trying to present it as this long lineage of the Supreme Court upholding and reupholding that partisan gerrymandering is okay, but it's not that.
Well, there's a difference, but I think what he's saying is that there's a difference between them upholding something versus them abstaining from rendering a judgment. No.
Yeah, I mean,
and if it didn't occur and there was no judgment on this, or this was not a question that had been answered by like a federal court even up until 2019, then doesn't that speak to his point that there's a longer tradition of the government being far more agnostic towards partisan gerrymandering than there is for them to feel that they need to intervene?
If by government, you mean the federal government, the state governments have been, they've addressed other issues, right? First, they addressed the one person, one vote. Then they addressed the racial gerrymandering issue. But that, I think, is not the same as saying because those are more salient problems. And I think that I would agree that those are bigger problems. It's a bigger problem to not have not just partisan gerrymanders, but like gerrymanders or districts where there's an entire district with one person in them or 5 people. So that one person, one vote, I think is more important than partisan gerrymandering. And I think racial gerrymandering is more important than partisan gerrymandering. And it dealt with other kind of societal problems at the time. So I don't have a problem with them dealing with those issues first, or that those issues came up first. But what I have a problem with is kind of painting it as this is the way it's always been done, in the sense that the Supreme Court has, over the course of many years, consistently said that this is okay, when really it's a recent decision on partisan.
I guess and going back to who cares if it's this isn't the question, if it's right or whatever, but if we're following a constitutional framework, there's things in the Constitution that previously at different points, I don't think that there is really a right to privacy in the Constitution as far as my understanding of the Constitution. And different legal scholars agree with me. Even the ACLU says the pathway towards guaranteeing there being reproductive rights in this country is through Congress, not through a legal interpretation that can always be changed or overturned, because they obviously knew at some point Roe could be threatened or whatever, because it relies on there being a constitution, a particular Supreme Court makeup that is willing to uphold that interpretation of the Constitution. And it's not explicitly enumerated that you have the right to privacy with anywhere within the Constitution.
I don't think abortion is best thought of as a right to privacy. I know that there's some language that makes it sound like that, but I think it's better understood as the right to bear or beget a child. And that to me is the implied right at issue. And I think that you would acknowledge, so I'll give you the following, right? You acknowledge, right, that there are implied rights in the Constitution, or do you?
Yes.
Okay. I think those are the quote unquote fundamental rights, those that are considered fundamental. And whether they're fundamental gets back to history and tradition. Look at you run the test that they are telling you to run. Don't just invent new implied rights. But I think that the autonomous decisional right, whether to bear or beget a child, as distinguished from a right to privacy, is a fundamental right. Think about the cases involving educating your children, whatever language you want to do, like the sterilization cases, right? Do you think if the government had a law on sterilization, it says every third child must be sterilized, would you think that's unconstitutional? Almost certainly, because you think that there's a fundamental liberty interest at stake in creating your family the way you want to create it and the way you want it to be. And so that.
But the principle at that point would, like you're saying, it would be autonomy. It would not be this understanding of the government's overreaching and intruding and getting between people and their healthcare providers or whatever. Because while that makes for good rhetoric, it's there's other examples where, you could frame it as government overreach, but the government would have a compelling interest in regulating certain things.
There's a liberty interest implicit in America's history on the right to create your family however you want to create it. And that extends as far as sterilization. It extends as far as forced pregnancy. Can you imagine if there were a policy of forced pregnancy? Why would that be unconstitutional? It would be unconstitutional because there's an implied fundamental right, an autonomous interest in deciding whether or not to have a child.
You de facto have that policy in states where they have put so many restrictions in place to be able for you to get access to procure an abortion that it is almost de facto for some people, depending on how dire your circumstances are going into this. If you're a minor, if you're impoverished, if you're you know, you fear for safety if you're caught up in a domestic violence situation and you're trying to get this, if you have to cross state lines to be able to get one, there's waiting periods. They bombard you with medical disinformation that you getting this is going to increase your risk for cancer. It's going to make it harder for you to have a kid later or whatever. You have all but made the choice for that person. It's probably going to be a girl or a woman in this instance that, yeah, she has to have a kid now because you're condemning her to that.
What you just described, I think, is why I think Roe and Casey were, or at least some version of them, was rightly decided.
But like, I would never argue that because my interpretation of the Constitution differs so significantly in that respect that I would want it to be overturned so that it could go back to Congress and then be instituted and like through law that way.
No, I mean, like, really? Because so like if the federal government or if a state government said, we have a new policy of sterilization, we have a new policy of forced pregnancy, you'd be like, I wouldn't want to have the courts weigh in on that. You would.
No, I would. I'm saying that in this instance or whatever, it's possible for me to have an interpretation of the Constitution that differs from others' interpretations that has nonetheless yielded an outcome that I agree with politically or I find favorable, and that to attempt to disrupt it and say like, no, that's not the right way to have gone about securing this right, we should overturn Roe v. Wade and attempt to go through Congress to get it. It's like, no, I would never argue that, even though I guess it would technically be more intellectually honest, right? That I would be in favor of something like that. But I obviously think that Roe being overturned is a fucking disaster.
This is my dialogue tray. This is why what I start with. I say, do you acknowledge that? And I did it on you. I'm not going to ask you to actually do it. But this is my dialogue tray. I say, do you acknowledge that there are implied rights? And almost everyone says yes on that. And there are
no
implied rights. There's some people who stick to their guns and say no, and then they bite the bullet on sterilization, they bite the bullet on all this stuff.
Isn't there what constitutional amendment says that any right that's not explicitly enumerated is returned back to the Ninth Amendment?
The Ninth Amendment says that the enumeration of some rights isn't meant to deny or disparage.
Right. So on that basis, how are you going to argue that there aren't like rights that are enshrined in the Constitution that no, they're not explicitly enumerated? That's true, but like they're implied, you know.
I've dealt with such people. So the first thing I think I argue with are on implied rights, and usually they do. And if not, if they're conservative, I'll ask like, okay, if there were a forced vaccination of some inherently dangerous vaccine, would you think that there would be a constitutional challenge on that? And I think most people would say yes, yeah. So there are some cases in which they'll like, well, where's the right to be free from vaccines in the Constitution? And they don't identify it. So they're usually, most people are usually to bite the bullet that the Constitution protects some implied fundamental rights. And how they get there is different. But once I get them to agree on that, I give them the question of sterilization. Would it be constitutional to have a sterilization policy? Would it be constitutional to have a forced pregnancy policy? And most people will say, no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be.
Even the conservatives?
Yeah. Most of the people that I talk to, they'll just either fight. They'll be like, "That's so ridiculous. The government would never pass such a policy. They would never do that, right?" So they'll fight the hypothetical on that ground.
I ate breakfast this morning.
But I did eat breakfast. Yeah, I did eat breakfast. So once we get into that kind of like those examples, sterilization. There is a case called Skinner on sterilization. Don't go into contraception because contraception, that's Griswold and there's a bunch of stuff on it. But if you stick first to the sterilization and forced pregnancy examples, hypotheticals, and there are, by the way, policies where sterilization is used, and it has been done in history, as a punishment for a crime, right? You sterilize someone because they did a crime. I mean, the Nazis, right, sterilized people in their country when they took over. So there is a history of
even here,
of sterilization.
Even here, there's
even in the United States, right? It has happened in the past for sure.
Well, there's instances where like parents of people with disabilities or mental handicaps have been able to get the consent to have their child sterilized or have their tubes tied, which they find to be highly unethical or an immoral, obviously. There's other instances of legislation that pertain to trans people for them to be able to advance in their next step of like physical sex transition. They had to be sterilized, which didn't make sense to me or like doesn't make sense to me. That is still law on the books in some instances. So there definitely is cases like this that are well and alive.
Right.
How much they're enforced, I can't say.
And yeah, Michael, I'm not so sure that sterilization is constitutional. I think that if we were faced with it today, I think the indication from the court and Skinner in other cases that it would be rejected. That's my opinion. You might disagree with that, but certainly, you know, if I put that to someone and they were like, okay, imagine a policy of forced sterilization, of forced pregnancy, most people are going to say that it's unconstitutional, and most they won't bite that bullet. And I'll ask them like, why would it be unconstitutional? because there's a fundamental right to what, right? What's the fundamental right there? And that fundamental right, I think, people should conceive of not of privacy, right? It's not a privacy interest. It's an autonomous interest to create a family the way you want to create it. That's the interest that's being protected. That's what I think. Buck versus Bell hasn't explicitly been overturned, but again, I'm just saying what I think where the court is right now and where people would be right now, regardless of whether or not it's been explicitly overturned. So in that situation, that is like how I would structure the conversation: is, are there implied fundamental rights? Do you think that there's protections against sterilization or forced pregnancy? And if so, where does that protection come from? And if there is an autonomous right on whether to bear or beget a child, I think that abortion follows along from that. There could be some government interest in the future child or the potential child that exists in abortion cases that doesn't exist in sterilization or forced pregnancy. I acknowledge that, but that has to be like, I think, a balancing of like when that government interest in the future child becomes crystallized such that it would justify government intrusion and banning abortion. I don't think it's at the stage of like sperm, right? It's not at the stage of before there's conception. It's at some stage in the process. And that's where I think Roe and Casey fundamentally got it right, that there is some,
at some point, that you could say
Yeah.
that it can be regulated or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I struggle to see how you reconcile this with your views on vaccines then. If the sticking point to you is autonomy.
Yeah, so I think the case on vaccine, different in two ways. First, I think that the case Jacobson, which is the vaccine case, was wrongly decided in the following way. The vaccine mandate in that case was subject to rational basis review, or like a very low standard review. I think it actually needs to be higher. I think that there needs to be a higher level of scrutiny. If the government's going to force a medication on individuals, they just need to have a higher threshold instead of just rational basis. But I just think vaccines just so easily clear that threshold.
Right.
Even a forced vaccination policy, and especially a forced vaccination policy with carve-outs for religious exemptions, carve-outs for people willing to do testing, carve-outs for these other ways. So I do think that there's a higher test than what the case Jacobson implies. I think it's Massachusetts versus Jacobson. But vaccines just so easily clear the test in that instance. And also, I think that the vaccine interest, that is, it's a lessened interest than the decision of whether to bear or beget a child. That there's something more fundamental, intrinsic about building your family than it is being free from all government intrusions of medications.
I probably agree with you. I guess the basis for me is that, like, pregnancy is not communicable. Like, you can't catch it or be near somebody and become pregnant or whatever, as opposed to people not being inoculated from certain diseases. It's like that comes in contradiction with other people's rights to be free from those illnesses. So, and the only reason why we have the ability to even carve out these religious exceptions is that for that to be safe still, 99% of people need to be vaccinated. So it needs to all but be like, at that point, it's like, do I really, really want the government compelling you by law that you must have this? No, but you can make it such that every single attempt for you to enter and integrate into general society there's a veto point, and that veto point is if you are not vaccinated, then you cannot be here. You cannot be in a public school unless your kid's vaccinated. You cannot do this. You cannot do that. The thing is that this also, but like, I also don't think homeschooling should be legal. So I'm like, you can't even go the homeschooling route of like, okay, I'll just keep my kid unvaccinated and then they can be homeschooled. It's like, no, I think that parents need to prove that you have a reason for needing to homeschool your kid or whatever. Otherwise, they should be in public school like everybody else.
That's interesting, because I think that there should be some carve-outs, except, there should be some standards implied, but there should be some carve-outs for if you want to teach your child. I think that there is a right implied there, and if you want to be now, I don't think that they should be free from any intrusion from the government, but I do think that there's a fundamental right to educate your children. Now, whether that can, if you want it to replace mandatory schooling, I think it needs to reach a certain standard. But I do think that, like, the government couldn't say, for example, you can't teach your child Spanish like they try to do in fucking Turkey, right? You can't teach your with the Kurds, right? Or they try to do in China, right? What did China do? Why is China known for being a place where there's no liberty? They had the one-child policy. They said you can't have a kid even if you want a kid in China, right?
That caused a bureaucratic nightmare for them to do that.
Which you did, right. Or they'll say things like, you can't learn this part of your culture, whatever ethnic minority. And so those kinds of the comparison in the United States is, in U.S., you're free. You're free to have children if you want children, to raise them the way you want to raise them. And that has to do with this, I think, autonomous family creation right.
What about the rights of a child?
Yeah, I think that those exist as well.
No, but in that instance, it is so frequent that the curriculum standards are not well enforced among homeschool kids. You see worse outcomes consistently with these kids because even if you mandate that they have to be able to take these standardized tests or whatever to prove that you have not deprived them of standard curriculum for students their age, there's nothing stopping them from teaching them things that say, okay, now on to the real lesson that negates or disproves, quote unquote, everything that you've just taught them. So you're condemning those kids to be deprived of knowledge that they need to succeed in broader society or whatever, and effectively making it so they're going to be under the thumb of their like of a parental unit, of a family that may or may not be involved in some sort of like religious cult or whatever, which, you know, to me, these people that feel the need to abstain getting their kids can't be vaccinated, they need to be homeschooled so they can learn that like creationism is actually, and intelligent design is real and not evolution. Like, what are you doing? You are interfering so much with your kids' right, then I don't think that your right to like teach them or whatever supersedes that.
Yeah, so I guess I'm okay with having that be. Sorry, is there a lag in Twitch chat real quick? If there's lag, just let me know if there's still lag, if it's still going on, because I don't see the lag, but just let me know. I think that you're right. There could be worse outcomes for kids who are being homeschooled. No doubt about that. But I just don't think that's the test. I think that like the government's right to impose some standard, and perhaps that standard is too low or something. But I do think that there's an interest in letting the family teach the kid the way they want to teach them, if it reaches a certain threshold. That's all I'm saying.
Even if it's not, even if it deprives a kid of a basic education, even if it condemns them effectively to religious indoctrination.
Well, I don't know. Like, you have a right to indoctrinate your children with religion. I don't you? Don't you?
I know, but but I'm saying that kids have a right to be free, or at least be exposed to different, like, diverse viewpoints and basic, like knowledge. No.
Yeah, they have that right. I think that they do have the right.
But you're prioritizing the right of the parent to indoctrinate them over that right, over the right of the child, I guess.
But in what's a parent has a lot of control over.
Like, I think kids have a right to literacy, effectively.
Okay, I think that the government is free to mandate literacy or to push for literacy. Agreed.
Right, but I don't think that, and I don't think a parent has a right to deprive their kid of being taught literacy or being literate.
I'm okay with for a state or the federal government to establish a right to literacy and that the parents can't disparage. I agree with that.
Why did that hurt to say? You're like squeezing your eyes shut.
I'm trying to follow. So like, so long as the parental right doesn't conflict with the state interest here, I don't have a problem with both.
I guess to me, it's like, how many things do I have to throw out for you to just see it as like, you know what, maybe parents don't really have the right to do that, because there's so many instances.
I think it would be strict scrutiny. I think you would need to show a compelling purpose that's narrowly tailored, and you're not going to do that, because I happen to think that teaching your kids to be Republican, teaching your kids to be Christian, oftentimes leads to bad outcomes.
No, I don't care about their kids being taught to be Christian or whatever. What I care about is that when they intentionally lie to them about basic facts surrounding the world or whatever, don't teach them contradictory information that's contradictory to their faith, or deprive them of like being aware of that knowledge base exists, right? That this is not the only thing that exists in the world. It's not just the Bible and that's it, right?
Sorry, I'm not following. So you're saying that the government has an interest in making sure that these kids aren't living in closed systems of thought, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. I agree that the government has an interest at a general level of,
and I struggle to see how it's possible to enforce this when in homeschooling, because there's so many workarounds.
Okay. If it's impossible, if you could show me the data that it's impossible, that homeschooling kids, it's incompatible with the expressed interest of the state, which I've already acknowledged, in raising children who meet some sort of standard. If it's impossible, then maybe you could pass the test. But I just haven't seen that data, and maybe you're more. So
if I told you that I was raised in a religious cult, that I was taught about evolution, that I was taught, taught how to read, I was taught basic arithmetic, like these sorts of general things, right? But subsequently, I was taught all of that is fake. None of that is true. Actually, like, here are all these lies surrounding like climate change. Here are these lies surrounding vaccines. Here are these lies surrounding the earth being round, just like basic common sense or whatever.
I think that's the big right of the parents.
No, but if you were interacting with me and I told you that that had been how I was raised, you would not think that I was like effectively abused in some way or effectively deprived of knowledge that I should have been able to have access to past before 18.
I mean, I might think that you're abused or that you were denied or that you were brought up poorly. But again, it's not a question. I agree with you. That's not how kids should be raised, Aaron. All I'm saying is it's a question of institutional competency. I don't trust that the government's not going to define the woke mind virus as something that kids can't be taught in their homes. And then we have like Gestapo's going in to see what are you teaching your child today in terms of your indoctrination of the woke mind virus. So
no, not Gestapo's, and they wouldn't be allowed to do it in my world. If I had,
what do you mean they wouldn't be allowed to do it?
Parents would not be allowed outside of like certain no. Outside of certain exceptions, you would not be able to just opt to homeschool your kid very easily.
Oh, okay, but put the homeschool aside. Okay, you can't do a homeschool. Can you tell your kid when they come back from public school, don't listen to their lies? They're trying to indoctrinate you.
Yeah, sure, you can tell them that. Yeah.
Okay, so then
there's a difference between your parents like giving you like a disagreement versus spending 8 hours a day as like your educator, quote unquote, day in, day out for years on end. Because at that point, it's no longer your parent expressing a contradictory opinion to something that you learned in school, which is fine and healthy. It actually is effectively a replacement for it.
You're saying because we can't monitor the parents in their homeschooling efforts, you don't trust them to be giving the standard thing that they would be getting in public school and socializing them in the way that that is necessary or something.
And whatever about the socialization, just
because I think
that
there's a lot
these
of private schools that do the same shit, like they're private.
How do you think I feel about private schools? I'll be consistent and say no. I don't think fucking private schools should basically be. I mean, do you support like charter schools or school choice or any of that?
When you say support, I would prefer that we have robust public schools, but I don't support the abolishment of private school. No, is the answer.
Okay.
I think that we can have public, and I support a parallel public-private schooling because I don't trust. Because I'm just being honest. In this era, I don't trust unified government control on this specific thing. Like I trust unified government control on some things, but not everything. And education is one where I'm super scared of. Unified government control. I think that there's like good ideas for universal standards, but I don't necessarily want the government to own every school.
So you like that education is largely like curriculum and all that is like a state by state thing?
Not necessarily curriculum. So I think that there should be some universal standards for curriculum imposed by the federal government, but I do like there to be flexibility within states. Because I'm scared of some motherfucker like Trump. Like this entire Trump experience should scare everyone shitless into having a purely unitary system in this country. You should be scared by what Trump is doing to have all the power in the hands of one guy and his advisors.
Yeah.
And so that's basically my answer to that is I think that it would be fine for the federal government to impose some kind of statutory common curriculum of some kind where you need to have this kind of math stuff where it really just is the more quote unquote objective, and nothing is truly objective, right? But the more like standard things that must be taught, and for states to have their own deviations on it, because I prefer a system in which power is diffused. And that's one of the reasons why I'm uncomfortable with the notion of completely banning homeschooling or the government intruding in the rearing of people's children to the degree, maybe you're not implying, maybe you're just saying homeschooling specifically, but
yeah.
But there is, I think, some right interest of the parents in educating and rearing their children. Not that would supplant the government interest in mandatory schooling or having universal standards of some kind, but I think it's not just something you can throw away. There are parental rights to rear your children to make.
No, I agree with that, but I'm saying I think there's too much of an emphasis on parental rights and not enough emphasis on like, okay, but where does that right start to intrude on like children's rights? Or like a minor's right to be able to like for these things, you know, in the same domain.
I don't know. Like, what are a minor's? I think a minor's rights are to be free from like criminal abuse, to be free from maltreatment, to have like meals and healthcare. But does a child have a right to?
You have to think that kids have some positive liberties. I know that you think that. Yeah,
I think they have some positive liberties for sure. But I also think that a lot of their liberties are constrained by their parents, and the parents will get this. Like the child doesn't have a choice on where to live, right?
Right.
They don't have a choice on where they want to live. They have to live where their parent wants them to live.
Right.
By and large, exceptions. A child doesn't have a right on whether or not, their which school they're going to go to. They don't have a right on like what their schedule necessarily is going to be like all the time. Now they start to accumulate more privileges as they get older, hopefully, right? But I do think that we do need to treat children as children. They have rights. I'm not saying they don't have rights. I don't agree with Thomas. They don't have First Amendment rights. I don't agree with that you can do anything you want to them. They have some rights, but I don't think that they should be treated as full.
Well, I never argued that they should be treated the same as like adults or whatever, have endowed with that many rights or whatever. Cool. I understand that. I guess like the world that you're imagining or whatever, I'm telling you that exists already at the state level in red states that are just dominated by Republicans. Okay, because I was raised in. Well, your camera fuck up.
Keep talking. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Just give me a sec. You're good. Keep talking.
Well, you're like, could you imagine if Trump or whatever was like in charge of this stuff? It's like, I mean, yeah, kind of, because I was raised in Texas, and Texas is dominated by Republicans. Greg Abbott was my governor. Ken Paxton was in charge. Like Lieutenant Dan Patrick. Like these fuckers were in charge of the state. Lieutenant Dan. Okay. And up until I think 2015, maybe 2018, I was not taught that slavery was the primary reason for the Civil War. I was taught that it had to do. No, I wasn't. I was taught that I didn't learn that till almost when I was in college. Okay. And that I thought it had to do with states. I was taught it had to do with states' rights. It had to do with sectionalism, and slavery in a small way contributed to it. That's what I was taught.
States' rights to what?
Right. State rights to what? States' rights to what? Okay. Well, I didn't know that until high school. And it was not because I was exposed to that through a different teacher or other high school curriculum or whatever that contradicted that. It was literally because of TYT. That was why I learned that. I didn't know what they were talking about.
We love
TYT. We love TYT. Right? And then I watched this documentary called The Revisionaries that showed how Texas decides to adopt what curriculum standards, how they select textbooks. And the guy who's in charge of it is a right-wing psycho. He's a creationist and he's a dentist. He has no background with anything related to like education or anything like that.
I want to strike a balance. And I think you do too. I think we're arguing about what the balance is, because those crazies running Texas would also, if they had the power to, be like, you can't teach your kids the woke mind virus, or you can't, these private schools that are trying to get away from our crazy curriculum and have some place where they're free from this revisionism of the Civil War, that you are, not able to
like, don't you conceive of that as like a right denied to any student that went through the Texas public education system, that not only were they not taught something, you were taught a lie, like I was, along with millions of other kids, until that changed. Right? That is wrong to me. And at that point, it's like, yeah, that how could you conceive of it as anything other than rights concerning minors?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have a package. I have something coming. Just give me 1 second.
That package is DoorDash, I bet. What do we want to bet, chat? It's fucking DoorDash. It's like, it's Wendy's, it's Burger King, it's some fucking pizza. Same for me. I grew up in Michigan. Even in Florida, I learned it had to do with slavery. That Florida doesn't actually surprise me, because like Florida went blue in 2008 or whatever. There have been different times where Florida was not quite as like red as it was. I was born in and went to school in Texas during the 90s and early 2000s. I feel this topic. Well, Pisco is concerned first and foremost with parental rights. Hearing that you were in school for 8 hours, but not that you didn't hear about slavery. Well, I knew about slavery. I was just taught it was like a very, very small part of it. And this was not taught to me by like one teacher. It was taught to me by multiple different teachers in different grade levels that was the case. He's from New York. He doesn't understand how hard liberalism fails in those red states. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. Like, to me, there has to be, I don't want to say that he hasn't thought about it. I obviously think that Pisco has thought about these things, right? But he doesn't see it as much of an interest, because there's almost this presumption that like, no, it could never be that bad until now. It's like, I mean, if you want to know what Trump wants to do, look at Texas or any of these red states that mandated that be the curriculum for the blueprint of what they want to do. The difference is that they want to institute at like a federal level potentially. And yeah, that would be fucking scary. I don't want there to be federal standards if it means Republicans are going to be the ones to usher in the standards, you know, but on principle, I'm not opposed to there being federal standards for education. There should be. It's a difficult balance. Slavery was just a little disagreement. Yeah. Yeah, just a small matter of opinion. You say tomato, I say tomato. On that whole slavery shit. There are already federal standards. It's called Common Core, in all caps. They told us about Civil War slavery in elementary school in California. Lol. That in California you were taught that? No way. Are you an atheist? Yeah, I am an atheist. In communism, you'll not have Hello Kitty plushies. Hello Kitty plushies is late stage capitalism. There's a lot of people that have something to say about my plushie collection anytime my partisan affiliation comes up. I know that this person's joking though. In Massachusetts, they taught us it was slavery. Well, they taught you the truth then. Culture war issues have convinced so many people to keep their kids stupid. Yeah. When he gets back, I should ask him about like the Don't Say Gay bill and like how he feels about that.
You gay?
Yeah, why?
Hang on. Yeah, what about Don't Say Gay? I'm against it.
Okay. Just checking.
Are you in favor?
Why were you against it though?
I'm against the Don't Say Gay bill because I think it intrudes on the First Amendment rights of children and of potentially the teachers as well.
Okay. I'm going to accept that. Back to this video.
Stringent in trying to ensure that these districts are not being drawn simply to water down particular.
Also on policy grounds, even if it isn't a First Amendment intrusion, on policy grounds, I'm against it. I think it's stupid.
Well, that's a given. I'm saying it just from a constitutional argument.
Minority votes. Okay, so that is how gerrymandering traditionally works. What is happening in Texas right now is the Texas state legislature is looking at the maps and they're saying there are probably a couple more seats, maybe up to 5 more seats that could be created if we gerrymander in a particular way. And there's nothing new about this. There are 2 provisions of the census that come into question here. One is the census itself. It's done every 10 years. They're trying to do essentially a very, very large poll to try and determine what the population is in the various states. They can do that wrong. In 2020, they actually did do it.
Do you not like that he refers to the sentence as a big poll?
No. Someone said, there's no bill that says one cannot say the word gay. You know, so the reason why I think that the title or the moniker is an apt name is precisely because the ambiguity of the law in terms of the standards that it imposes and the private right of action that it allows will unduly chill any discussion of sexual orientation or even a reference potentially to one sexual orientation. It's not, in other words, the fact that it is unclear, the fact that what it lays out would have to be sorted out in litigation where there's like fee shifting provisions and where there's bad incentives to kind of erase to the bottom because you don't want to be sued. You don't want to be a teacher who's sued by a parent, right? That is going to unduly coerce and chill even mentions of gayness, or, you know, the people are not going to want to, teachers are not even going to want to reference if asked, like, yeah, it was my husband, he made this, picture for me, or this is, put a picture on his desk, right, of him and his husband and his family or something, right? So it's not that the law by its terms outlaws saying the word gay is illegal. It's that it unduly chills because of the structure of the law any reference to those kinds of things, because litigious parents are going to make a race to the bottom. That's why it's an apt name. And I think it's a correct name.
I have somebody donated bits. Texas neglected to inform the state that slavery had been outlawed for 2 years. This is why Juneteenth began in Texas. Thank you for the bits. Clear watch.
Do it wrong, and they admitted in 2021 that they had misdone the census, and that meant that there were a certain number of electoral college seats that should have gone to places like Texas and Florida and Arizona that instead ended up in New York and California. In fact, if the 2020 census had been done correctly, this is according to the Census Bureau, Donald Trump could have won the 2024 election without winning any of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, or Michigan.
What is this talking point? I've heard this multiple times.
because obviously he won more than those. He won those 3 plus Nevada plus Georgia, plus Arizona. So it was just overdetermined in 2020 that Biden won.
That's how badly the census was done. So that is issue number 1 with the census. And then there's issue number 2 with the census, and that is, why are illegal immigrants counted in the census? This is a big problem for Republicans, because if you have...
Doesn't the Constitution say that they need to count every single person, in the person, not citizen, in the United States?
Yeah. It's for persons. And obviously illegal immigrants are persons. The Constitution is clear when it refers to persons and citizens. And censuses are done of persons, right? And the proof of that is obvious. The 3/5 clause, I'm sorry to bring this up, the slaves, people in slavery, they were not considered U.S. citizens, or many of them were not considered U.S. citizens, and certainly the Dred Scott versus Sanford, I think that's the case, Dred Scott case, that decided that black people were not citizens at all black people, even including freed slaves, and so it can't be the case that the census was thinking that only U.S. citizens would be counted. And then the notion that they would be saying, okay, persons, but not illegal immigrants, that doesn't make a sense either, because that provision was written before a time in which there were restrictive immigration laws. That was written at ratification. And again, I emphasize this a lot. The first restrictive immigration law was the Page Act, passed in 1875. So to think that what the framers were thinking when they wrote the census provision in the Constitution, what they were thinking about were provisions of immigration law that weren't even created or thought up of yet. This distinction between illegal immigrants and legal immigrants, or indeed between legal immigrants and citizens, when the census clause clearly anticipates counting some non-citizens, that is absurd. It can't be the case that we think that that's what they were thinking at the time. And this is why I stress that originalism, or people who espouse originalism, I think that a lot of them are hacks, because they care about history until they don't. When the history goes the way that they don't like, now they want to be this ultimate purposivist and rewriting laws, reinterpreting law type people. But no.
So you don't think Scalia was like a great legal mind?
I think that Scalia was a great legal mind, but I don't necessarily think that he was always consistent all the time.
Scalia, who maybe you and him would agree when it comes to the parents' rights thing, because he probably fucking agreed that, like, yeah, parents have the right to drown their kid if they think they're a witch. Says so right there in the Constitution.
He wouldn't extend it so far as contraception. Certainly, he wouldn't extend it to abortion. He was very against Roe v. Wade, very against Griswold, and so he would probably think about. He would try to slice the baby and say, okay, there's probably some rights inherent in teaching your kids certain things in kids' upbringing, but it's only like upbringing. Maybe he would bite on sterilization as being cruel and unusual, perhaps, but I'm not sure even of that.
Don't say slice the baby again to make that point, though. Sounds fucking horrible.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, my bad.
Have hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, for example, in California, and they're counted in the census. That means California gets additional congressional seats where they really should not have them. Now, this is a big point of legal controversy.
And there's a lot of weirdness that should not have them. Why should they not have them? Is it because
they're not citizens,
should not be there, and so they should not be? That's what I mean. Like, just to be clear, they shouldn't be counted because they should not be in the state. Maybe that's what you mean. And okay, that's an argument. But should not be there because the Constitution doesn't require them to be counted. I think that that's the wrong argument. I think the Constitution does require them to be counted.
The 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which sort of redoes who is defined as a person. You'll recall that originally the Constitution, because of slavery, did not classify black Americans as full persons in the legal sense, which of course is morally wrong, but that was the compromise that was come to in order to establish the Constitution.
They probably didn't think of them as people in a moral sense either, but...
So, they did consider them persons, right? So they didn't consider them citizens or equal persons. But if we go to the actual, let's go to the 3/5 clause. 3/5 clause. 3/5 compromise. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, not citizens, free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed 3/5 of all other persons. So black people were considered persons, right? The 3/5 clause doesn't make sense if you think that the founders didn't consider black people or slaves persons, right? 3/5 of all other persons. So no doubt that slaves were considered by the framing generation to be persons. Go replay that real quick, what he just said.
Originally, the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which sort of redoes who is defined as a person. You'll recall that originally the Constitution, because of slavery, did not classify black Americans as full persons in the legal sense, which of course is moral.
Full persons. No, they did classify them as persons, right? They were fully a person. It just counted other persons, that is slaves, differently in the census, but they were considered persons, right? It wouldn't make sense for them to refer to them as such, as other persons, if they weren't considered full persons. They weren't given equal rights. They weren't counted the same as other persons in the census, but they were fully persons, and the Constitution does refer to them as such, and it doesn't make a distinction between non-citizens and citizens for purposes of census counting.
Morally wrong, but that was the compromise that was come to in order to establish a constitution. The 14th Amendment does away with that and says all persons are to be counted in the census. But there is one exclusion, and that is Indians not taxed, meaning Native Americans who are subject to the jurisdiction of a Native American tribe and therefore are not paying taxes in the United States. Well,
can you go back 20 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
Was the compromise that was come to in order to establish a constitution. The 14th Amendment does away with that and says all persons are to be counted in the census. But there is one exclusion, and that is Indians not taxed, meaning Native Americans.
That's the one exclusion, right? So this is Section 2 of the 14th Amendment. Representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective number, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. So that is getting away with the 3/5 clause and saying that it counts persons again. So there's no expressio unius, whatever the canon of construction is. Expressio unius est exclusio alterius is a Latin.
It's like a fucking
maxim.
Harry Potter spell.
Yeah, the expression of one thing is the exclusion of another. So the fact that the provision of the 14th Amendment, Section 2, clarifies a single exception should lead us to the conclusion, or is evidence against the notion that there's a different unenumerated exception, right? They said all whole persons, right? Whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. Well, the fact that they're expressing one exception should lead us to think that there isn't another exception, because if there were another exception, presumably it would so state.
Jurisdiction of a Native American tribe and therefore are not paying taxes in the United States. Well, should illegal immigrants be counted like, persons of the United States?
Pause.
Who are born here?
So again, this idiot in my YouTube chat, Haywood Jablomi, you can't have 3/5 of a person. They're not saying that you have 3/5 of a person. They're talking about 3/5. The apportionment is 3/5 of persons. All right. So the 3/5, they're not subdividing a person into 3/5, right? I
don't think that's what he thought.
No, that is because you can't have 3/5 of a person. Therefore, they are not a person. So the 3/5. This is a direct quote, Aaron.
No, I know. I think what he's saying is that
of a person.
to rule that way, you've effectively depersoned them by not. It's like like a binary. Is like how I think that they are arguing it.
So I could say, 4/5 for male persons, 3/5 for female persons. Are females now no longer persons or less of persons? No, they're just treating different types of persons differently when it comes to apportionment. That's all it's doing. So the subdivision here, the division, isn't with respect to their personhood. It's with respect to the rights and the apportionment implicit in the Constitution. So just a very, very stupid comment from a very, very stupid person. Only a stupid person would say such a thing.
Only a stupid person would be in your chat. I never get chatters like this.
True. People who pay taxes here or who are subject to our laws, or should they be treated more like Indians not taxed? Now, the courts have traditionally ruled that the census covers all persons, which means illegal immigrants too. President Trump wants to demonstrate through a new census that California, New York, a bunch of left-wing states that have taken in vast numbers of illegal immigrants are getting overcounted in the census, and that we ought to redo that such that American tax-paying citizens, law-abiding citizens, are the ones who have their representation under one man, one vote. So that's what all this controversy is about. Now, if taken to its logical extreme,
it's funny that we talked
to wrong. This is not what it's about. I mean, this isn't what the gerrymandering thing is not related to this. This is like a kind of a separate issue that also involves representation of the states, but it's not gerrymandering.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny that we touched very briefly on the one-child policy, because this would create a bureaucratic nightmare to not count everybody in the interior in the census when you're trying to decide how, because again, that's also that census ties back to how much funding your state is going to get to be able to take care of the people within your state. So even if they're not or whatever, it becomes moot. It's they're on U.S. soil. if they're participating in society, they have jobs here, you're responsible for them in a more significant way than you could argue that you're not responsible for them. So just ignoring them or you're going to create that sort of like an underclass of people that's like de jure invisible or whatever, but you're going to have so much like the outcomes would be far worse than if you were to just incorporate them into the census.
Yeah, there are other follow-on effects of not considering illegal immigrants not persons, right? Because rights are given to persons. Any kind of interpretation, right? Why should we consider persons in the census differently than we consider persons in the due process clause? It doesn't really make sense, right? That we should define. Oh, thanks so much for the raid, Hutch. Hutch, we love Hutch. Hutch is my boy. Can we just say we love our boy Hutch? Our boy Hutch. This is Hutch. Hutch's raid. Thank you so much, Hutch. Hutch people.
I can't hear your raid music, but I have to assume you're drawing this out because it's still going.
Yeah. Actually.
Or you fixed that.
So I think maybe I fixed it. I don't know. I guess maybe I fixed it. But thank you very much for the raid, Hutch. We love Hutch. We love to see it. Appreciate you, Hutch. Appreciate you.
The glazing is crazy, says a chatter of mine.
It's absolutely crazy. Mm-hmm. So the Constitution makes reference to persons numerous times. It makes references to persons with respect to the due process clause. It makes references to persons with respect to the census, for example. And we wouldn't think at first blush that the term person should be differently construed when it comes to individual rights, right? The right of the people to keep and bear arms, the right of persons to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures, the person as used in the census apportionment part, and the due process clause. So if constitutionally illegal immigrants are not persons for purposes of the census clause, why should they be considered persons for purposes of the due process clause? And so there are a lot of effects, as Aaron mentioned, not just the legislative financial effects, which you mentioned, Aaron, which are absolutely real and significant for not just blue states, red states, but also other constitutional provisions where the Supreme Court has already held that illegal immigrants are persons for purposes of these various different rights. And that's kind of the argument we were having about Mahmoud Khalil and the illegal rendition of Kilmar, Abrego, Garcia. When you start down this track of considering illegal immigrants not persons, there are a lot of follow-on effects to that, which are horrible. So yeah, great point, Aaron.
Well, and the thing is that if you're already conceding that you have non-citizens have like First Amendment protections, for example, then we're just bargaining at that point, because now you've granted them certain like constitutional protections, but for whatever reason you want to draw the line here. How come? Well, why is it better to end it there than any other place? Why grant them First Amendment protections either? And I'd like to hear their argument for why they're not granted First Amendment protections. And I mean, an affirmative argument for it, not just them playing defense for whatever Trump got, like Trump's actions in the case related to like Mahmoud Khalil
it's just different. All they say is it's different. It's different when U.S. citizens are involved versus non-U.S. citizens. And
not as far as the state interacting with them, because the state has no reason to assume that everybody is not a citizen unless proven otherwise. They should assume everybody's a fucking citizen unless proven otherwise, and they should not be. The extent to which they are going to assume that you're an illegal immigrant, that is obviously going to be highly racialized. So now that's going to impact people that are American citizens.
We're already seeing in California right now.
Yeah.
In terms of their arbitrary detentions based on people's perceived ethnicities, where they're stopping U.S. citizens with no reasonable suspicion, with no probable cause, with no warrants at all, and not having any record. They're all masked. There's no record of it. They don't even contest in court that these detentions of U.S. citizens are illegal. And so you really, really, really don't want to make a hole in census, a hole in due process, because once you start creating holes where the government is allowed to like exclude people from the census and representation, exclude people from due process, exclude people from the First Amendment, you're starting to create not a state within a state, but like an underclass where they can just throw a bunch of people in this pot according to their whims. Like, what's one of the first things that I keep going back to the Nazis? I'm sorry. I'm doing like a very close reading of a lot of like
so lazy though.
But like the Nuremberg laws, this is like one of the first things they passed. What are the Nuremberg laws? They are redefining citizenship to exclude Jews, redefining it. And so the redefinition of citizenship and rights, that's a big, big problem area. And we really don't want the government in the power of denaturalizing, of removing for purposes of representation, and contrary to like what the constitutional text suggests.
Well, Ben thinks he'll never have to worry about that splashing back on him.
Also doesn't have anything to do with gerrymandering, except to the extent that both relate to the aim of Trump to entrench a Republican Trumpist majority in Congress for the rest of time.
This could get pretty spicy. I mean, right now, there are approximately 67 Republicans who are in Congress in blue states, and there's something like 39 Democrats who are in Congress in red states. If gerrymandering were taken to sort of its ultimate extreme, and red states made all of their districts red, and blue states made all of their districts blue, that would radically throw off the balance of power in the Congress of the United States. It would also lead to tremendous political polarization. It does seem like we are headed more and more down that road, because both parties have an interest in increased gerrymandering. Both parties have an interest in maximizing the number of seats they hold.
Okay, both parties have an interest, but Democrats are willing to disarm in this respect, and Republicans are not. So to say that there's parity between the willingness for each party to go along is a lie. It's not even just disingenuous.
The only Republicans who are willing to disarm are those who are at risk. People like Mike Lawler and these New York Republicans or the California Republicans.
The systems are not trusted, and once you lose institutional trust, the next thing that typically happens is that both sides start trying to exercise as much power as humanly possible. It's been over 10 years since Edward Snowden...
Is that it? So
Let's
he doesn't
see.
explain anything. He doesn't...
Damn, no, that really is just
Holy
it.
shit. So he started well, but he really, really didn't get into like why he's okay with it and justifying and saying the Republicans are doing anything worse or better.
Well, I mean, you heard it, and it was the argument that you took the most issue with, or the framing, I should say, where he kind of was like, "It's always been this way." And that's how that's that. You know, if you're a conservative, you're by definition attempting to conserve the status quo, and you just have to get people to believe this has basically always been the status quo. So why change it? It was perfectly fine. Don't need to, you know, it's not broke. Don't fix it. And then the exception that he carves out for where it is broken, of course, is that how come we're counting these illegals? We shouldn't be counting them.
Even though that's the way we've always done it. No, it's such a great point, Aaron. Damn, that's a good point. And it kind of dovetails with your point about him recognizing it as quote unquote unfair to have done not one person, one vote before,
right?
But not apply that to the Senate.
Makes no sense. No sense.
They only care about history and tradition when it suits them, but when it doesn't, or when they see a breakage that could help them, i.e. doing the kind of thing with the census, i.e. in the
suddenly we have to make arguments about, well, the framers never really knew that something like this could happen, so we have to carve out an exception.
100%. No, these are great points, Aaron. This is why you're on. This is why we have you on.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so this is Charlie Kirk. Trump is eliminating the census problem from our elections. As far as I know, like what they talk about here is like bullshit. This is where they start getting into like his Truth Social post or whatever.
The other day that he is ordering a new census. Can he do this constitutionally? Can he say, I am doing a new census?
Well, this is a technical distinction. He can absolutely republish the prior census, and that would be the correct term is republish. I don't think he's actually calling for a whole new census process. He may be. If he is, yes, you can do that. You can call for a whole new census. There's something else called a mid-decade census. That's different. But yes, he could start the process of a whole new census. But I think what he's actually asking for is just republishing the last census with corrected data accounting for all of these various undercounts, overcounts.
I love this.
Why?
He's not making a new census. He's just changing the old census.
Right.
That's what he's doing, yeah. And having it take effect.
We can get into the rest of it, but, kind of fraudulent numbers that are in it.
So, Blake, can you get the Minnesota example? I think Minnesota got an electoral vote based on like 18 extra people. Like that one in particular is just like nakedly fraudulent. But so the president put this out, and so are you saying that we're
Charlie's face is looking particularly small today in this video?
His
Don't
face
you
is
agree?
looking particularly tiny today. His hair is
learn that they just
particularly. Is that an uneven widow's peak? What is that?
I know. I think it says like hairline is receding, and from this angle, it like just emphasizes how much like surface area he has.
Fuck. Wait. Can we let's do a little close up. Enhance that image.
With the zoom in.
Full screen it. Yeah. Turn off subtitles. I want to see it in its glory.
Beautiful.
Thoughts? I mean, do you think he's a handsome man?
No, I've told you this before. I don't fucking think that.
You don't think Charlie Kirk is a handsome man?
No, I don't. I think that he looked normal, and then somebody like hit a melt button, and then they were like, "Oh, okay, stop microwaving him after like 30 seconds," and then they just let him be.
Stop. Well, is there any procedure that you could like to lower your forehead or to expand?
Yeah,
your
of course.
face? Is there? What can you do?
You can either, you could do one of two things. You could get a hair transplant to artificially like lower it, right? Or you can get a forehead reduction or whatever. And this is where they take like skin starting back here, and they make an incision. They basically cut it and they just like sew it tighter.
Damn. I think you look amazing. If he did that, I think you look good.
Like a forehead reduction.
Yeah. Also, what do you think about that nose?
All right, we're not doing this. You just want to, okay, like, we're going to get into that. Why didn't we do that with Ben Shapiro? How come we didn't go over Ben Shapiro's phrenology? Okay.
That would be anti-Semitic. This is
But
fine.
when we
This
do
is
it against
good.
Christians, it's fine.
Yes, that's good.
Correct.
Make up numbers? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So part of it is we can get into this, but differential privacy effectively scrambles the population data, and then through the actual counting, which the census admits they got massively wrong. The 2010 census was off by about 36,000 total nationwide. Texas alone was undercounted.
The way that they say they admit it, as if they aren't always transparent about, yeah, there are errors or whatever surrounding
It's
this.
the same thing with the Bureau of Labor Statistics,
Yes.
by the way. And this is a broader trend of the Trump administration to just redefine numbers, to fuck with data. I mean, they really want to do this shit.
Or suggest something sinister is afoot when it's like, these are totally normal logistical or computational errors that what you would expect to occur because they're very, very small margins when you actually look at the numbers relative to like the accuracy overall. It's like we're talking about like as a percentage or whatever, being off by 30,000 is what? So they were off by like 1% or 2%. That's nothing. That's almost statistically insignificant.
And they're honest about it. And the whole reason, and this is something I do with Rob Noir often when we debate these things, where like the whole reason we know about these FISA issues in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, the whole reason we know about the changing of an email in the Durham prosecution of this guy Kleinsmith is because the government was transparent about it, and we had these investigations that revealed it, and we had these processes that revealed it. And so like I oftentimes I wonder, like, if you really had that lack of faith in our system, why would they be so stupid to blatantly openly acknowledge when they make mistakes or when they offer corrections to different data streams, which are par for the course?
I think their answer is, well, they already reaped the benefit of the error, so now they're incentivized to, after the fact, own up to their mistake, but it's been too late.
That was debunked with the job numbers, where the big correction came in August, right before the election, where Trump's whole theory was they changed the numbers to make Kamala and Biden look good before the election and then changed it after, when it wasn't even that way. It was like August they made the big correction.
Yeah, that actually would go against Biden's and Harris's interests.
Worse. Yeah, it makes them look much worse. Yeah.
By 560,000.
What?
A whole bunch of other states were massively undercounted.
What do you want to bet that those undercounts were not of U.S. citizens, but of a lot of people that they don't want counted in the fucking first place?
Yeah.
A whole bunch of blue states were massively overcounted.
Was this because of COVID?
Well, they will say that. I think it's for a whole bunch of other reasons.
Wait, look at that expression. Oh, no, you missed the expression. There's a real...
What, his boyish wonder when he's asking about if it was because of COVID?
When me and my partner want to talk to you.
What are you talking about?
No, it's just that look. This is kind of like sinister. Like, this is like a lifeless stare. I'm like scared by this expression. I don't know.
Well, they will say that. I think it's for a whole bunch of other reasons that these Obama bureaucrats at the census
at the Department
radically
of Commerce,
redid the process.
Right? Because the Department of Commerce runs it, right?
The Obama bureaucrats.
Yeah, that's true, by the way. And I forget, what was the name of that old fuck who was the Secretary of Commerce under Trump term 1? Is it Wilbur Ross?
Fuck
Did I get
it.
that right? Holy shit.
Wow,
Yes,
you're a
it was
nerd.
Wilbur
Congrats.
Ross.
You're a fucking dork.
God damn. Yeah, there was a big controversy when they ran the census under Wilbur Ross.
The Census Bureau was moved under Commerce. But the same bureaucrats from the Obama administration and prior to that are still there running this. So I think the Trump administration is aware of this. If not,
It's almost like if they're still there, it's almost like they're not partisan bureaucrats and they're people that have been selected completely unrelated to their partisan affiliation. Because if they were appointed directly or whatever, then you could say they're Obama bureaucrats. These positions were not appointed personally by the president, right?
And we can now say that, by the way, of the Bureau of Labor Statistics head that Trump has just nominated, who's like a Heritage Foundation stooge that has no experience doing the kind of work that the Bureau of Labor Statistics does. So now I think the Democrats should run hog wild. Any kind of good number that is released from the BLS, I think that the Democrats have the onus to call it into question at this point because they didn't pick someone who's neutral and partial.
Well, this guy works for the Center for Renewing America. Surely not basically a cousin to the Heritage Foundation.
I hope they're watching this, but they've got a big problem at the Census Bureau. And we can get into differential privacy.
No, we have a lot
problems.
of time. Keep going. We have 15
Well,
minutes. Keep
so
going.
the way this is supposed to work is they count everything, and then they do all of these corrections and just checking the data to make sure that someone who lives in a household and an assisted living center isn't getting counted twice, or a college dorm in their home with their parents isn't getting counted twice. And then
Is Charlie Kirk's YouTube thing Cartman's parody of?
He has like a response. He has a response to it. Why? That's actually smart.
You think it's smart?
Yeah, because they looked fucking stupid when they were all bitching and crying about the South Park episode, but him leaning into it is so much better.
What's the South Park reaction?
I don't know. It's half an hour or whatever, where I'm sure he's gonna have to cope and say he's like not. No, he probably has to say he's like he thinks it's funny or whatever. They actually went a lot easier on him than they could have. They didn't even make his face small.
Wait, his videos have less views than I thought they would.
Well, these were just uploaded, but 21 hours ago, 79,000 views.
That's not bad. Yeah, never mind. Some of them are hit and miss. The debates are
the raw data.
Yeah. Well, the full debates. See, this 3 days ago, 217,000, but the clips are what ends up. Maybe it'll perform well, maybe it doesn't.
No, this is good. Yeah, this is good.
That's called a Tiger file. The way this should work is they send this data that's accurate to the states. That does not occur. What they do is they run differential privacy, and this has an algorithm which no one has access to except for a few people at the Census Bureau that have a special clearance. And this scrambles the population data. Now, they will say it's for privacy, but really what's going on here is they're moving, and we don't know how much. There's been all of these open source studies on these algorithms. It's not the actual.
Scrambles the population? What is he talking about?
People just say the word algorithm to seem smart. I don't know anyone.
Call it an open source,
what's an algorithm?
He's already open source people that they hacked the mainframe, dude. When you literally just said this requires some of the highest security clearance possible. They probably don't know fucking
NFT, NFT, algorithm, crypto, and these are just nothing words. These are nonsense words. They don't mean anything.
Not the actual algorithm. And even Harvard has said that this is likely resulting in population data that is being sent to the states that's resulting in unconstitutional outcomes for the purposes of redistricting and apportionment. So if you have state level data that's accurate,
unconstitutional
down
outcomes,
to the block level data.
What are those unconstitutional outcomes? The unconstitutional outcome is doing the census correctly and counting everyone.
They want to think that there is an undercount of American citizens, but an overcount of undocumented people, famously easy to keep track of in the United States.
What constitutional problem does that present?
Overrepresentation, because they started at the beginning of this saying that, isn't in this one state, based on just like a little bit of a population shift, they were able to get another congressional seat or something like that. So
anytime a census is done incompetently or inaccurately, maybe it does present a constitutional issue. I don't know, but like it's not as between citizens and non-citizens because the Constitution doesn't make a distinction between them. So
it would just be amended. That's that to me. Like I'm like, this is not like a crisis or anything like that. If they counted incorrectly, then you can either call for there to be like what Texas is doing with like a midterm census to change it back, or in 10 years they'll correct it. What's the big deal?
I think the problem that they're like, imagine this, right? Imagine that they said illegal immigrants are being undercounted because illegal immigrants don't respond to the census, which is true, by the way.
Yeah.
That there's probably an overrepresentation of citizens in the census. Now that might sound insane that I just said that, right?
No, he just said that. They just outlined all the different ways that can happen with people like an elderly person being counted in one household, but then they're in assisted living, right? or like a kid that like lives at home or something like that, but also responds to their own census.
If illegal immigrants are undercounted in the census, I believe that presents a constitutional issue as well. Like if there's an undercount of illegal immigrants, that's bad because the Constitution says that we should count all illegal immigrants. I don't think that they would say that. I think they would say it's good to undercount illegal immigrants.
That's justice.
At all. Yeah.
Then you can make accurate political districts. You can make congressional districts that accurately count the citizens. But what differential privacy does is it moves the population around in an undetermined amount. It could be a 2% variance. It could be a 40% variance. We actually don't know. And the states don't know, and cities don't know, and counties don't know. And there's no process for them to actually know because the census would say, if you think that our numbers are wrong, then in the past they've had a process where you can get it corrected. But now because of differential privacy, they can't tell you if it's wrong because that would alert them potentially to how the algorithm works, and they won't do that. So now you have, so this is really important. The Trump administration wants to count.
Why does he think that the government needs access to this data? What compelling reason would they have after they've already done this, conducted the census, to hold on to it beyond that? Like somebody said, like this just sounds like anonymizing the data so it can't be traced back to a single household. I don't understand like what the big issue there is.
They want to lean on these people. They want to scare people.
illegals or ask the question of citizenship so they can determine how many legal citizens are legal immigrants and how many illegal immigrants in the United States.
And that was the big controversy with Wilbur Ross is, can we ask whether they're illegal immigrants or not whether they should count illegal immigrants.
Just ask
whether we can ask. And the purpose of that was to disincentivize illegal immigrants from responding.
Differential privacy, but you ask that question, you will get some utility out of it. But differential privacy can move those illegal aliens all over the state so that when it comes time to drawing the maps, you can't actually get as much utility out of it. It's a big problem. It's a massive problem. And if you count illegals for the purposes of apportionment, that obviously has big impacts on the Electoral College. If you count illegals or the population of illegals for
the Electoral College, again, that's completely fine. The Senate is also completely fine.
Yeah.
Of political districts, even if you don't want to because you just don't know where they're at, then that gives disproportionate amount of voting power to some citizens over other citizens.
What do you think the Electoral College is? What do you think, dude?
Because the big cities are where, and the suburbs of the big cities are where most of the illegal population.
But that's what the Constitution intended. Well, that's the census is as the Constitution intended. So yeah, you're right. It's a 1-to-1 comparison, and they can't address it.
Lives. So what has happened as a result of the 2020 census is that voting power for Congress has been disproportionately moved to these cities, both through differential privacy and through counting illegal alien populations. And it's depriving rural communities of their electoral power in congressional districts and state House districts and state Senate districts.
It's so stupid because obviously the current Electoral College and Senate makeup, it doesn't even favor the rural communities. To be honest, like the current setup favors small states. But the rural communities of Texas, the rural communities of California, they're fucked over by the Electoral College. But a lot of people will argue that the Electoral College and the Senate makeup is justified because it's to help rural over urban. As though like why? Why should we favor people in rural over or urban? Like because they make our food, but we can just have them make our food and count them the same. I don't understand. Are they going to stop making a living farming if they don't get this increased amount of representation, which by the way, they don't get universally? Like all of the farmers in big states don't get increased representation by the Electoral College. But they don't seem to have a problem in principle with the overrepresentation that they claim that rural people already get in Electoral College in small states. And so they need additional bolstering. They need additional bolstering from like not counting illegal, but even then, right? Like a lot of illegal immigrants work in these rural farms. And so they, if anything, would be benefited, right, from the farming communities, the rural communities, to the extent that these illegal immigrants are there working, I guess. I just don't understand, like, why it is the case that we ought to favor rural people over urban people, and why this resolves that rural-urban divide.
It says here in 2020...
Saying rural?
Rural? Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen 30 Rock?
The rural juror?
Yeah. I have trouble saying that, not rural, just on its own.
Rural juror.
In 2020, the Census Bureau implemented a new methodology called differential privacy, an opaque algorithm that alters block-level data, which could be used to hide the population of illegal aliens. I know it's like, yeah, but you want that, so you can use it to go after these people. So they're right to institute it.
So what does that mean? It means that red districts, rural districts, are way underrepresented in the current congressional maps. I think that there's a massive constitutional problem with the way that the census has been put out to the states for apportionment purposes and then for redistricting purposes. And I think that the Trump administration, Stephen Miller has been very loud about this. They have every legal right and power and every constitutional power to insist that the prior data be corrected, not for partisan gain, but because it just doesn't actually represent the voting power of the various states.
So I think this is a perfect way to bring in the super geniuses of Doge. What would you have them do if you were kind of a special
the super geniuses of Doge, the 19-year-olds that we handed like the fucking keys to the kingdom to? Yeah.
And can we shout out Big Balls? So Big Balls got beat up in DC. We condemn it.
Who the fuck is this?
You know Big Balls?
No.
Google Big Balls. Doge.
Can I do that on Twitch?
Big Balls Doge. Big Balls Doge. You'll see an article. It'll come up. That guy. He got beat the fuck up.
White House wants Big Balls to get same medal as Rosa Parks. What is this about?
He got beat up in DC. So their whole thing on like, we're going to federalize, we're going to put it under the presidential control of the Metropolitan Police, and we're going to deploy National Guard. Their Reichstag fire for this shit was Big Balls getting beaten up in DC. And all I'm going to say on that is like, if big balls getting beat up in DC was enough for you to activate the National Guard, I think that January 6th might have been a good reason to activate the National Guard. Just saying. Maybe you shouldn't have waited for Nancy Pelosi.
I was gonna say maybe Pelosi should have just done that then, huh?
Yeah.
You were in charge of this task force. How would you put 20 rocket scientists to work on this?
Well, with the coordination of Doge and Howard Lutnick, who's in charge of commerce, who oversees the Bureau, and he's a very smart man. But I think between those two, I think you would need to remove the current, top 2 or 3 bureaucrats there. I think that these are holdovers from the Obama administration. They should not be there. They're not in line with the president's vision.
So let me bring in my little partisan homies, Big Balls and his whole Doge crew or whatever. Surely that'll fix this issue.
That was the whole point. Wait. The super geniuses at Doge, they fucked up everything. They sucked. Elon Musk acknowledges that Doge was a disaster, that it didn't work. So, like, what are we talking about? The super geniuses at Doge? What good thing they didn't do anything that was worth commenting on?
And they also don't have the relevant backgrounds needed to be able to conduct these sorts of like statistical analyses or whatever.
Can you imagine the Doge people being in charge of our census? I think it would bring about the end times. I don't know what would happen.
Banality of evil, the idea that would be the thing that brings it down is just like putting these fucking morons in front of the census.
Zoomers. Can we just say we need to start again with Gen Z? We can keep all the
No, you mean Gen Alpha. Gen Z is fine.
Wait, what's up with Gen Alpha?
They're the next ones after Zoomers.
Are they like fucked up? They're fascist people?
They're gonna be, yeah.
God damn.
Aren't you more worried for them?
Mistake.
We can fix the Zoomers. But even the Zoomer boys, yeah, for sure.
Zoomers, listen to my voice. We need to fix you.
Okay, before we go on to her take.
Oh yeah.
Two really great things. One, do you see? So this is great news. White House teaming up with PragerU, the conservative bias education company, is already making AI content in a series launched with the Trump administration. And new reporting suggests the White House could be eyeing PragerU as a substitute for PBS. But you know what? It is Dennis Prager's parental right to teach your kids whatever the fuck he wants. What you say. No, that's what you say.
That's what you say.
No, that's what you say.
That's what you say. That is what you say. Rubber ducky, you're the one. The thing is, PBS, in addition to being base as fuck, actually has some good content. These conservative, like what's the best thing they've ever put out? Is the
Mr. Ratburn's Gay Wedding. The gay rats getting married.
Have you seen The New Norm?
No. What's that?
Wait, you have to watch The New Norm. It's not long.
What is it?
Go to YouTube and put in The New Norm.
What is it?
It's
a PBS thing?
It's in a way, yeah.
What this? Oh wait, somebody wanted me to watch this. Yeah, I have seen this.
Let's watch. We're gonna watch it again.
What's that?
Progress.
Gay beer.
It's the new norm.
The new norm.
Norm ain't the same as the old norm.
I'm the old norm. I want normal beer.
Don't get gay beer. Wait, can you pause real quick? Like, he very clearly bought gay beer. Like, why is this guy buying gay beer? Like, he saw the package. You think that anyone else is buying beer besides this alcoholic piece of shit?
Wow,
like, he
got
bought
him.
Gay beer knowingly, and now he's acting all surprised.
I think the argument is that they have taken over every single beer, every single thing there's literally no option. You have no choice left except to consume the gay beer. You don't have a market alternative. It has been consolidated and it's just woke everywhere.
He drank the gay beer.
Ugh. It's your fault I got house arrest.
You're the one who threatened the school board.
I gently suggested.
But also it does go to show how like futile the idea of like a consumer boycott is or whatever, because even though he didn't agree with the politics of the fucking gay beer, well, you still bought it. So they're not going to change it back unless you stop buying it. You would have to not buy it.
Yeah, you have to
they stopped brainwashing my daughter that girls aren't girls and men aren't men.
Sometimes they're neither. Or both. Or furry and dressed like dogs.
Ow! Janice.
Why is he on house arrest?
What?
What's that?
Uh-oh.
Warning, offensive.
Actually, that is one of my pronouns. Also, they.
Pause.
This is Dave Rubin. I know that
Dave
fucking
Rubin.
voice anywhere.
Dave Rubin. Yes, that's Dave Rubin.
Okay, I did not see it past like 30 seconds in because I was just fucking cringing, clearly, because I didn't remember him being in it.
And me.
You're non-binary?
Pause.
How do you?
So he just did me. That's like a reference, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Someone tell me if I'm wrong. I think that's a reference to Monty Python, the knights who say me. So like, how many Zoomers are going to get that reference to Monty Python and the Quest of the Holy Grail? Like, no.
This is not for Zoomers.
Reference. It's not. Well, who's this for?
No
Who
one.
the fuck is this for?
I assume boomers.
Boomers are going to watch A, cartoons, B, bad cartoons, and laugh at a fucking Monty Python.
I mean, the
reference?
South Park of X. Yes, this one genuinely fucking serious, legalized humor. Because the person who uploaded this is not actually affiliated with it. Because he
Okay,
puts,
press play,
yeah,
press
I'm gonna
play.
be real, Chief. This shit fucking sucks. Everything in it genuinely feels like the most forced homophobic shit ever to just appeal to, like, I don't know, 50-year-olds who use Twitter and shit. Exactly, 50-year-olds who use Twitter. That's who this is for.
Press play.
You know that word.
I learned it in school.
That's why I'm locked up.
Norm, the judge agreed to conditional parole.
What condition?
Where's my room?
That's
You're
staying here?
Chaz is part of a new government program.
Chaz.
Re-educate homophobic.
Charlie, finally, someone normal.
Doing a fake
love the
laugh
token
track
black
in a fucking I'm correct with a fake laugh track
where-
in this or like applause track, like
This
canned
cartoon.
clapping in a cartoon.
I
He's
don't
wearing the
understand.
fucking Redskins
You're
logo.
black.
Did
You're
that
black.
just Black Whisper?
You're his friend?
And boss, speaking of, when you coming back to the trophy shop?
As soon as I get rid of this, which means I gotta
trophy
take in
shop.
that
Offensive.
Chaz is here to re-educate Norm.
in non-bonery studies.
Offensive.
I'm allergic to dogs.
It's okay. Billy is an emotional support dog and non-binary.
Oh, okay then.
Pause.
Good dog.
Non-binary lifts up tail for why? To show that he's fixed or something?
I am neutered, maybe.
It's so
I
weird.
come here to get away from woke.
Non-bonery studies.
Trouble at home?
Oh, my boy, or whatever it calls themselves now, is thinking about transitioning.
Reggie?
Try Regina.
Transitioning to what?
Another fumble.
Hopefully not a Jets fan.
Hey, pronoun. This bud's for you.
Offensive.
Throw beer. Pause.
I can't drink.
Throws beer to underage child to drink the gay beer. Well, so doing a crime, right? Press play.
I'm not 21.
Y'all influenced my boy to cut off his junk, but
Now
draw the
gonna
line at
attack.
beer?
For not consuming alcohol under the age of 21.
Attack a child for not drinking beer.
Can't do this.
Yes, we can. Find a
Calls
way
Biden
to break
people.
him. Maybe we can fix the country.
It was like the former HHS secretary and some random
Yes.
intern that they lost their minds over.
Yeah.
Just want normals?
Beer.
Beer.
You know there'll be jokes.
I don't know what that means.
Wow. Are you
You
triggered?
have to watch the whole thing. Wait, no, you have to watch the whole thing. Smoke nightmare will end. Thank God for Elon Musk. X is the place for free speech. Thoughts on the AI song?
God,
Love it.
These
we're
nuts.
going to Disney World.
Make America funny again.
What'd you say, 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10?
If you asked a liberal to create what type of hateful content they think that a Republican would make, which is just this on the nose, they would create this. But it's actually just what he came up with.
It's unironically attempting to be funny. But my favorite part is like the self-insert of Elon Musk. Thank God for Elon Musk and his shitpost memes.
I mean, this is like this insertion of like all the trans shit. It's clearly that he's bothered by the fact that one of his kids is transgender. That's it.
Transgender, yeah.
Because he thinks that so everybody must have like he thinks that this is far more common than it is. Like most people are not trans. Like 1% of America is trans.
Yeah, this is like pretty rare that you would have this situation where you have a non-binary dog. You have a I guess I don't know what he's.
We had multiple gender non-conforming characters in this or whatever. They've all found each other.
Sorry, you were going to show me something that wasn't related to this.
I'm going to show you this. Kim Davis. This is a throwback. Okay. See, this is why I had my feelings about Mike Huckabee, like my hatred for him, reignited outside of the shit that he's up to now. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot. This was another like way that he tried to make himself a martyr. Do you remember when he said, "Lock me up instead of Kim Davis" or whatever? I'll go to jail for 8 years, and I'm like, okay.
I don't remember that.
8 years. Mike Huckabee in jail for 8 years. Or I'd take Kim Davis going free over Mike Huckabee. Why not?
Go to jail. Send Mike Huckabee to jail. Wait, would you support a system where people could insert themselves into prison and like be a scapegoat for someone's crimes?
No. Why?
I was thinking about it.
People will entertain anything but prison abolition. We can consider a system in which we can actually have people. There basically be legal avenues for the miscarriage of justice. But so long as there's a fall guy, we can pretend like something noble happened or productive. But we can't conceive of a world where there's no prisons.
Yeah. So anyway, Kim Davis, she was the person, I believe, who refused to conduct a marriage when she was.
Yes. She refused to sign marriage certificates because she said it went against her religion to do that.
And that like was one of the big signature cases or something. And she got a lot of celebrity because.
She went to jail. She went to jail for contempt of court because she would not comply with a court order that said you have to issue marriage licenses even when you personally disagree with it. Otherwise, you should not be in this role as a public servant because you're clearly unable to do it. And then it was a liberal who threw her in jail. Oh, wait, checks notes. It was actually a Bush appointee federal judge that threw her ass in jail. So you can't argue that it was some fucking lib like doing activism from the bench or whatever that persecuted her. No, it was a fucking like Bush appointee that said you're going to be held in contempt of court because you didn't comply. And she's also been fucking divorced multiple times herself. So she's a massive hypocrite on top of that. And if you actually gave a shit.
And she's ugly.
About.
Sorry.
Oh, we're taking it there?
No.
She's a beautiful woman.
I was in the rhythm and you were saying
you always today's been like all about the superficial attacks. You want me to analyze like Charlie Kirk's nose, his phrenology, and now we're coming for Kim Davis. Okay. Wow.
No one talking about phrenology. But so she was involved in all this shit. She has asked the Supreme Court to overturn Obergefell, which is the case.
Which Clarence Thomas has said before he is happy to do.
Yes.
But curiously enough, not loving v. Virginia for whatever reason. I wonder why.
That's kind of weird. Yeah, why is that? I will say, I wonder why that is. I will say the following: the Supreme Court has not taken this case yet, but who was it? Who said that overturning Roe v. Wade in the way they did would undermine Obergefell? It was me, and I remember.
So this was a setup so you could give yourself credit.
Yes,
I thought you were about to point to somebody else who we should listen to, not just you.
They laughed at me. They all laughed at me. That said, Supreme Court hasn't taken it. I would say there's a 33% chance that they take it. I think it's more likely than not they don't take it. But if they do take it, I think there's a greater than not chance that they overturn Obergefell. And that's just what I believe. And when I do, there were some particular lawyers I remember who called me and like, oh, you're fear-mongering. So you should hope, and I think the most likely outcome is they don't take this case.
Why are you fear-mongering about a thing that literally a sitting judge has expressed?
Yeah. Why would I fear-monger about that? But people were laughing at me and they're like, oh, he's wrong about that. No, I'm completely right. The logic of Roe v. Wade would undermine Obergefell. And so now we have an actual attempt from Kim Davis to do this. And I don't think that she's more likely than not to be successful. But if they decide to take the case, if the Supreme Court does decide to take the case, I think that gay marriage is in trouble.
For sure. I guess people that were already married, that's fine. But we're just not going to let anybody else get married, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what the remedy would be. There is now a law on the books that was passed in the Biden administration to protect gay
equal marriage. Yeah.
But the next thing that they would do is challenge the constitutionality of that law.
I don't know. Like Gorsuch has had some kind of surprising opinions when it comes to like civil liberties and social rights. And like his argument for why same-sex marriage or whatever it should be legal. It was this or it was some other case that pertained to it. Is that if it's legal in this country for a woman to get married to a man, then obviously it should be legal for a man to get married to a man, because you're not saying the action in and of itself should be criminalized or discouraged or made illegal. It would only be on the basis of sex that you're discriminating against that person and not allowing them to get married, because you can find like
Bostock, yeah.
Yeah, but like I can see him and like what was his other surprise ruling? Like that ruling that said like most of fucking Oklahoma belongs to like Native American people. He like cited in a way that I didn't expect him to on that one. So
yeah, so he has some interesting opinions. The Bostock opinion, I think there's a textual argument there that would be apt to appeal to someone like Gorsuch. But he was signing on to the overturning of Roe v. Wade on the basis of this substantive rights analysis and this kind of fundamental rights analysis, which by necessity, I think, will undermine Obergefell. And so unlike a case like Bostock, where there's at least some plausible textual argument you can make, there's no, I think, plausible textual argument in this instance that would appeal to Gorsuch. When I say, I think that there is a textual argument for, based on my reading of the Constitution, but based on Gorsuch's judicial philosophy, he's already shown his hand with the Dobbs decision. And so I think that if they squarely decided whether to overturn Obergefell, you would at least have Gorsuch, Alito, Thomas,
Amy Coney
Barrett to overturn it.
Kobe Bryant. I always get her name is hard for me to say.
So the only votes that would be in question are the Chiefs and Kavanaugh. That would be what you're hoping for. And if you're betting for the Chief to do the right thing or for Kavanaugh to do the right thing, I think that's a little bit.
Roberts is really, really into maintaining the legitimacy of the court, even if that means no. I'm serious. He is. He's such an ideologue when it comes to this shit. I hate that he's called a moderate because he's not a fucking moderate, for one. But when you look at the majority of Supreme Court decisions, especially the most controversial ones, this was a study that I saw years ago. It found that they don't like to rule against where majority of American public opinion is. And the most notable cases, like Brown v. Board or whatever, are exceptional in that respect because they traditionally do just rule where most Americans seem to be on these issues. So, I mean, they didn't do that with Roe v. Wade, but like I would like to see, I don't know. I don't know that Justice Roberts would be happy to overturn it, I'll be honest.
I'm not sure. I think that.
But he's made cringe decisions like so many. I can't stand Roberts in a lot of ways, so.
If they take the case, I would say 55% they're going to overturn Obergefell. If they take the case.
Do you think Clarence Thomas will overturn Loving v. Virginia, even though his current wife is white? Ask somebody.
No, I don't think so.
Gee,
but
I wonder why.
I do think that, like, if you take their version of originalism to its logical conclusion,
they should. If they're being consistent, they should.
No one thought that in 1868, when they passed the Equal Protection Clause, that what they were doing was mandating the recognition of interracial marriage, that they were mandating school integration. So if you're taking that vision of the Equal Protection Clause that is originalist in that sense, you should say that Brown v. Board was wrongly decided. You should say that Loving versus Virginia was wrongly decided. I just don't see a way out of that.
Yeah. 10 years after the Supreme Court extended marriage rights to same-sex couples nationwide, the justices this fall will consider for the first time whether to take up a case that explicitly asks them to overturn that decision. Kim Davis, the former Kentucky county clerk, was jailed for 6 days in 2015 after refusing to issue marriage licenses to a gay couple. It was technically for contempt of court, but because the contempt of court was related to this, but whatever. On religious grounds, is appealing a $100,000 jury verdict for emotional damages, of course, plus $260,000 for attorney fees. This would be like, okay, I'm vegan, right? How about I go to I'm going to get a job at Wendy's and then I'm going to refuse to do my job because I have a principal disagreement with factory farming and animal slaughter. And when they inevitably fire me, I can say, I'm going to file a wrongful termination lawsuit. I'm going to say that I was emotionally distressed by this because you can't compel me to actually do my job when it comes up against my religious principles. Because maybe my veganism is grounded in Christianity. There are Christian vegans who do that, so...
Like if your job entails doing a thing, you can't be surprised that there are consequences for failing to do the thing that you basically promised or said that you would do. All right. Anything else to say on Kim Davis?
Her take. I mean, you got any other quips to make about her fucking appearance?
I don't know if I'm ready for her take.
Well, I have other shit.
No, but I am ready for it.
Okay.
So let's watch it. I just feel like emotionally, I don't know if I'm there at that level, but we're gonna do it anyway.
Weak. So this came out.
I love the intro though. The intro is my favorite part.
Fiery immigration debate. UK lowers voting age. Australia mandates ID for Google. Her take, episode 15. This was August 18th.
Already on 15.
I know, right?
What a great show. I love Anna's outfit here.
Best on YouTube.
Lindy has a great outfit on too. I'm loving this.
Maybe you should, instead of a lawyer, you should have been like a red carpet correspondent. That's where you belong. Like that's
what
instead
are you
of
today.
Yeah, exactly.
JCPenney.
No, you would so be like the ruthless one, like that dress, honey. I don't know about that one. Okay, it's not looking good for you. That could be what you do.
Okay, well maybe I will.
That if you come to the country and you seek asylum, it doesn't automatically make you illegal.
Address that as an immigrant myself. This is not about deterring legal immigration. It's about saying we don't want rapists.
That's what our immigration.
It's not where I expected that sentence to end.
I did not expect the sentence to go there either.
And if Republicans don't like it, then do something about it. Change the immigration laws. But they're lazy pricks in Congress who do nothing but fundraise and scratch their asses and sniff their farts.
Let me please.
Hell yeah!
You have to apply within a year.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I should.
Oh, so you're championing an anti-Semite now? Did you see her tweet where she's like, she just explicitly was like, Zog.
Yes, she did, and I condemn it. Can you turn off subtitles?
Why?
Okay, you can have them.
How would I move them?
Okay, cool. That's not why. I'm not sorry, because now it makes it look like I'm like, you know what you're doing there, and that's not.
What am I doing?
I'm saying that. It's just,
what am I doing?
No, just press play. Just press play. Move on.
People when they go to court.
But there should be checks and balances, right? At the end of the day, there should be checks and balances.
The United Kingdom just announced that it will lower the voting age to 16.
In terms of that particular voting demographic, they are so deeply impressionable. What's actually interesting is now 25%.
As opposed to MAGA Republicans, famously not impressionable Americans whatsoever.
Famously not.
Or I guess people in the UK. Sorry.
Yeah,
you're impressionable at any fucking age.
Remember the campaign on Brexit? I feel like a lot of UK boomers are pretty impressionable. That's just me, though.
I mean, they didn't have the full picture, right? But that happened. I was like unplugged from politics. I think that happened when I was like in high school.
I was very plugged into politics
at that time.
Yeah, very much.
Do you support referendums like that?
Some,
but not that one. So long as they go your way, right? Then if you think it's gonna go your way, then you support it.
I feel like that referendum was a stupid thing for David Cameron to do. I do. Like, should we have a referendum right now to let Texas split off from the union? Like, why should we have that? If there's I'd
be fine with that.
Was doing that.
I'd be more than okay with Texas splitting off of the fucking union.
If there were some like genuine reason to do it, but David Cameron was trying to like consolidate political power and strength. That's why he did it, not for some overwhelming pressing need.
TQ umbrella. What actually makes that up the most is non-binary and bisexual, which are two of the most transient things. You can just decide tomorrow, I'm not going to be a they them anymore. You're back. You're not committing to anything. You're just bored. You need a personality. That's the fucking issue.
So like animated all
just
the time.
finalized a law.
It's not. It's that subject. It's not just her being animated about that. It is something about the disgust response that trans people trigger in these people that just makes them lose their shit. It makes them create things like the new norm that actually animates their hatred and their psychosexual issues just like laid bare in front of everybody.
Amy Coney
that will require users to verify their age or identity before using search engines.
It's so interesting how like protecting kids always goes hand in hand with totalitarian control.
We're worried about the children argument is such BS, and it's always the excuse to infringe on people's privacy and their rights. This is crazy.
Well, the funny thing is that they mobilized that we're worried about the kids argument to strengthen parental rights, but not actually the rights of the kids themselves.
Very good. Her take.
All right, welcome to Her Take. Guys, please do us a favor. And
you have anything to say about Jillian's outfit? We got a little like silk lavender moment going on here. Don't we love to see it, guys?
The skyline still sucks. Still looks like a fucking stock image. Still looks shitty. The set is horrific. The laptop stuff is pissing me off. It's horrible.
The laptop stuff? This is a graphic that's disappearing because I paused it. Is that what you're talking about?
Are you saying that there's not? Okay, I want you to full screen this.
That's like it's clearly like an asset.
Laptop?
Yeah, there's a laptop there, but I'm saying
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. Then I'm referring to the laptop, not the.
So you just don't like the laptop being in frame?
Yeah, I don't like it being in frame. Is that a problem?
No, not at all.
All right. So why don't you full screen it all the time?
Because it would ruin my overlay.
Got it.
Not everything's about you.
And not everything is.
Subscribe, click the bell notifications before we get going because it helps us
I
out.
think those are so tacky. I hate the subscribe.
We've got a wild show for you guys today.
You know what I love though? When your editor puts logos in the corner of every single short, even if it covers the face of some of the people that are in the short itself.
I just effed. 1 second.
Oh no. And during her take two.
Wait a second. Did we just F because of copyright stuff? Let's see. There's no way, right? On Twitch?
On Twitch? Maybe you got banned because you showed a different chat.
I did show a different chat.
You're still live on YouTube as far as I can tell.
Okay, refresh. Everyone refresh on Twitch. What? That's not me. That's Twitch. This never happens.
Sure.
All right. Refresh on Twitch. You guys are good.
Have you ever been banned off Twitch or suspended?
Never. I never would.
Okay. The pitch in your voice suggested that might not be the case, but I can't disagree because I don't know.
Never could. Guys,
so we're gonna be
want to encourage you guys to subscribe to Her Take. Just subscribe to Her Take.
Is that supposed to make it transformative?
Yes. In fact.
Terrifying trends that are happening around the world that could be coming to your state if we don't stay vigilant. So,
be afraid.
Free speech violations in France, ID checks for access to the web in Australia, teens possibly determining election outcomes in Europe. We're going to be breaking it down. And then we're going to dive into a Maha controversy. Boy, did you send me down the rabbit hole on this one. First, Apeel. The FDA approved produce coating designed to extend shelf life by slowing spoilage. Once backed by the Gates Foundation, drawing new scrutiny.
Of course, but they have to include them because she's all into the like Maha shit for one. But if you don't like this FDA, what the FDA is doing, guess what? This is the RFK Jr.'s fucking FDA. This is Trump's administration. So how are you? Let's see how they blame Obama or Biden for this.
After comments from Michelle Pfeiffer, of all people, have lit the internet on fire.
But
first, we're going to be talking about a major shift in U.S. immigration enforcement, third country deportation. So instead of sending immigrants back to their home countries, the U.S.
send them to
is now
South
transferring
Sudan
them
and
to some nations.
war zones. That's
so Drew. That's what Drew Pavlou thinks we ought to do.
Drew Pavlou. Wait, I'm going to call him that for now.
Isn't that how you say his name?
I think it's Drew Pavlou.
Doesn't his name end with L-O-U?
Drew Pavlou? You think it's Drew Pavlou? I said Drew Pavlou.
Drew Pavlou.
He has a Wikipedia?
Why wouldn't he? He ran for like a political office and he has like a party. Yeah.
What the shit?
Literally, there's
he has a Wikipedia?
Drew Democratic Alliance. You didn't know about this?
But
this is why I made that joke about him taking money because he got money from a billionaire to fund this fucking party when he was running.
Wait. Can we review his Wikipedia? Go to his Wikipedia.
An Australian political activist best known for his criticism of the Chinese government and Chinese Communist Party and their influence within Australia. He's also known for organizing protests on campus in support of the 2019-2020 Hong Kong protests and for later protest activity against the Chinese government. In May 2020, he was suspended for 2 years from the University of Queensland, which alleged 11 instances of misconduct. The action drew a national... How did you not know this? How did you not know this?
I didn't know that.
The action drew national attention in Australia, including former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd.
Wait, really?
An
Kevin
appeal.
Rudd commented on it?
How do you not know any of this lore? I don't know. Okay. An appeal of his case. Did you just think that this was a guy on Twitter?
I thought it was just a guy. I didn't know what he was. He's just a guy.
Okay.
This guy has a fucking Wikipedia page where there's 3-paragraph introduction. It talks about his early life and education. All right, let's keep going. This is interesting to me now.
It's a horrible picture of him.
I think it's great. I think it looks awesome.
An appeal of his case by the UQ Senate Disciplinary Appeals Committee upheld 2 of the initial charges and reduced his suspension to 1 semester. He returned to UQ in early 2021. In December 2021, Pavlou launched the Drew Pavlou Democratic Alliance federal political party. He ran for the Australian Senate in the 2022 Australian federal election alongside 5 other candidates.
What was the result?
But was unsuccessful. The party was voluntarily deregistered in November 2023.
All right, so now let's go to the Drew Pavlou Democratic Alliance.
Wait, I want to see how badly he lost.
Guys, I think Kevin Rudd shouldn't have unseated Julia Gillard, all right? So, but I largely support Kevin Rudd, but Let's see how much he lost by.
How come it doesn't say? We'll come back to that. Hold on.
Yeah, well hang on. I'll separately. I'm going to Google what he lost by. Let's do Drew Pavlou election results. Drew Pavlou election results. He got 1,000 votes. Hang on, let's see. He got 1,000 votes, which is 0.09% of the vote. Pretty good.
1,000 people took time out of their day to say that Drew Pavlou should be anywhere near
more votes than you ever got.
the government. Yeah, because I never ran for anything like this.
That's something.
That is something. But that was with, like, again, he got money from like a billionaire to do this, and that I would have expected a slightly better outcome than that. I'm not gonna lie.
So let's go over the Drew Pavlou, what they stand for.
So he launches the DPDA, a federal political party, after losing pre-selection in Queensland for the Senate for the Cotter's Australian Party. He announced his intention to run for the Senate in Queensland alongside 5 other candidates in New South Wales, South Australia, and Queensland. The party was registered with the Australian Electoral Commission on February 28, 2022. The party's policies included fighting corruption, protecting human rights, with an eye specifically on alleged issues related to the Chinese Communist Party, and promoting a pro-Taiwan foreign policy, tackling poverty and homelessness, building a green economy, and supporting workplace democracy.
Okay, pretty base.
Socialism. The party contested the 2022 Australian federal election, with Pavlou running for the Australian Senate in his home. How would you say it? I don't understand.
Drew Pavlou.
How would you just say cover PAV? How would you say that?
Pav.
No, cover it. How would you say the second half? Sorry. How would you just say LOU?
Lou.
Okay, so why does it not follow that it's fucking...
How you think words are done? Is you just...
I'm explaining to you my thought process for calling it that.
Okay. Okay. Keep reading. I want to know about this. This is important. This is war.
With Pavlou running, he campaigned against Liberal MP Gladys Liu. The party's candidates received 2,215 first preference votes for the House of Reps nationally, contesting Bennelong and Sturt. 4,555 first preference votes for the Senate in Queensland, representing 0.15% of total votes cast, with 1,011 first preference votes for the Senate in South Australia, representing 0.09% of the total votes cast, and it was voluntarily deregistered in November 2023.
Wait, I'm mentioned in the wiki? No way.
No, you're not.
Someone got... I was like, wait.
Do you know gullible's not in the dictionary?
Hey! Don't you ever.
I just did.
Keep reading.
You literally fell for somebody saying that you're in this fucking Wikipedia page that you didn't even know existed. You really think that this would be the first time it's brought to your attention if that were the fucking case?
I don't know what the fuck. I'm just...
You don't know. That's right. You don't know. I cannot believe you didn't know about this.
Fun of my gullibility. You're making fun of it.
Yes, correct. Just like how you're making fun of the fact.
Norm was. Just look at other political views. Pavlou.
On December 14, 2021, he released a recording of a telephone call between him and a representative of Bishop Outdoor Advertising, which owns more than 700 billboards across Queensland. Pavlou claimed that billboard companies are unwilling to run ads in Australia critical of China. The citation for this is a Taiwan news thing. Audio reveals why activist is banned from posting anti-CCP billboards in Australia. During the Gaza war, Drew Pavlou expressed opinions critical of the pro-Palestine movement in an Instagram post on October 21st, 2024. Pavlou claimed that the pro-Palestine movement is now dominated by people who openly support genocide against Jews.
Okay.
And then it links to his Instagram. He voted for the Labour Party at the 2024 Queensland state election, ranking the Greens last on this ballot paper. He stated that he opposed the Greens due to what he characterized as their support for Hamas and Hezbollah.
All right, let's go back to Drew Pavlou's particular. Yeah. So now, okay. Early life.
Pavlou's family, who are Greek Cypriots from the Larnaca district of Cyprus, migrated to Australia in the 1960s to open a number of hospitality and retail shops on the Gold Coast in Queensland. His grandmother's brother was a guerrilla with Greek nationalist organization EOKA.
What?
And the EOKA is the Ethniki Organosis. Well, not him, but his family member was affiliated with what is probably considered a terrorist organization.
Right? Blood and soil. Right?
I mean, he openly said that if he were to get in trouble, which he has multiple times, he should be fucking deported to Cyprus.
And his family should bear consequences or something like that. Maybe I'm mistaken that.
And was killed during the Cyprus emergency. Pavlou was born on June 4th, 1999. When he was 2 years old, his family moved to Brisbane, where he later completed high school at Villanova College. Pavlou was then admitted to the University of Queensland, where he was studying for a Bachelor of Arts majoring in philosophy before his suspension. In 2023, he was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. I don't know.
Who is asking for this fucking Wikipedia, this like diagnosis?
Who is activist or attention hog? Drew has an obsession. His dad wishes he'd drop it. Some say he's a disorganized troublemaker. Others see him as an impassioned voice against China's human rights abuses. Drew Pavlou can be both, but the bigger question might be what he possibly hopes to achieve. This was written by Matthew Knott
So this guy
in
was
2023.
talking shit about me? This guy was talking shit?
Yeah, apparently.
They have these... This makes me more mad than the Hassan puff pieces in the New York Times.
Yeah.
This shit. Who wrote this? They spent time on it. They fucking wrote it. They spent hours.
People have asked me if I'm on cocaine because it's like I'm on a natural high for life. He describes himself as hyperactive and was recently diagnosed with ADHD. These kids in fucking TikTok, am I right? Then with all the self ID and diagnosis.
Someone help these kids. Someone help them. Where is
Peng Shui?
Is this some
Peng Shui?
anti-CCP stuff?
The story of Peng Shui, the Chinese tennis star, was largely disappeared from view after accusing a former high-ranking member of the Chinese Communist Party of sexual assault. They plan to distribute the T-shirts at the 2022 Australian Open.
Well, at least he's standing up for something, you know?
Okay, but he didn't do this organically, right?
At least he's standing up for something.
Okay. You gonna say that about ISIS or the Taliban? At least they believe in something, right?
Move on.
He's stressed, but also... okay, back to this. In July 2019, during the 2019-2020 Hong Kong protest, Pavlou organized a protest at the University of Queensland. Why was he meddling in foreign affairs? This is
like meddling. This is domestic. This is domestic protest about foreign stuff. You might as well say, why are these protesters?
By his own standards, he counts it as fucking. He counts it as meddling.
It's all foreign affairs. It's all foreign affairs.
By his own standards. By his own standards.
You just got owned.
Oh, so you don't think that Drew would count the guy who says
no, I'm talking about your standard. He's like, why is he meddling in foreign affairs? And now you're being like, oh, we're applying his standard. No, you were applying.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. That's the only standard I'm ever going to apply to Drew Pavlou. He should be fucking deported to Cyprus.
You know who should be deported? You. You should be deported to your own standard, and you need to actually own up to your mistakes. And
what's my own deported to my own standard? So where?
So it's your standard where this is meddling in foreign affairs. That must be therefore what the college protesters are doing.
Where? I didn't hear a place that I should be deported to.
Your own standard.
Say you want to deport me to Mexico. Do it. Even though I've never said that that's where I should be.
I am never going to say something so heinous.
We can say that Amy Dangerfield should be deported to Australia. You have said this before. You have said this before.
I took
does
that
it
back.
change the fact that you said it, for one? Two,
I took it back.
But me, even though, again, we're just applying my own standards. So where should I go again?
Your own standard. We're deporting you to your own standard. Your own standard, by the way, where you said that this was meddling in foreign affairs. So by that logic, then all the Palestinian protesters...
No, I said by Drew's... I clarified that by Drew's logic, yes.
You clarified afterwards when you know you got caught.
So when you retracted your statement that Amy Dangerfield should be deported to Australia, what do we call that again? What do we call that?
After I said that was a retraction. So you're doing a retraction.
So why? So that's a retraction.
So yes. So that you're retracting.
But why should we favor your retraction over the initial statement?
Well, why should
that's
we favor
the question
your
here.
Over the initial statement?
What? Because nothing I said was contradictory. I clarified and said by Drew's own standards, that's what it should be.
All right, then I just clarified about Amy Dangerfield.
You negated the previous sentiment that you had expressed. That's not a clarification.
Yeah, well, I clarified it by negating it.
By contradicting yourself and completely reversing your position on it.
Yeah, and now you're reversing your position.
So when Fetterman changes all his positions once he gets into office, you just call he's just clarifying his position.
Yeah, he's clarifying.
Okay,
just like you're clarifying right now that you're a standardless hack, that you are fine making fun of Drew Pavlou when he's interfering with foreign affairs, but when you're interfering by calling it a genocide and all this stuff, that's okay.
My tax dollars go to it. Australian tax dollars, as far as I know, do not go to Gaza.
Wait, you think your money goes to China?
Yeah, I'm saying that it does. I'm saying if we're talking about interference related to like Gaza or whatever, this is our war. This is our genocide. Australia is not arming. I don't believe that they've transferred any arms or to Israel since October 7th. So? Since October 7th? No, I don't believe so. We're going back to her take. Fuck you.
With no prior connection to them.
Unless you really need to get caught up on the Drew Pavlou lore right now.
No, we can go back to her take if you concede defeat.
Under legally sanctioned deals. So, for example, in March 2025, The United States deported 238 Venezuelan nationals to El Salvador, where many were detained at the Psyop mega prison. So these individuals, Venezuela refused to take them back, I guess because they're such bad guys. Lindy's going to break that down for us. Migrants from Vietnam, Jamaica, Cuba, Yemen, and Laos have been deported to a country in southern Africa. I've never even heard of this country, called Eswatini. They're being held in solitary confinement under a bilateral agreement. Others, including men from Nigeria and I don't even know how to pronounce this one, Eritrea, were sent to South Sudan under a deal with minimal public.
Can't she make mistakes in her pronunciation?
Of course, I make mistakes in my pronunciation all the time. In fact, permission to apologize.
To laugh at you anytime you do that, then I guess.
Yeah, you do have permission.
Disclosure. Now, the Supreme Court cleared this practice in June 2025, allowing the U.S. to proceed without extensive notice or hearings when home countries block
It's a little bit
repudiation.
of
So in other words, when
it's a
Venezuela
little bit
says-
of the Supreme Court, I think, stopped short of saying that, and they didn't clarify their rationale. I think it has to do with the universal injunction stuff, but I just want to make that point that the Supreme Court hasn't squarely held the procedural rights are less for third country deportations.
Thanks, but no thanks. All right, now, U.S. officials say the policy is legal and necessary. Critics argue it risks violating due process and international norms. It does sound a bit barbaric.
Pause. Yeah, a bit barbaric to not give anyone a notice or an opportunity to be heard and send them to a fucking war zone or to a fucking civil war place or to some place they've never been in South Sudan when there's people from Central America, South America. That seems a little bit bad. A bit bad. That's the most you have. These people, like, put them in.
Can you at least give her the chance to explain it away?
Okay.
Lindy, is it? Lay this out for me. It just like a Psyop prison when you're not from El Salvador seems a bit.
Well, first of all, this has happened before.
Oh, okay, so she's gonna let Lindy do it.
Yeah, Lindy, you do all the tough work.
Speaking of, just want to draw attention to this clip right here where you.
What is this? What is this? What are you doing?
This is you.
Very
true.
Let me explain. Okay. I think that my personal policy, right, is there should be open borders for me as an individual and no open borders for anybody else. So I'm Drew Pavlou. I'm somebody who follows the law. I'm fucking smart. I'm intellectual. I'm
Special
educated.
rule for you.
I should be able to migrate anywhere I want to go in the world. And no, that's fine. I'm allowed to have one rule for me and one rule for other people.
Fuck you, dude.
Wow.
You're interfering with my election.
It's true.
Oh, election interference. Okay. Why? Because he's an Australian commenting on it? That makes him a foreign agent?
Hold up. Whoa, wait. I don't know what this means. I don't know what you're saying. You have to. I'm not following.
No, I'm not letting you do this. I know that you see the contradiction here.
Wait, can you go back real quick? Just on the pronunciation of the statement. We just gotta clear this fine. Clarify this.
That's fine. I'm allowed to have one rule for me and one rule for other people.
Wait, no, go back a little bit more. See, I'm Drew Pavlou.
Law. I'm fucking no open borders for anybody else. So I'm Drew Pavlou. I'm somebody who.
Drew Pavlou. Drew Pavlou. I didn't even realize that. Yes, that is how he fucking pronounces it. I think it just doesn't correct people when they say Drew Pavlou. What? Why are you laughing? Because you've been calling him Pavlov this whole time. You didn't realize it was wrong, or what?
I'm having a bad day.
You know, you did not have to point that out. You just gave me that W for no reason. But fucking awesome.
I'm honest. I'm intellectually honest. I want to get to the truth always.
The law. I'm fucking smart. I'm intellectual.
Special
I'm educated.
rule for you.
I should be able to migrate anywhere I want to go in the world. And no, that's fine. I'm allowed to have one rule for me and one rule for other people.
Fuck you, dude. You're interfering with my election.
It's true.
Oh, okay. And you're interfering. You double down. You say it twice. You're interfering. How is this election interference? Can't he just express his opinion on who?
Yeah, he's interfering. He's really fucking with it.
But it's an issue when I say that. One, I was talking about what's consistent with his own positions as far as meddling and all of this shit. But you didn't believe that, right?
Meddling. They're interfering in foreign affairs, and that's okay. Sometimes it's okay to do that.
Oh, so that's what you were saying, that it was fine.
Yeah. It's fine.
You disingenuous piece of shit, whatever.
In American history, we had remain in Mexico, and it substantially reduced the number of
that's
borders.
the same concept.
It's the same
I
concept.
get it. I should have known that. Okay.
It's the same concept.
But it's just in a different.
Wait. What did she just fucking say?
She said it's the same as remain in Mexico.
Just like a Psyop prison when you're not
first of all, no, it's not.
El Salvador seems a bit.
Well, first of all, this has happened before in American history. We had remain in Mexico, and it substantially reduced the number of
It's the
borders.
same concept.
So it did not substantially reduce the amount of border crossings. Remain in Mexico at its height had 40,000 people. It wasn't a major policy, and it was instituted at a time when there were still major amounts of crossing over the border. So there's no, I think, strong evidence to suggest that the migrant protection protocols, MPP, or Remain in Mexico had this large effect on border crossings or anything. And also, it's very different because what we're talking about here is Remain in Mexico while your asylum case is being processed. Where do they go? Where'd she go?
Here. Hold on. It's fine. I'm gonna fuck with my camera for a second. Hold on.
Okay.
Keep going.
You were remaining in Mexico while your case was being processed. This is different. This is saying we are sending you to a third country and just wiping our hands with you. So it's very, very different. Sending you to, and in those places, you are in horrible conditions. You are not subject to American law. It is a continent away, so geographically it's different. And the consequence is it's a deportation. It's a country removal. It's not keeping you in immigration detention while your case is being processed. So very, very different. Very different. Are you okay?
I get it. I should have known that. Okay, of course.
But it's just in a different repackaging. It's framed a different way. But this Remain in Mexico policy, which, by the way, the Biden administration liked so much, they continued, went from
they were
reduced border crossings from 144,000
to continue policies for a little bit, but they did try to cancel it. But the court said it was, I think, arbitrary, capricious, or some reason that the way they went about undoing it wasn't allowed under the law. But it's not how she's portraying it, so she's lying the whole time.
In May 2019 to under 40,000 by late 2020, okay? So that's a substantial decrease. And just to put it into perspective, these are people that their own home countries don't want them. They don't want to take them back in. They don't want to repatriate them. So a lot of, you mentioned the Venezuelans. Some of them were literal rape.
A lot of these people have no criminal history. A lot of people were wrongly, went about and came into the country the right way to process their asylum claim. There are many examples of this. And so she is a despicable person right now who's justifying some of the most horrific policies of the Trump administration and trying to package them as business as usual. It's very, very different than what we had before. It's different even in kind from Remain in Mexico, and obviously not something we should be doing is denying due process in that concept and just sending people to these war zones where they have no connection in violation of the law.
And if Lindy had it her way, this would make her vulnerable to be deported back to China, right?
No.
Okay.
Rapists and murderers and hardened criminals that their home countries don't want. And I want to stress, as an immigrant myself, this is not about deterring legal immigration. It's not about saying we don't want immigrants in this country. It's about saying we don't want rapists.
It is about that because...
It's about not wanting rapists.
It is about that because a lot of these people did it the right way. A lot of these people are applying for asylum or applying for stuff the right way. There have actually been rescinding of green cards and of other valid immigration statuses based on these kinds of problematic determinations. And so it's not just illegal immigrants who are being affected.
We don't want criminals whose own home countries don't want. And this is a humane process. The third countries have been carefully vetted.
CCOT where they're being tortured. CCOT where they're being tortured, where they're 30, 50 people to a single cell with one bathroom to share among all these people, where they
force them into certain positions for extended periods of time.
They're pooping in themselves and peeing themselves, where they're being beaten by guards. This torture dungeon, that's humane. That's according to Lindy. Disgusting.
Well, I guess they shouldn't have broken the law then, right?
No.
Actually incentivized to make sure that we respect international laws, that we treat everyone well. That is
like a mega prison CCOT. That's my
sending them to CCOT is actually upholding the rules-based international order when you think about it.
Very humane to do this, yes.
Concern, right?
I love when they start to frame their draconian anti-human immigration policy and the mass deportations is we're actually doing the kind thing. We're doing this is a humanitarian gesture, you see, by sending them back to where their family is or whatever.
And if this is one of their loved ones, if it was them, they would 100% think differently. And they would think differently
because their family member didn't do anything.
Oh, right.
Venezuelan makeup artist, which I can't actually get.
I'm not sure if that's the same structure. I'm not sure that he was repatriated
You're talking about it.
Can I weigh
under
in
the
a
what?
bit?
Under the what, dipshit?
Yeah, so
under the what, dipshit? She's such a fucking stupid piece of shit.
But doesn't she have an awesome sense of fashion?
She's fucking stupid little. Oh.
Okay, but I'm just talking about the dress. Okay, give Pisco's take on her outfit.
A soulless little fuck like this where you are so stupid. You don't even understand the propaganda you're trying to spew. And I don't think that CCOT deportation was the same as the other CCOT deportations. Why? Why is it not the same as the other CCOT deportations? Or, yeah, it's not it is a third country removal. It's a third country removal in the sense that you're removing them to El Salvador when they're not from El Salvador.
Why do you think she doesn't know? And she's not just lying and misrepresenting what it's like in CCOT?
I think she's stupid as well.
I think she's smart enough to know that she knows what she's doing.
Okay.
He was repatriated under the...
Can I weigh in a little bit?
Yeah,
So, yeah, so like when it comes to the Remain in Mexico policy, that actually was a pretty good policy. Biden actually did end it, and that was one of the problems I had with the Biden administration's immigration policy.
He let it go on for a while.
He let it go on for a little bit, and then he decided to end it following pressure from a portion of his base that wanted to, basically have a complete...
She has no idea what she's talking about.
She doesn't remember.
She has no idea what she's talking about. She doesn't know anything about the court cases. She doesn't know shit. Why don't you do some research, Anna? You never do research.
Term as it pertains to immigration, but Remain in Mexico was about still considering the asylum claims of individuals who were seeking asylum in the United States. In this case, there are asylum seekers who never even got a chance to make their case who are being deported. And there's a lack of transparency in regard to who is being deported. I'm not going to take the government's word for it that they're all criminals and they should all be treated this way. And there are concerns based on legal experts and what they're saying about how this process is playing out. There are concerns that there are international laws and certain pacts and treaties that the United States has agreed to that we're now violating as a result of this process.
That's true.
So, for instance, there was an expert that was interviewed about this, and apparently we are part of the Refugee Convention as well as the Convention Against Torture, and they believe that some of these third country deportations violate those laws, especially when it comes to the fact that their asylum claims aren't even being considered and they're just being deported anyway. So I'm worried about that. The other thing I'm worried about is, the Trump administration claims that they want to discourage illegal immigration, but make no mistake about it, they've also targeted individuals who are trying to do things legally.
So if they weren't doing that, you would support it? Like, what is this? Yeah. How anti-immigration is she? This is like Diet MAGA shit.
I know, but what she's saying is true. But they are doing it beyond that. But yeah, no, the problem isn't just that they're like, even if...
No, but you can tell that she's teeing it up to say, if he were just keeping it to that, I'd be in favor of it. If we were just mass deporting the criminals, I'd be okay with it. As if there was a way that you could do mass deportations without these sorts of constitutional violations, but that aside or whatever. It's like, why? You're not... If you were a progressive at one point, why this shift on this? When she has to know that immigrants are far less likely to commit crimes in the first place. There's no way that she doesn't know that.
ICE has detained people at their court hearings. They show up to court, they're following the law, they want to make their case, and then they get snatched up and deported. What does that do? That actually discourages other undocumented people in our country who plan to go to the courts, right, to make their case, to avoid doing that and to hide instead.
Yeah, I think I understand where you're coming from, but I think the counter argument is that these are undocumented immigrants who shouldn't have been on U.S. soil in the first place. I understand your perspective,
but once they are, you can't just violate their rights.
Yeah, like the whole question is, do they have should they be here? That's what these determinations are meant to determine, right? Like when people do this, it really just it's so infuriating. The whole point of these processes is to determine their legal entitlement to stay here under the laws and conventions and international agreements that we ourselves have committed to. So that's what these are for, right? Yes, this entire removal proceeding business is to determine whether they should leave the country. Why should we shortcut that process if we have agreed by law, by popular consent, and by international treaty to go along certain kinds of processes? Why should we just ignore those?
What couldn't you justify using this logic? I mean, she already justified people being sent to fucking CCOT, which is basically a fucking gulag in another country. So really, if you're always going to fall back on anytime somebody points out a human rights violation, when somebody is in custody, in jail, after they've committed a crime, allegedly, right? If you're always going to fall back on, well, if they hadn't done this in the first place, we wouldn't even be having this discussion, then you just don't really care about rights, period. Because it's the most important time. It's like that's when it actually counts. If people actually do have constitutional protections, is how you look at dissidents or how they're treated, not how people that haven't committed any crimes are treated.
Yeah, same thing with the First Amendment, same thing with criminal trials of people who are the most reprehensible. We give trials to the 9/11 people, right? We give trials to, or for a while they didn't want to do that, but we should give them trials, and we give trials to the Boston bomber. We give all these kinds of people, their days in court, and another point on this is like free speech. Like, why do we have free speech rights? It's not to protect the most popular among us. It's to protect people who have unpopular beliefs. And it's a way of channeling the use of government power so that it's not arbitrary and so that there are checks. And failing to recognize that and just saying, well, we don't like these people, and so we should make an end run around due process, an end run around duly enacted laws. Why though? Why, right? Like, if the problem is these illegal immigrants, they've broken the law, why would you break the law in response to law breaking? Why does that make sense? Why should we, if the whole reason we're mad at illegal immigrants is because they did it the wrong way, why would we support law breaking in response to that?
Because I think they support resisting it by any means necessary. I mean, the president just like, what? It's a foreign invasion, right? That's how he justified like the Liberation Day tariffs. We're in a state of emergency. So they overstate the extent to which this is an issue, quote unquote, in the first place. And then you can justify any action you've taken retaliation against it once you've done that.
This is just the different take. And also, I want to say that people have every right to make an asylum claim, but they don't have every right to make an asylum claim in the United States. For example, if you're from Honduras, actually, under international law, you make an asylum claim in the first country you arrive in.
I've heard that.
There are, if you look at it.
So there's certainly like the so there are restrictions on your ability to apply for asylum if you go through another safe country, but that process itself also needs to be litigated. Are you barred from claiming asylum because of these intervening safe countries in the middle, right? Like,
yeah, that's the thing. It's like the law accounts for that as well. Are you fleeing persecution? Were you in danger? Was there a reason why you weren't able to claim asylum in the first country that you encountered before you got to the United States or whatever? There's extenuating circumstances that could have transpired that prevented you from even doing that. You may have made a good faith effort to, not that I really care if they did, but you may have done that. And it would still be like at that point, you've exhausted you made a good faith effort to explore every single legal avenue, and then why wouldn't you be able to claim it in the United States?
And that's a substantive reason. That's like a thing that's going to be worked out in the court itself. If there's some reason why you should not be granted asylum related to the safe country process and requirement, then that'll be sussed out in court. Also, by the way, asylum is not the only thing you can claim. You can also claim withholding of removal or protections using the Convention Against Torture, or you can claim, special immigrant juvenile status, or you can claim, special protections under certain U visas. You can claim protections, other kinds of discretionary forms of relief or mandatory forms of relief. So there are more than just asylum claims. And in order to suss all of that out, to suss whether or not you complied with the asylum requirements, you need some kind of process, right? I saw at the beginning, they're going to probably reference the year requirement. There's a requirement that you need to apply for asylum within a year. That there's some exceptions to that, and there's some ways in which that can be prolonged. But in general, you need to apply within a year of your arrival in the United States. You need to apply for asylum. Yes, that's true. But you don't just have to go make an end run around the process to determine, well, did you apply within a year? So there's some process to determine whether you apply within a year. And if you don't have that, then anyone could just claim, okay, not within a year, not within a year, not within a year, and kick you out. And in addition, just because you're not applying for asylum because you didn't apply within a year, you could still apply for other forms of relief that aren't time-bound, like asylum is.
And it doesn't even matter if you do that because it's going to be fucking ignored. Because like somebody pointed out, withholding from removal was the order that Kilmar was under, and then they fucking deported him anyway.
Anyway, yeah.
And that was, again, from an American court. An American judge rendered that judgment. So you can't even say, like these people just don't care about immigration law. Now they're citing international law because they think it's going to bolster their point.
And if they don't care about immigration law, they shouldn't care about illegal immigration because that's also breaking immigration law.
Also, these people never, this contradicts in so many different ways. But to me, the thing that's sticking out right now is, okay, then you should never, ever support there ever being extradition of a criminal that has allegedly committed a crime in the United States, potentially even something as serious as domestic terrorism, and then has fled and evaded capture successfully, but we've located him in some other country. Well, they shouldn't have been here in the first place, right? If they weren't a fucking citizen.
Did you hear Tim Pool's we should just send murderers out to other countries?
Yeah. But I feel they wouldn't make that argument if we're talking about again, there was 9/11 too or whatever, and that people that weren't citizens of the United States committed an act of terrorism like that and then fled. They would never support that, or they would support extradition in that case if it was possible.
There's Mexico, there's the United States, there's several routes you can take. It's not just one, right? And so if there are 7 countries between the United States and your country, you don't skip all the 6 countries in between just to pick the United States.
Yeah, I think I actually think that's a good argument.
Completely forgot that.
Yeah.
So
That's a good argument. Imagine that.
But this is the mistake
Anna
I feel like
is so stupid. It's a good argument. It's a good argument to deprive due process. It's a good argument to send people to see COD. It's a good argument to send them to South Sudan as opposed to litigating
Thank you for the
their
gifted
asylum claims
sub.
because there might be a bar to their particular asylum claim. What? Well, okay. Well, just because they're not, they may substantively be ineligible for asylum, we shouldn't litigate that. How is that a quote good argument? Only a stupid person would make that claim that was a good argument, responsive at all. Well, because some claims are going to be not meritorious, we shouldn't litigate it. We shouldn't have due process because what? Some claims are going to be failures. How is that a good argument? Anna's so fucking dumb.
There's literally no way to, without due process, there's no way to determine if somebody actually is a criminal or not. You have to prove it. They think that these things on their face because if they see somebody crossing illegally, quote unquote, right, then that suddenly means it's not an allegation as far as the state is concerned. It doesn't matter how clear cut it is. The state has to go through the fucking work of proving that it was you.
Made, right? Because during the Biden administration, I wasn't one of these lefties who was like, no, all undocumented immigrants in the country are fantastic. They're wonderful. They're precious little angels. We must protect them all.
Everyone said that.
What was happening
there are a lot of lefties
in
said that.
Colorado, for instance.
Oh my God, this fucking Aurora, Colorado.
Right.
Please debate me on this. Please, Anna.
Do you think that she harkens back to her greatest hits of disinfo? Just to trigger you specifically. Yeah. Because these last few episodes have been the fire department, this.
Does she know about this?
I have no clue.
About this, right?
No, there's no way she knows because she would have said something by now.
You think?
Yes.
Well, we
if Silly and Billy have gotten a shout out.
If of all the people that we like, we probably praise her the most of anyone on the show.
You were just praising her earlier in this episode.
Yeah.
She pisses us off the most because she is the most smart, and we know that she's possible. It's like possible for her to rebut these arguments because they're poor in more comprehensive ways. And she's not only failing to do that, she's siding with these people. She's praising their terrible arguments.
The apartment buildings and gangs taking them over, like Aurora, Colorado.
Oh my God, that was insane.
Oh my God, Aurora, Colorado.
I remember everyone on the left was jumping down my throat. How could you believe this fake story? It wasn't fake. In fact, just a few weeks ago, the New York Times did a follow-up on it. And they're like,
they did a follow-up and they found, so pause, because it turns out that there were people who are members of Tren de Aragua in Aurora, Colorado. Great, that wasn't the claim. The claim was they had, quote, taken over these apartment complexes, as in they had basically taken command and control and are occupying this land and having standoffs with police. That was the claim. And now you're like, okay, there are members of Tren de Aragua in Aurora, Colorado, and that somehow vindicates the claim that we made.
Criminal Venezuelan gangs did take over the apartment complex. Anyway, putting that aside, though.
Find me that New York Times article. We'll debate it, Anna. If it's so obvious, this is the thing, right? If it's so obvious, why not debate it?
Really quick, I want to see what she's talking about. So this was reported. Democrats denied the city had a gang problem. The truth is complicated. Trump's claim that Venezuelan criminals took over Aurora, Colorado became a rationale for his immigration crackdown. What really happened there? This was July 3rd, 2025. And it's a comprehensive story, but it doesn't seem like it's as open and shut as Anna was trying to make it sound like it was.
Yeah, so the specific claims that we're trying to rebut are not that Tren de Aragua is not present in Aurora, Colorado. It's the specific claims about...
they took over apartment complexes or whatever?
Exactly that. That's what we're rebutting. And
what Trump claimed he was going to do with immigration when he was campaigning. But what we have seen is violations of people's human rights, heavy-handed ICE raids. Talk about denaturalizing citizens who have done everything the right way, but they have political views that the Trump administration doesn't like. I don't trust the Trump administration on this. And when they claim they're all criminals, I'm not going to take...
I don't even like this rhetoric of people doing it the right way or whatever. It's you do realize a lot of these people are fucking kids, right? Who have no choice. But if their parents have decided that they're going to take them to this country, then they have no choice and they have to be... Now they're an illegal citizen or an illegal person in this country. But then that's not about earning it. That's just a matter of you're a victim of circumstance at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Take their word for it. I want to see some transparency here. If they show us who these individuals are, what kind of crimes they were committed of,
filming this in a medical
I'll
office
totally
staff
co-sign
room.
onto a policy that focuses on those individuals. But when I see people get snatched up at their court hearings when they're following the law, that's a problem.
Is that 100% accurate?
Yes, it is.
I thought they were being detained and then released.
No.
Is that really terrible, bad thing true? Did the Trump administration really actually do that bad thing that you just said repeatedly?
Is that true? Do I
Are we
have
sure
any
about that?
reason to doubt it?
That in like San Francisco, and they were released, and then I think
Again,
Seattle.
I think the counter argument is they shouldn't have been.
Why would you be relieved that they were released? Is it like if you support a mass deportation
if you support
program,
this,
or
like,
you think
well,
that he's
you're
only
happy.
going after criminals? Why would you be happy to hear that they had detained people and then released them?
There's so many contradictions.
Here in the first place, if they're illegal immigrants,
But
they
if
don't
they
have a
came
right.
to the border seeking asylum, they didn't
But
do it
also,
illegally.
the argument is that why, if there are several countries between their home country and the United States, why do we let
Shut
But that needs to be adjudicated.
Yes.
There we go.
You have no way to determine that until a court that's presented in a court of law. You stupid bitch.
I shouldn't have granted it was a good argument, but that needs to be adjudicated. Wait, no, but force her on that. This is what I hate. This is why maybe I go too far on it. You'll tell me if I go too far on it. You need to push.
Of course I would.
Stop, Lindy. Stop talking. Do you agree that needs to be adjudicated? I want you to answer that question. Can you do that for me?
Quit acting like you wouldn't instruct Anna to do the yes or no.
You got to do it. You got to push them and be like, wait, you just heard what I said, right? What is your response to what I said? But like just letting it hang there. I don't understand the point of these conversations. Like you never get to any kind of finale. You never get to any kind of agreement. There's no like, it's not cathartic at all. You're just talking at each other.
Well, yeah, she didn't. You have to extract the concessions explicitly. You have to get them to acknowledge, no, what you just said was stupid, wrong, and you realize you've just contradicted yourself. Or what I said, contend with it, because if it's true, it completely negates your argument.
In the United States, why do we let
but that needs to be adjudicated,
and
right?
also, I think the Trump administration right now
Again, and all of this is just it doesn't even matter because Stephen Miller has explicitly said we're not only going after criminals, we're going after fucking Abuelo, we're going after everybody, we're going after the fucking illegals in front of a Home Depot. It's not about the criminals. What?
This show is gonna make me sexist. Stop.
What?
But you have Aaron on the. Aaron is here to be your guide.
Yeah, but it makes me sexist because I call them dumb bitches as well. So that's hardly going to help.
No.
Feels like it's under siege because they have these activist judges stymieing his.
But I guess it's fine when a woman does it, right? Like when I say that she should be deported. It's fine.
Look at Anna nodding. We have these activist judges. Like, so go back real quick. She's saying, and she's not.
Okay, Anna clearly looks pissed. You're hanging it on the nod or whatever. There's more to take it to.
Under siege because they have these activist judges
Let her cook. Let's see.
stymieing his policies every step of the way, and him not being able to find judicial relief because there are so many liberal judges. For example, Judge Breyer, who's the brother of former Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer, also basically making law from the bench, from my perspective. And another thing is,
give one example of where you think that Breyer fucking like passed a law from the bench, or what? Like
the deployment of the National Guard. Where there was this litigation between the state of California and
you think that's what she'd say? I don't think that she'd even fucking
that's the
know
ruling that she's referencing. That Judge Breyer basically said that it was illegal what Trump did because it didn't follow the procedural and substantive guidelines of the statute that they invoked.
Wasn't that overturned?
No, it hasn't been yet. I think they should challenge it to the Supreme Court. I don't know if Gavin is challenging it to the Supreme Court or to in bank, but they should, because the reason why they ruled that way is very clearly stare decisis, but it's inconsistent with the previous rulings from the Supreme Court. Only the Supreme Court can overrule themselves, and so they're bound by that precedent. But ultimately they got it wrong because the Supreme Court got it wrong initially, and the Supreme Court has since then, right, like said that there absolutely are prerequisites that judges can consider when determining whether or not like an invocation of executive authority is proper or not. But yeah, it's not how she's presented it. It's not inventing new law. Judge Breyer got it right, and Ninth Circuit, I think, is not recognizing a change in the law from the Supreme Court.
this is a political argument. This is arguably a winning policy for him with the base. He's eroded some of the support from the general populace has eroded, but the MAGA base loves it. And Trump is feeling a little bit, under scrutiny because of Epstein and whatnot. This is what he's falling back on to drum up support again.
But it's interesting how it's still kind of divisive because you hear different things. Like I'm hearing some people
they're ignoring. I mean, like she's not wrong that like among the base it's so popular or whatever, but it's costing him everyone else. But I don't think he gives a shit about that because support for immigration is like at an all-time high, like in 30 years or something like that.
The right saying this is how many deportations have been accomplished so far. If you break that down over a period of month by month, it's really not even as many as what he claimed that he was going to do. But the thing is, this is the #1 issue for so many people.
But that's in spite of them trying to. That's in spite of the big, beautiful bill allocating literally millions and millions of dollars to this inflated border patrol budget.
For ICE, tens and tens of billions for the wall. More bill, like it was a massive.
Like they're not getting any criminals. They're not, and they admit it's because of the fucking quotas. White House has ordered ICE to meet an unreasonable quota of 3,000 arrests per day, a target they were nowhere near achieving as of June 14th. Agents are now complaining how the quota is undermining public safety in interviews with conservative outlets like the New York Post and Washington Examiner. The White House is focused on quantity over quality, one agent told the New York Post. The agents told the Post that ICE's quota was forcing them to leave some dangerous criminal illegal migrants on the streets. ICE shifted away from fugitive operations to focus on asylum seekers at courthouses, immigrants who regularly check in with ICE, and other non-threats.
Yeah, because they're easier to get. And you're encouraging people not to do things the right way. And you're obviously not targeting the criminals. And they're in court, like, outrageously pretending they don't have any quotas, right? So they're out in public saying, we have this quota, we have this quota. But in litigation, they lie and say, we don't have a quota.
The other thing, I mean, if you're already breaking the law, why not break the law to get the criminals, right? But I have to assume that they know it would have to be even more egregious violations, because violating due process or whatever, it's like a process denied. It's like the absence of justice being carried out, right? Or like proper adjudication. But if you're talking about what you'd have to do to intervene to like get a criminal who may or may not be an illegal immigrant, this is you're talking about like searching somebody's place without a search warrant, right? And at that point, there probably would be, and it's tough financially.
Right. So absolutely, I would say warrantless intrusions into houses and homes.
But there would be backlash even from the people that support this policy, because it's like, oh, well, where does it stop there? Suddenly they'd understand the importance of due process and constitutional protections.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as it affects them, but it is affecting U.S. citizens already, and that's why. But they're starting in liberal places so that it gets passed on to the Democrats. And just to be clear about that. But yeah, I do think that there would be, in order to get really hard to find criminals, or once you get like the initial easy to get criminals, it's tough. It is tough. Like it requires more discernment, more resources. And it's not, if you want to fulfill some kind of quota, go get the people who are going to show up to court date. Go get the people who are, working, or go get the people who are showing up to these different job sites, and just try to get as many people if you're just going for quantity. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. And to these people, it's going to be assume guilty until proven innocent. Yeah. Right. But if you actually started violating other constitutional rights, suddenly it would be important that innocent until proven guilty be what stands.
Yeah.
That I think people have become callous to these negative repercussions. I do agree with you. It should be, measured twice, cut once. But because of how emotive this issue was for so many people, the heat index on it was like #1 for many of the different swing states, because it was on their front lawn. So people are just callous to it. They're like, get them out.
But that's the failure of the Biden administration. This is the argument I was trying to make.
Oh my God, kill me.
This is about, this is real. This story is really about the Biden administration.
This is the worst kind of, like, this is what I can't stand. This kind of shit I cannot stand.
Well, like the disingenuous, like both sides
blaming Biden for Trump's deprivations of due process, sending people to foreign gulags, sending people, like, that's Biden's fault.
I mean, if she had a more substantial argument that you could, like, where you could see that this started under Biden or something like that, but she doesn't. She doesn't. No. And like the idea, like, regardless of what Biden did or did not do, Trump would not be acting any differently. So it's stupid to invoke him in this instance or whatever. I mean, there were people, I don't know if it was somebody in chat or whatever, but like, or they claimed like, oh, the child separation policy that existed under Obama. No, it didn't. There was no child separation policy under Obama. This is not me praising Obama's immigration policies or anything like that. I abhorred it, but that was not a feature of it.
election happened, and I was like, listen, Democrats, I get it. You want to automatically take the opposite position of whatever Trump is saying, but you have to be smart and nuanced about immigration policy. Because if the immigration policies implemented by Democrats are harming various communities because it goes unfettered, there isn't really any, oversight over what's going on at the border, there's going to be resentment building in the country. So I don't agree with that resentment, but I saw it building up until the election. So I think you're
I
right.
don't agree with it, but we should pander to it nonetheless, even though it's completely baseless.
We should definitely just change our whole structure and start breaking the law. And to be honest, Biden did do that. Biden closed the border, in my opinion, illegally under his watch and lead up to the election. It did look weak. It did look callous, and it violated, in my opinion, his oath of office.
But you should be in support of that because you have to meet the public where they're at, apparently.
Right. But it didn't help because you're never going to out immigration hawk the Republicans or Trump. You're just never going to do it.
No.
And so we shouldn't try.
You have to offer an alternative. There's no way forward.
Right, Lindy, in that, Trump's base probably does love this. Regardless of his base love.
Yeah, it was Melania who said that. Melania, when we listened to the I don't care about Christmas. But she said, she was like, this is the humane thing because they come from terrible homes, and when we place them in homes in the United States, they're actually getting the care and attention that they need. When you said so actually separating them from their parents, that's actually good for them.
Though my concern is violating human rights and international agreements that we have basically taken part in, right? And I just want to make sure that we're not sending someone who actually was persecuted in Venezuela, maybe someone who doesn't agree with socialism, maybe someone who's speaking out against the government of Venezuela and came to the United States seeking asylum. I don't want them to be sent to a freaking prison.
Can I give you guys two cases that prove both of your
prison is putting it lightly, but I digress.
Points, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So one is Kilmar, Abrego, Garcia.
Maryland man,
You
quote
will
unquote.
never find an ounce of empathy in my heart for this man. He beats the crap out of his wife. We know that for a fact. He is a
No, we don't know that for a fact. There's no evidence for that claim.
Well, she did report it.
She did report it, but then she retracted it. She has to mention what is the other thing that mitigates that? The fact that the wife retracted it later.
Yeah, okay, but I'm just saying there is some potential evidence, but the reason we support Kilmar is not because we think that he's a perfect angel all the time, is because his rights were violated in ways that are abhorrent, and by the way, there's no evidence that he's a member of MS-13. That is a claim where it's totally baseless. So yeah, fuck you for saying you don't have any empathy. You don't have empathy for people when they have their rights deprived. You wouldn't have empathy for someone who, don't you have empathy when you say that Trump's rights are deprived or he's going after politically? So this is so stupid and it's the worst. It's the worst.
Somebody she didn't report that he hit her. She asked for a restraining order after an argument they had.
Yeah, he did report that he hit her.
He reported that.
Sorry, she reported that he hit her.
Let me see.
trafficker. He has tattoos that arguably interpret. Yeah, me.
No.
Okay, that's Anna has to correct this. She's gonna correct this. Anna's gonna correct this.
A smiley face, S, cross, and so on and so forth. The guy came here illegally 10 years ago, did not initially present himself for asylum, had a deportation order. Informants came forward and said, yup, gang member, out you go. And then he's like, no, asylum. And this pisses me off for a couple of reasons. Number one, you're blocking up asylum courts for actual refugees.
There are a lot of granted withholding, by the way. Granted withholding. You said judge, by the way. You're right. It's an immigration judge, but under the Trump administration, an executive judge, so a judge under the Department of Justice, under Trump, granted him withholding. So let's just be aware of that. He was granted withholding by the Trump administration in 2019. The fact that she isn't already interrupting her to push back is just despicable.
And now you're backlogging our asylum courts, which hurt very vulnerable people and cost $1 gazillion. So the Trump administration was like, you know what we can do? We have a deportation order. He's
by the
afraid
way,
to go
not
back
to
to his own country.
relitigate the Hutch stuff. I'm just going to make a little point here.
Okay.
When I am saying what people should do in this moment, I'm concrete. I'm saying she needs to push back right now on this specific issue here. That's my concrete prescription for her, is in this moment when she's rattling off all of these mistruths, half-truths, or outright falsehoods, she needs to speak up right now to push back on it. That's my prescription. Hopefully she will.
Sayonara, sister, you're going to a third-party country. And I was like, woo! Now, if my Venezuelan, I can't find this guy. I don't know where he is. I don't know what happened to him. Actually, Connor, can you look for a picture? He's a Venezuelan makeup artist. who's gay.
Oh, yeah.
And
we talked about it our first episode.
Andre Romero
I know, we haven't heard anything. This kid was shipped off.
We have heard. There's he was sent. He got back to Venezuela. We have heard about that. So maybe you guys haven't kept up with it because you're not, following these news stories because you guys are losers.
I guess Anna's not gonna correct that thing about MS-13. Fuck me, right?
He's not gonna say shit.
Friggin' Seacon.
And he actually...
Now that is alarming. So I'm like, yes.
And he actually was being persecuted because of his sexual orientation. So it's like... look, there actually are a few more things. Just
I feel like you're both right. That's all I'm saying.
Don't want to forget this point. It is true that Trump has deported far less individuals compared to the Obama administration and even compared to the last year of the Biden administration. That is true. But what the Trump administration...
Okay, so this is what they published. DHS. Kilmar Abrego Garcia had a history of violence and was not the upstanding Maryland man the media has portrayed him as. According to court filings, Garcia's wife saw a domestic violence restraining order against him, claiming he punched, scratched, and ripped off her shirt, among other harm. This MS-13 gang member is not a sympathetic figure. So the reason why I have an issue with this is obviously coming down to framing. Sure, they say that it's reported, right, claiming this or whatever, but it's obviously taken and interpreted as fact, even though it's not been adjudicated. And then her statement following this is, after surviving domestic violence in a previous relationship, I acted out of caution following a disagreement with Kilmar by seeking a civil protective order in case things escalated. Things did not escalate, and I decided not to follow through with the civil court process. We were able to work through the situation privately as a family, but including by going to counsel. Our marriage only grew stronger the years that followed. No one is perfect, and no marriage is perfect.
There is some evidence based on her testimony that he did physically hit her. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's been adjudicated or that she's not lying, or because even in that statement it suggests that maybe she's lying to the court. So yeah, I'm just saying that
it's just one of these things that they assert as fact, and it gets to stand because nobody wants to be doing the nuance bro shit surrounding domestic violence, right? But no, I will fucking go there and I will do the nuance bro shit surrounding domestic violence because it annoys me that it gets to stand.
Just don't say there's no evidence. There's this report, but let's just be.
There's an allegation.
There was an allegation, but she is essentially recanted at least the actual allegations of hitting.
I was saying she said it was fact that happened. It was fact.
Yeah.
What is currently doing is they're making their immigration policies intentionally cruel to prevent people from coming to the border. They're basically doing these things as a deterrent, and cruelty is the point. It's not the bug, it's the feature. So alligator Alcatraz, that was done intentionally to basically signal to the world, don't come here because we're going to abuse you and mistreat you and throw you in some sort of detention center with alligators all around. So I don't want that to be the view of America in the international community, but I think it's far too late at this point.
Go ahead. I got to respond.
You're right.
I do want to address what you said, and I agree with that point that a lot of this is because the pendulum is swinging way back because the Biden administration was basically lying prostrate before the world. And this just shows that the Newtonian law of motion applies to politics as well. Every action is an opposite and equal reaction. And I do want to remind folks, like Anna mentioned, Obama deported 3.1 million.
Half didn't get a trial.
Exactly.
With all kinds of loopholes and manipulations.
Exactly. And Bill Clinton
Obama was simply adhering to the law of thermodynamics, so it wasn't his fault.
Right, so it undermines their whole notion that Democrats are like soft on the border. Obama obviously did a significant amount of deportations. The Democrats under Bill Clinton passed major immigration reform to be more immigration hawks, right? One of the things I most criticized Bill Clinton for is for IRA, which I think was a stupid piece of legislation. But he was a hawk on immigration. Bill Clinton was.
Obama said maybe people need to learn how to speak English if they're going to be here. I'm not kidding.
Wait, so I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean?
Hold on.
How is that responsive?
No, because they're like you're saying they're trying to paint this narrative.
The narrative that Kilmar beat the shit out of his wife. I'm just saying there is evidence that he hit his wife. There's some evidence. I'm not saying that it's
what are you talking about? Wait, what?
Some of my chatters.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I was like, I'm not even talking about that.
I didn't accept any narrative.
Spanish.
You're saying speak English or something. I don't know.
Yeah. You're getting one guide.
It's just so annoying. People don't listen to the words you use. They don't care.
I don't know. Like, my feeling on it, it's not to downplay, obviously. It's not to downplay anything that happened. It's not, I shouldn't be, if I said evidence, that's not what I meant to say. It's just, it bothers me that, again, it's asserted as fact, for one. They never treat any other allegation of domestic abuse, sexual assault.
Never.
It's never taken as fact simply because it's alleged, right? And then in this context, it's like I just have this urge to like hold the line well, the thing here is like it is not about that. That is not why he was deported. That is not why his rights were violated. It's post hoc rationalizations all the way down. They have to fabricate information to be able to paint this narrative, like the MS-13 shit, right? And so I like want to hold the line on like there's
one guide. I'm sorry, I'm getting one guide. Pause. So the claim that he beat the shit out of his wife, there is an allegation that he beat his wife. There is some evidence for it that comes from the alleged victim, that is the wife. There's some evidence for the fact that he beat his wife. That's the claim, and
that he may have
some evidence for it.
That he may have, yeah. And even in the statement that I read, she did not retract that. She said they were able to move past it.
Yeah. Guess what? On balance, if I had to guess, he probably did hit her. Why would she lie? I don't have a reason. Why would she lie about it in the court?
Well, the explanation is like, oh, because of a past relationship or trauma or whatever.
So did she lie to the court?
No. I'm saying that's what the response would be.
No. Well, I'm just saying there's some evidence. Can't say there's no evidence. Hearsay. That is not hearsay.
That's not hearsay. She told the court that.
You stupid pieces of shit. An out-of-court statement offered to prove truth of the matter asserted. This was an in-court statement. This was an actual allegation from someone as to not something that Kilmar said, but something Kilmar did. It is not hearsay. You guys are triggering the fuck out of me. YouTube chat is down bad. I mean, you guys are fucking stupid. Sorry.
Okay, it was this. Recently, President Obama spoke about his ideas for immigration reform on CBS's Face the Nation. The president said that immigrants should learn how to speak English. We need to be able to secure our border, and we need to make sure that the millions of people who are here, many of whom have been here for a decade or more and have American kids, and for all practical purposes are part of our community, that they pay a fine, they pay any penalties, they learn English, they get to the back of the line, but they have a capacity to legalize themselves here. Now, I fucking hate this. And him inserting they learn English, it's like, why? There's American citizens that are born into this country and never learn English at any point in their life. But whatever.
Well,
no, there's evidence that there was a physical allocation that is not beating the shit out of someone. So I take beating okay, first of all, let me actually get the actual words.
It was like punching, scratching, and hitting or something is what I saw.
No, I want to see the actual words that were used by her take so that we can actually get the transcript.
You want me to go back?
Yeah, hang on. Beat the crap out of his wife. So I took that to be hitting, like if you punch someone to cause a bruise, I would say that's beating the crap out of them. Punching someone, hitting them, clawing them, leaving marks, that kind of thing, I would say beating the crap out of. I understood that statement to be beat the crap out of. Okay, that's what I took the statement to be. Now, if you're saying I should take beat the crap out of in I don't know, some other way, that I should understand that to be as opposed to allegations of physical abuse or physical hitting, that I should take that to be like punching within like some kind of within an inch of her life or something. I don't know. I feel like I'm interpreting that in a reasonable way. Beating the crap out of someone is like hitting them. Like I don't know. What do you want me to take that as?
This says respondent punched and scratched petitioner, ripped off shirt, and grabbed and bruised petitioner.
Yeah.
Allegedly. This is what it said.
But that's not beating the crap out of, right? Wait, I just want to hear Direful Pot say that. So repeat that one more time. This is not beating the crap out of.
Respondent punched and scratched petitioner, ripped off shirt, grabbed and bruised petitioner. If this was characterized as beating the shit, would that person really take issue with it? Right? I take issue with her saying that it's established as fact, not necessarily her characterization.
That's what Aaron's position is. But I just want to say, if true, would you say that's beating the crap out of them, Direful? If true, is this beating the crap out of? That's the only question. It's for Direful. We're waiting. We're still waiting. We're not moving on until you respond. This is Direful Pot, at Direful Pot in the YouTube chat. We're still waiting. We're here. We're here forever. Direful Pot. If true. And if you don't respond to that, like, I you need to respond to this. You need to. It is very important. Direful Pot. Direful Pot. Where are you?
Awfully
and
quiet.
The next time I see you, Direful Pot, in the chat, I'm just going to repeat this question. I know
Not ban them. You just want them. You want them to answer.
I will just repeat this question at you for the rest of time if I see you again in the chat. Because I hate this shit. I hate where people take my words in the worst possible way, as though I'm suggesting that the allegation was somehow more than what I know it to be. Because I actually read I've read all this evidence. I debate this shit. Direful Pot. Ripping shirt, causing bruises. The phrasing, I believe, was he beats the crap out of, which he beats the crap out of his wife. We know that for a fact. So he's saying he beats the crap out of his wife. That I should have interpreted that as regular abuse. So sorry, that wasn't an answer to the question. Would you answer the question, please? Would you agree that what's alleged here, would be beating the crap out of? Then I'll move on to the regularity of it. But would you agree that this characterization is beating the crap out of at least one time? Then we'll move on to the numerosity of it, the regularity of it. But that this is beating the crap out of? And also, you're fucking lying. You're lying. You said this was about a physical altercation, so it was the nature of the so you're lying as well, because before you just told me that the difference is there was a physical altercation, not beating. There was evidence that there was a physical allocation, a domestic dispute that is not beating the shit out of someone. So this is completely wrong, right? So it's not about the number of times. It's the nature of what was alleged, beating the shit out of. You didn't say that.
You want to pull them into voice?
Where are you? Are you in voice?
No, I'm asking if you want, if they want to get into the Discord and hash it out over call.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
Direful. Very simple question, Direful. All right. If true, if these allegations about punching someone, ripping their shirt, causing bruises, scratching at them, if it were true, would that be beating the shit out of someone? If true.
Okay, hold that in your head. Somebody put, it was evidence for the claim Kilmar's wife made, not someone on her take. How do you feel about that?
Oh my God. Shut up. I'm just talking to fucking Direful Pot. Not you, the chatter.
No, to the chatter.
Yeah.
Pensive Goat, I would not tell you to shut up. Because they come into my chat
I don't
as
believe
well.
one altercation is the same as regular behavior. No, I didn't ask that. I asked, so just answer that one question I asked. Because I don't know if your answer, so I'm just asking the simple question. Don't add anything else. Just respond to the one thing I'm asking, which is, if true, would this constitute beating your wife, beating the crap out of their wife? If true. And I don't want to hear anything about regular behavior. Otherwise, I'm just going to ignore you.
He changed beat to beats. There was no implied frequency. Somebody else is accusing you of a rhetorical sleight of hand.
It's not rhetorical sleight of hand.
By changing beat to beats? Because it's one thing to say somebody beat the crap out of their wife. I guess it's another to say that they beat, like, they do it frequently, right?
Right. So I understand, but so I'm interpreting this to be like he beats the crap out of his wife. First of all, that could be taken as a single time. There's nothing explicit that is multiple times. I respond to okay, so we're not Direful Paul. Until you answer that question, I will never address anything you put in the chat again. So you need to answer that question. So I just want to say, the fact that you're just not like, if you think you responded, I haven't seen the answer. So if you think you responded, right? If you think you responded, just repeat what you're saying. I guess I have to maybe, okay, cool. All right. With respect to this actual allegation, I think that there's some evidence. I don't think it's established. I appreciate Direful Paul, and maybe you can interpret Jillian's statement as he beats the crap to imply some of a regularity. I don't recall exactly how many times he was alleged to do these kinds of things by the wife initially, but in general, I'm taking the statement to be like that he beat his wife at least some amount of times. That's how I interpret the statement. I think that there's some evidence for that, and if you were to push me, I would say he probably did hit her. Yeah. Cool. Thank you, Direful. I pardon you. You're good. I'm
So
sorry.
anyway, you scared someone in my chat. They said Pisco is scary because you're screaming and yelling at chatters.
I'm gonna stop screaming. I'm gonna calm down, guys. Can you just give me? I just need a break. I need 1 minute. 1 minute break.
1 minute break. What do we think, chat? Let's compare. Beats his wife could imply both once and many times. That's true. Sorry for this is Direful speaking, you guys. Sorry for triggering, lol. I just don't think we should let these narratives go by. I mean, this is what I'm going to ask him when he gets back, because when it came to the I'm on screen twice. Okay, you're back. When it came to the Hassan thing, you were like, I don't trust a single thing that comes out of Kristi Noem's Homeland Department, right?
I got another coffee. Okay, it's gonna calm me down.
I mean, I said earlier when you left the first time, I was like, you don't have a package, you fucking DoorDash, or DoorDash is that package.
That wasn't this. It was an actual.
Okay, sure.
It was grocery. It was grocery.
We have evidence. We have evidence, you guys, that it may have been DoorDash. Okay. No, what I'm saying
was the DoorDash grocery delivery.
See. See, what did I say? What did I say? I don't miss with these things. Okay. So you said with the Hassan thing that there's no reason to take Kristi Noem's Homeland Department of Security over the word of a private citizen, even if it's Hassan in this case, right?
Not exactly, but yeah, that there should be a negative
tell me what you
inference.
said. Tell me what you said.
Yeah.
Wait.
That basically we should not believe the government's refusal, the government's explanation for why he was stopped, to the extent that they had one, and that we should take a negative inference given their lack of specificity on the precise reason of the global entry revocation. That there should be a negative inference taken.
Okay. So following that same principle, even though what you cannot say is that this statement that she made in court, right? It's like these civil proceedings about a restraining order that was not under duress, as far as we know, that was not at the instruction of the Trump administration. She acted independently, as far as we know. So I'm not arguing that was influenced by that. But the conclusion should not be the same, where the framing and the way that they mobilize that piece of information should be treated incredibly skeptically, or if not rejected outright, and you hold the line on this sort of like ruthless assumption of innocent until proven guilty, and put it all back on them, that they have to prove all of it. So that's why, to me, it's not to cover for a fucking wife beater or whatever. But of course, optics factors in, right? And I also don't want to slander this man. I also don't want to downplay what she reported. So balancing all of these things is complicated.
Right.
So wondering where the line is between downplaying her allegations, but also factoring in what she later said when she clarified what had transpired after she did that, why she never pursued further civil proceedings related to any of that and any of those stated allegations in the filings. And also the fact that, again, they're going around calling him, this has been, you have Jillian being like, this is a fact, people. He beats his wife or whatever.
No, I have no problem with you fighting back on it. I did it all the time. I fight back on that narrative. I fight back on the MS-13 thing. I fight back on the human transport thing. It's the burden of the government to show this. And it is kind of a smokescreen for things in which, it's irrelevant if he's a wife beater. It's irrelevant if he's a fucking murderer. The whole point about this is due process, right? So, I do agree that it's a smokescreen. You should not accept the framing, and you should fight back, especially make them.
So what's your basis for saying he probably did it? Just because she filed it?
Just because I think that.
No, because that's what I'm trying to reconcile. You say push back, but just moments earlier you were like, if you ask me, he probably did it.
Pick, right? So if you force me to pick, this is why I think it more likely than not happened. Even in her most recent explanation, she stopped short of saying that she lied under oath and that it was a lie, and she doesn't retract what she said in the court situation, even though she would have every incentive, I suppose, to if she was really caring about Kilmar's image. Maybe it's she's trying not to save herself from perjury or something. Number two, I just have a high in general, I think women more likely than not tell the truth about these kinds of things, and that men more likely than not are apt to do this kind of shit. And so this doesn't surprise me for in general. And so in general, I have a prior. I'm not saying it's enough to take away people's kids. I'm not saying that it's a prior that's strong enough to convict someone. It's not saying that it shouldn't be scrutinized and being litigated. But gun to my head, right? If there's an allegation of this type with the specificity of it going to the court where it's resolved kind of in an out of court fashion, I tend to believe something in fact did happen. And it's not just being made up wholesale.
Okay.
And I think it's more than one report of it as well. I think she filed, I think there's at least 2 cases or at least 2 reports that she made that are specific.
And she let
in
both
nature.
lapse. Like she didn't escalate them past those initial
Right.
reports.
So I'm not saying that it's enough to convict him of any crime. I'm not saying it's enough to take his kids away. I'm not saying that there's not like his side that shouldn't be heard as well. I'm just saying, if you were to ask me what the most likely outcome is, my high prior on men doing this in general, and there being an epidemic of violence on women, the specificity of her comments, the fact that she hasn't really retracted them to any significant degree, my prior is that it probably happened.
Okay.
Some aspect of it.
Knowing that that's everything that's going into you saying that's why you think it's more likely than not, and you're even comfortable saying it probably did occur, I 100% agree with you. It just gets lost in these conversations if you grant it, because people assume that you're just assuming that because this is some bad hombre, that these people are more violent or something like that, and it unintentionally feeds into things, but maybe that's just kind of the way, that's one of those things that you don't want to get bogged down on because it's not the central contention,
I agree. I totally agree that it is like kind of a minefield you have to walk. You're not wrong about that. And you can't just buy into the framing like Anna did there and not push back on that. I think that you should push back and be like, wait a minute. So you're saying believe all women? Wait a minute. It might have happened, but it hasn't been proven in court. Like you should definitely push back on that 100%. And it is a minefield, but you can walk it. All you have to say is this. First of all, these allegations are distractions. It doesn't matter to the underlying due process thing. Number 2, this hasn't been proven in court. He hasn't been convicted of anything. She had an explanation. You might disagree with it. You might say that there was still an altercation, but this kind of stuff happens within families unless there's a adjudicated process. I'm not just going to go off and call him a beater without a sufficient threshold of proof. If you were to ask me, probably, I think maybe something occurred, but I don't know.
Right,
the nature
okay.
of it. I wasn't there.
What you just said, I don't think people realize this. There is a difference between evidence and proof, even though colloquially they're used interchangeably. Evidence is far more is closer to like an allegation. Proof would be closer to saying it's fact or it's been established, right? That's the distinction that you're making when you say there's evidence that he may have done this to her, right. And you're not saying it's proof.
Yeah, okay, this could be my fault. This could be my fault because I've had this thing with Rob Noor before and other people as well. And also, by the way, the common good. Thank you for your comments. I really do appreciate your comments. They're really smart comments. When I say evidence, I'm using it in the sense of not the thing that proves the case to a certain threshold. Evidence is just like any quantum of thing that makes something more probable. So when I say there's some evidence that that the election was stolen, or there's some evidence that Biden has cognitive decline, I'm not saying that that's the thing that it proves it beyond a threshold. I'm just saying that there's something there. I'm using it in a
there's
kind of
information to suggest that there may be validity to an idea.
There's something. There's not. So when I would say there's no evidence whatsoever, or there's no evidence, I'm saying there's nothing to even support that conclusion, even in the slightest. There's no inference you can make based on available data. When I say there's some evidence or there's weak evidence, I'm just using the term evidence in a more narrow sense, maybe that's than in the colloquial sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I think that might be, we might be using evidence differently, where you're saying evidence is a sufficient amount of data or proof to bring you past a certain threshold, and I'm using it in the more kind of narrow, any quantum.
It's information,
right?
That's been presented and has not been credibly refuted or undermined at any point. Sure.
Yeah. On that, up to interpretation.
I think the useful thing to do in this instance, though, is okay, if he wasn't, let me you just play into it. It's let's say he's a wife beater, or let's say that he wasn't a wife beater.
Yeah.
Would you be okay with would it still be okay? Would you suddenly find it even less justifiable? I mean, they probably don't find it not justifiable at all, but it's would you then change your mind on how he should have been treated? And if they say, well, no, it's still fine, then it's why are you bringing that up? You don't even give a shit.
That, by the way, I always do that. And people got angry when I did with Mahmoud Khalil. Was I would say something okay, first of all, I don't think there's good evidence that he supports Hamas, but granted, suppose that he does. That's protected speech, isn't it? So I always do that. I think that's a really good instinct, Aaron.
I have to do this because I have to stay true to myself. And Anna, I talked to you before. I have respect for you, but I want to make sure that I, stay true to my beliefs, which is that we got to put.
I love how Anna, she's saying, I respect you, Anna, when Anna's literally said on TYT, she doesn't fucking respect Lindy.
People first. And place a price tag on illegal immigration. Illegal immigration in recent years has cost, arguably every year, costs our country $116 billion.
That pales in comparison to how much this fucking mass deportation program costs. It's going to cost $1 trillion over 10 years.
Easily. And also, that's just talking about some fiscal effects, and it's a cross section of fiscal effects, and I don't think it's truly representative. And obviously, the amount in terms of the economy of the benefit for these as workers, it's at worst a wash in terms of the net economic effect. But very few people, and usually people on the right grant this, that these people are a boon to the economy.
They're economically productive.
Yes, 100%. And what they're saying is like, wait, you want to give up the character of your country in exchange for economic win? So at this point, I don't even think it's highly contested that on net, regardless of the fiscal impacts, the overall economic effects are positive. And again, at worst, it's a wash. And usually what I'll grant is illegal immigration can have certain individual sector or labor effects that are negative for particular populations, but on the net, it's good for the economy.
Taxpayer funds in healthcare, in housing, in education, and other taxpayer-funded expenses to take care of these illegal immigrants. We have people in Appalachia, on the East and West Coast, in California, for example, because of the fires.
And now we're just collapsing everyone under the umbrella of illegal immigration, even though we were getting into the specifics of there's a difference between people that are here seeking asylum, refugees, versus people that are illegal. And then even from there, it fans out into like, okay, but did they overstay a visa? Did they cross illegally? Like, how did they even get into this country, first of all?
In Texas,
because depending on how they did it, if their green card just like lapsed or whatever, then they did not actually illegally enter a port of entry at any point. They're just overstaying or whatever. And that's like, we're talking about a level of criminality on par with speeding. Okay.
And also, it's not a crime. Like, it is not a crime to overstay your visa. It's a crime to cross the border not at a port of entry or and not be inspected and admitted. That's a crime. But overstaying your visa is not a crime, and being here without immigration status is not a crime. And so when people say illegal immigrants are definitionally criminal and they should be called them criminal aliens, it just definitionally isn't correct, right? It's not definitionally correct to say that anyone who is here without legal status is a criminal. It just isn't true.
Of the floods, they are suffering right now. It's time to put Americans first.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad point. I think that we do need to control immigration.
I don't think that's a bad point. Where was the good point in that, Anna? Find it for me, please.
We need better immigration policies, better legislation, which I feel like is never going to happen because Congress is absolutely useless. Again, my biggest
actually, in this case, she doesn't get to say that because Democrats did complete and total capitulation for that bipartisan border bill. A giveaway to the right on immigration, and who held it up? It was Republicans, and she fucking knows that.
Yeah, she does.
Concern is mistreating people who come to us for help because they're
the issue with Democrats in that instance is the capitulation, not because I wish they weren't willing to work with these fucking ghouls on this issue. They shouldn't be
persecuted in their country.
Well, there's the guy. Yeah. So breaking, Andre Hernandez Romero, gay asylum seeker, disappeared by Trump. He was sent to CCOT. Wasn't disappeared. We know where he went. Part of a prisoner swap. So this is confusing because he doesn't have a criminal record, unless I absolutely missed something.
I know. Let me tell you.
We'll be praising Trump in here, but she praised Trump in this by saying that she basically agrees with part of this immigration policy.
Yeah. Two things. One is now Anna's remembering that we actually did have an update, and what's so curious is that I believe this update happened either the week before this or like a couple weeks before this was taped. So she should definitely know that there was an update on Andre Romero. That's number one. And so now she's remembering it. Yeah, we did have a whole fucking prisoner swap, and that did in fact happen. And they're like, why is it a prisoner swap if these people aren't criminals? Well, that's the whole point, that they were being punished even though they weren't criminals. And so, yeah, they're not criminals. Just because someone is being treated as a criminal doesn't mean they are a criminal. And then number two, this guy, John Doe, says if they broke federal immigration law, they are criminal. John Doe, you are invited to discuss with me and Aaron right now to defend your position. You will be owned, so you'll never do it. But we are cordially inviting you right now to hop on and to defend this take, the take which is if they broke federal immigration law, they are a criminal. I'm calling you out. If you'd like to, you're cordially invited to come join. You can talk with Aaron. You can talk with me. You can beat us in the marketplace of ideas, but you won't because you'll get owned and crushed.
You do Discord or ban or Discord or timeout?
I don't really do that because I don't like banning the haters.
His take.
Because this swap. I looked into this today. Actually. Okay,
yes.
And like to that chatter, you already argued with that fucking lawyer on Temple. What's his name? What's his name?
Good Logic. Yeah.
Good Logic literally tried to make this argument by having this bizarre interpretation of like federal statutes surrounding what constitutes criminality in the context of like laws that have been broken surrounding immigration, and none of it held up to scrutiny.
No, none of it.
also, please, I do think.
But yeah, we welcome the public humiliation.
We have agreements with these third countries, though.
We
correct?
do. We're paying them off.
Yeah. Okay. But it's not like, so how are we violating any sort of...
Wait, hold on. You brought up a really sympathetic story, but can we have the initial photo
but I also brought
of the
up Kilmar.
rapist and the murderer?
He's a piece of crap.
There are 5 photos of these hardened criminals who do not deserve to be in our incredible country. Okay, we can go down and talk about the biography. The first guy on the left is a rapist, and they're from countries like Venezuela, Laos, Cambodia. It's listed out.
None of these even look like mugshots. Who are these people? This is supposed to be just one of these things that, like, look, scary photos of, like, brown men. Aren't they scary or whatever? She's going to just say whatever. It's not going to go completely unchallenged. I have no idea who these fucking people are. All you need to know is scary, bad, evil rapists, right? And basically, they're not worthy of any sort of constitutional protections or human rights.
If we want to see the...
Oh, these are the 5 guys that were sent to Africa, right?
It's actually a cohort of, I believe, 235.
See, like, I would send these guys to hell. It's the concern is my little gay makeup artist.
Yeah.
That is the problem, because I would be all for this. How did...
Then you just don't, again, you don't care about rights. Because yes, even criminals have rights. Even people that have been found guilty of rape and murder have rights.
Gay makeup artists.
But we can't let one huge mistake.
Is it one huge mistake?
It is one.
Again,
it goes back to my point about the lack of transparency.
It's not one huge. Like, the problem is the process, right? You are necessarily going to have these kinds of cases by breaking the law and violating due process. It's going to happen, and that's what's happening also in the context of the detainments in California. That obviously they're going to stop U.S. citizens, and the whole point of having these kinds of systems of vigorous trials in the context of criminal accusations is to prevent the innocent from being punished. And we've made this deal with the devil that we'd rather let 99 criminals off than convict one guilty man, whatever that ratio is. I mean, there's some ratio there, but the whole purpose is to prevent those people from falling through the cracks, to have a vigorous process to stop the arbitrary use of government authority. So it's not just one terrible mistake. The policy itself entails this kind of rights deprivation that in its nature is going to affect people who are innocent.
And that incentivizes them to follow the law enforcement, I mean, because what is drilled into their fucking head? If you violate people's Miranda rights, guess what? They get off because you have violated a constitutional right that they have. So they have an incentive, even if they're horrible, even if you watch them kill somebody in front of you, if you violate those rights, you're fucked as far as prosecuting them. And you fucking should be.
There's an exclusionary rule. The whole prosecution is not necessarily lost, but like, if you do an illegal search and that's where the evidence is of the crime and you can't use it,
it's inadmissible.
It's inadmissible and he's going to walk.
I'm not going to take the government's word for it.
I should amend it then. You prosecuting them to the fullest extent of the law is now not possible because of your actions. It's like a law enforcement for violating them.
But sometimes it does completely get rid of a potential prosecution. So if the only strong evidence linking someone to a crime is obtained through a coercive interrogation or interrogation where they weren't read their rights or an illegal warrant or an unconstitutional stop, that stuff is more than likely going to be excluded. And that will absolutely jeopardize the administration of justice.
And it should be, because if it's so cut and dry that you're a fucking criminal, the government should not have to be violating due process or rights to be able to demonstrate that in a court of law. If they do, then they didn't really have the strong case that they say that they had to begin with.
Super chat. It's always made me sad to see Democrats abandon the capital L liberal value of freedom of movement, total capitulation to nativists. You can't capitulate the nativists. Great comment. Yep.
I like that they release the biographies of these individuals.
That's why I'm so indifferent towards any all the immigration shit, because it's like, no, people have a fundamental right. You should be able to choose where you want to live. You should be able to put in pleas to immigrate to different countries, to seek asylum, to like all of that. Why would that should be facilitated and made easier, you know? But people treat it like a club.
Yeah, I think it should be more orderly process. I think there should be some restrictions, but in general, I'm in favor of more immigration. I am. It should be done legally. But even Trump says this, right? Trump, you might not believe him, but in the right day, he's like, we want more immigration. We just want it to be done legally. And I agree with that.
I feel like they've dropped that rhetoric. That used to be what it was. Like, they need to do it right. Now it's just like, you shouldn't have even come in the first place. There's no right way. Even if you're trying to do the right thing, they're picking your ass up.
Referring to Lindy. But we keep hearing these stories pop up of people, like, sympathetic figures, like a mother who's been in the country for multiple decades and she gets sent to a third country. Like, what kind of crime did that person commit?
Why not?
Or the people who show up to their... I don't think I should be arresting people at their court hearings.
Simply the act of stepping foot on U.S. soil is a violation of our laws. And let me explain why.
Okay, talk about overstaying visas, Anna, please, because that's how it mostly happens anyway.
People feel that way, and I do.
It's not true if they're seeking asylum,
I want to check is because
you're conflating people.
I need Anna to be like, "You're from China, bitch. Pipe down," like she did in an earlier episode.
Wait, she did?
Yeah, she did.
Because
she was saying stupid shit. She was saying stupid shit on immigration, and she was like, "Girl, you're from China. Stop." Like, where's that, Anna?
Too good.
It's the border,
if there
or
are
they
several
overstay their
countries
visas
between that country and not everyone in the entire world, billions of people, not everyone has a right to be here. It's a privilege. And I love Arnold Schwarzenegger's take on this.
Okay, but you have the right to put in a petition to ask to be a part of this country. Find where people are.
I don't think you have that right. But
what do you mean?
You're allowed to under our U.S. law. I don't think you have a right to apply. Like,
Sorry.
When you say right,
you pedantic fuck. You ought to have the right, in my opinion. Okay, it should be made easier. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
He said, if you're an immigrant, you're a guest in this house.
No, I understand that.
I love it.
I hate when they turn it into this house shit. I hate it so much.
Analogy, yeah.
Do you think they deserve to be thrown in a prison in El Salvador or some random country in Africa?
From my point of view, that's
I want you to stay on.
That is my straw. I feel like that's a straw argument because there's the examples that I brought up are not throwing people in prisons. It's remain in Mexico.
I'll give you an example.
I'm talking about the remain in Mexico policy right there.
No, we're talking about sending people to third countries, and it's not like, hey, we're going to send you over to El Salvador or Costa Rica or whatever, and you're free to figure it out from there. They're being sent to prisons.
Connor, can we show the text?
Yeah, honestly, and this is unfortunate because this would still be wrong, but if they were just dropping them off, setting them free, catch and release like a fucking fish, right? It's like, I hate the catch and release term.
Without adjudicating their claims under the lawful process.
Right? No, I'm saying it would still be wrong, but it would be far less egregious because then they'd be free in these other countries and not condemned to fucking, to CICOT or whatever, like she's saying.
Tweet from Trisha McLaughlin, please. They're not being sent to a prison. They're being sent to a third country that we are paying to make sure, and a carefully vetted country to ensure that they are not going to be mistreated.
So
don't want them on
that we're paying? What does she mean? A safe third country deportation flight to Eswatini in southern Africa has landed. This flight took individuals so uniquely barbaric that their home countries refused to take them back. These depraved monsters have been terrorizing American communities, but thanks to POTUS, Trump, and Secretary Noam, they're off American soil. I feel safer already.
So there's two possibilities. Either they are put in prison, they're being put in prison, or they are being set free into Africa, and these horrible monsters you're just like letting loose on the African nation. Like, what are we talking about? Of course they're being put to fucking prison. They're being held.
Putting them in prison, then they're going to terrorize that country? Like,
wait, hold on. I think part of the
and Amy, good contribution from Amy.
What?
Yeah, so these people aren't being put in prison. They're just sending them to these countries to terrorize them as rapists and murderers and shit. Like, what the fuck?
So Tim Pool thinks.
I really want to get to the bottom of, unless in the event that I'm wrong, is the reason the vast majority are going, or the people going to third-party countries, the reason they're going.
The home states don't want them.
Well, not always, though.
Not always.
I think
in this case, yes.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you. And we cited Venezuela and Zika. But the asylum piece is the biggest part.
Also, why are we not, if that is where somebody came from, where's the bully pulpit as far as enforcing them? Is like, no, it's your problem. You can't just send them to you can't compel another country, a third country, even if we have an agreement or whatever, to take it. Yeah, like they should be being like, no, they're your problem to take. You can't just say, no, we don't want them back.
Oh, you mean the country that won't accept them, you mean?
Yeah. Well, or like where they tried to put them back because they were like...
You go to war?
Using the Trump framework, yes, right?
So the whole problem is, if you try to send them back to the particular place where they're coming from, they might have a valid Convention Against Torture claim, they might have a valid withholding claim or something like that. And so they're sending them to third-party countries, not necessarily even because their other country won't accept them, although sometimes that might be the case. It's just easy procedurally to do. But in doing it, I think that they're violating, obviously, due process in that third country removal. But they're also potentially undermining substantive rights here. Like, we put people in prison for crimes, and we have trials so if the government is condemning under our own watch, right? Like we're putting someone in a third country and then having them be held as prisoners without a criminal trial. How is
how do you even know that they're a criminal?
A lawless zone. Yeah. So the whole, like, then you're just trying to avoid a criminal trial, I guess, by putting them in these war zones or in these African countries or whatever. That is its own issue, because now you're punishing without a trial, because a punishment would be like a prison. You've deported them, but you've restrained them under American law. And so there was a great description. I was talking about this, I think the other week, about this World War II author named Timothy Snyder, who defines a concentration camp as a lawless zone, a zone without law. I think that's a really good part of any definition of concentration camp. They want to have zones where the courts of America don't have any weight, and where they're able to hold people they don't like without having to follow the procedures and normal laws of the United States. And so I'm concerned anytime the administration moves to establish these little lawless zones, whether it's in an African country, in some prison where it's not accountable and not technically criminal, or whether it's in CCOT, or whether it's Guantanamo Bay.
As I was going to ask you about, was Guantanamo Bay. If you consider it like to be a lawless zone or just a gray area, maybe.
I think it's kind of a lawless zone. And that's why I'm against Guantanamo Bay.
The procedure to get those people there has a legal basis. It's what occurs once they're there that's illegal, in my opinion.
Yeah, and like I'm okay with having like perhaps a temporary military detention at all, like definitely. And there are definitely rules for like POWs and holding them in different places for sure. But it should be subject ultimately to if you're going to hold someone indefinitely, I think it should be subject to American law. Yeah.
Because what happens is when everybody shows up and they're like, asylum.
Even those detentions, I don't know, because there's people there and they've been there for years without a trial, right?
Yeah, like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. He was
like, if the temporary detention actually had like, okay, no more than 90 days, and you basically were still guaranteed to like a speedy trial, then maybe, and that was actually enforced and adhered to. But like short of that,
decades now without any kind of criminal, like, and I highly want the 9/11 offenders to be tried in American courts for American crimes. Like, what did they do with Eichmann, right? They brought Eichmann to Israel. And now there's some questions about whether Israel, which didn't exist as a nation, had jurisdiction to hold a trial over the architect of
Nuremberg.
One of the architects of the Holocaust.
Oh.
Yeah, but like this is separate, right? So Nuremberg happened in the 40s. This is in the 60s, the Eichmann trial. They went into Argentina, Mossad, right, and picked up this Nazi guy Eichmann, brought him to Israel. So there's some questions of jurisdiction perhaps, but in America there's not even question there. Like, there was a crime committed on American soil. We should want to try them in an American court. We should want Khalid Sheikh Mohammed tried in the normal process to show that our country is strong. We live and die by our principles and values. But when we start chipping away at our own freedoms, our own liberties, then what are we defending anymore? Like, really, what are we defending? When we start to take away everything that makes us valuable and sell it down the river in the name of security, in the name of stopping illegal immigration, what is left to defend? Is it worth defending anymore at that point?
Well, they were citing international law, so surely they're fine with the ICC. Oh, wait. No way.
I need asylum. There are 3.5 million pending immigration asylum cases. Mm-hmm. There's no way. They are all refugees. It will cost us a fortune. It will take 4 to 7 years. So
probably
Trump's answer is like, okay, you know what?
I was saying, who's claiming they're all refugees?
Yeah, probably something like
you're here illegally.
Can you pause real quick? Mm-hmm. Something like 30% of all asylum claims are meritorious or end up being meritorious. 20 to 30%. If your numbers are correct, there's three. I don't know. It's probably 3 million. Let's check. How many pending asylum cases in U.S.?
Feels like a gross monster.
Yeah. So if let's say it's 25 to make it easy. Then we're talking about 250,000 people who ought to remain as genuine asylees, genuine refugees. That's a lot of fucking people. It's worth picking apart that group to get to the genuinely meritorious claims. Now, if it can't be done speedily, we should make it faster, and we should definitely invest resources in it. But the solution isn't just to suspend asylum.
We're going to deport you over there. Mm-hmm. That I think is actually what's happening. If we have these agreements with other countries, then technically that is legal. If they're not going to a prison, then I kind of am like, okay, fine. But I do think that's what happened to the gay makeup artist. Is that
yes.
He said asylum. They said you're here illegally. You don't want to go back there. No
They
problem.
sent-
You're
yeah,
going
but
over there.
they sent him to
That's one
So that,
terrible
I think, is what's
example.
happening here,
I just gave you 235 of my work.
I agree 100% on that. I think the big picture
She's
here
making up that number, by the way.
That is why we're doing this third
I also
party.
want to remind you folks that just because they're in a third country doesn't mean they can't apply for asylum. They can do so.
I'm not disagreeing with
you know
you
what I
about
mean?
that.
So
They
we just-
literally
I don't-
can't.
we just-
So this bitch is so stupid, right? So like, when you do these third country removals, they're not processing their asylum claims. These are removals. Okay, the Remain in Mexico thing, it's different. It's not Remain in Mexico. These are removals. These are removals. And so no, you're not able to process an asylum claim. Maybe there'll be a court remedy after the fact if there was an illegal rendition under these third-party removals. Maybe a court will allow the processing of an asylum claim from this third country as a remedy for an initial deportation that was wrong. But you're supposed to apply for asylum in the country, right? You're allowed to apply for asylum in the country with some exceptions. But in general, asylum is for applying when you're in the United States of America. And only when there's something wrong that happened, or if you're under the resettlement program as a refugee, a foreign refugee, or in some of these bilateral situations where there's like a Remain in Mexico type policy, that's when, as a regular matter, as regular course, you do these kinds of adjudications outside the United States. But it's tough to, like, how are you going to effectively adjudicate an asylum claim if you don't have access to your attorney? Your attorney has to travel to fucking halfway across the country to meet with you and do interviews. Are you going to have access to a computer to do these kind of Zoom interviews? How are you going to gather the evidence to make your asylum claim? It's actually a more difficult notion to process and to actually do an effective asylum here, an asylum case from long distances away. It's tough. You know, the time zones, all this shit. People don't think about it. It's difficult.
But Pisco, you could just put in an asylum claim with other countries or whatever, because it's so easy.
Yeah.
Signed a deal with Eswatini.
They don't speak the language.
That's an African country. Used to be Swaziland. Okay.
So I've never heard of it.
Okay.
What the hell is Eswatini?
Yeah. So the Eswatini, we made a deal with them, and we are now sending undocumented immigrants there. And I wanted to follow up on it to see, like, okay, they're being sent there, and then what? Are they being sent to a prison? And sure enough, an official from the country is like, oh yeah, we have them in our prison. We have each one of them in solitary confinement. And we're going to try to repatriate them in their country of origin. We don't know how long that's going to take, but indefinitely, these people are going to be in a solitary confinement.
Exactly, that's what I mean. They're so bad that their home countries don't want them. And frankly, I don't have sympathy.
God.
But why are you assuming they're bad? I mean, you have the biographies of those 5 people, but like, we're talking about hundreds of people who have already been
sent. I can assure you, these criminals aren't the gay makeup artists.
You have their bios, like, for hundreds of people?
Do you? Let's talk
You don't
about
know
it.
shit.
I love how she was like, do you have evidence? And she was like, do you have evidence that I don't have evidence?
Yeah. This is a reprehensible person. This is a horrible human being. This is someone who is evil. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, she's so crazy. That's why she needs to be sent back to China. And even though China will probably not want to repatriate her, it's their obligation nonetheless, in my opinion. If they don't want to, she can be dropped off in, what are we talking, Swaziland? Whatever it's called or whatever. Maybe solitary confinement will do, Lindy.
Right now,
I don't, because there's no transparency from the federal government at all.
100%. Anna, great job.
And
you don't
the federal government.
So this is the whole point, right? We need to take a negative inference against the government when they're not being transparent. So like the whole point is to make it not transparent and to hide shit. That's also why I take a negative inference against the government on the Hassan situation, on the revocation of global entry, is when the government has shown itself to be deceptive and purposely hiding why it's doing things, how it's doing things, ignoring court orders, we need to take a negative inference because we've seen numerous cases in which that negative inference is deserved. And when they hide the information for which it would be, and it's the same thing for Israel, right? And Piers Morgan understands it. Why don't you let the reporters into Gaza? We should take from that lack of transparency a negative inference.
But they're so bad that their home state.
Okay,
their home state.
If the federal government was confident that all of these people are criminals and they're dangerous, you don't think that they would release information about every single one of them to justify
millions of people who are here?
I'm talking about the hundreds.
Not literally just the hundreds. She's desperate to get off the point because she knows she doesn't have answers to any of these fucking questions.
Of people that have been deported.
That's what they're doing, actually. That's what Trisha is making a point. I just don't want.
But they're doing due process.
I just don't want criminals here. I just don't want rapists.
I just don't want rapists.
It's just like always. You should never trust these authoritarians who will always just claim criminal, emergency. What are you defending criminals? What are you defending? It's their classic authoritarian tactic. That's what they're doing when declaring a state of emergency for DC, a state of emergency for Venezuela invading us. Like, this is the actions and the guilty conscience of an authoritarian. And when they keep going back to that point, you can't trust them. And Anna, I think, was giving too much credit to these talking points by doing her Aurora, Colorado bullshit. She would never recognize it, but she should really step away from that debunked talking point, in my opinion.
People to reward illegal immigration.
Suddenly very gentle with your criticism of Anna. Have you softened up because she's actually holding Lindsay to task here?
I have, yes. I reward the
Come to
behavior.
right way. There are millions of them. Actually, that's a Democrats' huge mistake that the Republican Party should not repeat. It's this. If you come to our country the right way, respect our laws, actually engage in the process, you should be rewarded.
So since ICE is arresting people at their court hearings, this is a serious question though. If ICE is currently arresting people when they show up to their court dates, would you venture to say people who are seeking asylum and want to make their case should probably avoid going to court?
Is that
let me finish my question.
Great point,
Do you think they
Anna.
should avoid going to court to make their asylum claim because they might get arrested by
My
ICE?
answer,
Boom.
Because you keep talking about illegal immigration. There's also people who are doing things legally.
There are,
They're
wait,
getting
you're saying that
snatched
there's
up.
legal. Hold on, you're saying there.
Oh, she's gonna play dumb. Oh, there's people that had that legally. Well, I'm not saying that should happen, but I'm sure that didn't really happen. Also, didn't they get released?
And being released.
Hold on, I feel like you're.
Okay, again, it was Jillian that was like, weren't they being released? I heard they had been released earlier than this, and now Lindy is trying to do that.
They should just let her sit in it. They should just make her sit in it, and they're defending, they're obfuscating, and they're just saying random shit so that they forget what the question is, and Lindy is not put on the spot.
Yep.
I really want to answer.
Even if let's say
I'm just asking you.
No,
because I did look into this.
I did too. Okay.
Oh, she's distracting her. I wish you'd be like, shut the fuck up, Jillian. I'm grilling Lindy right now. Answer this fucking question, bitch. You're like, you realize that what you're saying, they just need to do it the right way. They're violating everybody's fucking due process. People that you have no reason to suspect that they even have a violent or like convictions or criminal past or whatever.
I'm sure some of them get released, but some of them have been deported. The point that I'm trying to make is even if
they get released and they get told to come back with their fucking family a week or like a couple of weeks later, what does that signal? It probably means you're getting fucking deported.
And also sometimes it has a negative prejudicial effect on their claim. I mean, they're missing master calendar hearings. They're missing the actual substantive immigration hearing. So with Andre Romero, he was about to have his actual immigration hearing. I think it was like either months or weeks away. I could be wrong about that, but I think that that's the case. And that they had actually calendared an immigration hearing. And that's been prejudiced this entire time because he didn't get a chance, even though he applied for asylum the correct way. He did everything the right way. And the reason why that's a sticking point for us, that example, is because there's no justification for it. And they're continuing to do it.
Even if every single one of them was just...
And that's why, here's where I'll disagree with Pisco, right? Isn't it Hannah Dugan? Is that judge that they fucking arrested? That's why if she did everything that the Trump administration says, I don't give a fuck, she's a fucking national hero. If all of that's true, okay?
All right.
Temporarily detained and let go. That's a scary situation. That sends a signal to everyone else in the country who's trying to do things legally. Do not go to your court hearing.
Anna.
Well, my question is this. Are you asking, there are two questions that I can't, I want to make sure that we're disentangling it. Number one, is it illegal immigrants who are showing up to court or legal immigrants? They're two different,
they're making asylum claims. So they're going through the asylum process.
So in other words, illegal immigrants.
I mean, she shouldn't, no.
Not necessarily.
Okay,
so by the way, can you pause?
Mm-hmm.
So there's no, sorry.
Why are you laughing?
Someone is altering some of my emotes, and it makes it look like he's pointing at my nose. Sorry, it's stupid. Anyway, there's no status in immigration law called illegal immigrant. So when you say, are they here illegally, or are they here as an illegal immigrant? There's no reference to some kind of statutory status under the Immigration Nationality Act, which is illegal immigrant. Okay, the removal proceedings are to determine whether they are removable, and they're removable if they are not authorized to stay in the country. But that's what the whole removal process is for, is to determine whether, in fact, right, before you do that determination, there is no legal ruling that you are here without status and subject to removal. So it's kind of like putting the cart before the horse to say, are they illegal immigrants? We use it as a shorthand to say they probably don't have any entitlement to stay in the country, or they probably don't have, any valid visa or something. But with respect to the particulars of any individual, there's no like prejudged status as a quote illegal immigrant in the context of their proceeding. And so
aren't you just a plaintiff?
Terminology what's that?
You're just a plaintiff.
You're a respondent. You're a respondent. Yeah.
Come to the
and like the thing that I wish Anna would like catch on to is like when they're like, oh, that's not happening, right? Because if that was like, that wouldn't be good. Oh, it's not happening. That's good. So what are you saying is good? What are you praising? You are saying that it's a good thing that they don't violate due process. That it's a good thing that they don't actually deport people that are not criminals. Okay, so why do you support every other aspect of this fucking mass deportation program? Because its hallmark is that.
And she even said it before, which there's a cognitive dissonance there because she said it before. She's like, cruelty is the point. Cruelty is the point. Yeah, you're right about that. So why would you support it?
Asylum. It doesn't automatically make you illegal.
Address that question.
I know, but that needs to be adjudicated. The courts don't know who this person is. They don't know who where they're coming from.
The argument is simply by stepping foot on our soil, they are breaking our
That's
law.
not.
They have to prove that in a fucking. That's not even true. But even if it were, you'd have to prove it in a court of law first. You stupid bitch.
That is, if they're seeking asylum. That's what our immigration laws are, Lindy. And if Republicans don't like it, then do something about it. If they're seeking immigration laws, but they're lazy pricks in Congress who do nothing but fundraise and scratch their asses and sniff their farts.
Based Anna.
Okay.
Holy shit!
If they're from a country like
She turned it around. I didn't think it was possible, Aaron.
Of countries between the United States and
I can't believe it.
I still have some faith in Anna. Okay. I'm not ready to say.
A nice rant, and that was great, and she was very expressive, and so that was awesome, Anna. We want to see more of that. Less Zog posting, all right? Less Zog.
You said something like she's turning into a groiper or whatever. And I was like, okay, chill. She could lean entirely into this stuff, and I still don't think she'd ever be like a fucking groiper.
I don't think so.
Country, they don't.
I think she's been influenced. She's been influenced.
Yes, but it's possible to be
influenced and not be it. Yes.
Right.
Don't have a right.
I know.
There's plenty of people in which case they are breaking the law.
They also have a year to do it. It says you have to apply within a year.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I should not be arresting people when they go to fucking court.
But there should be checks and balances, right? At the end of the day, there should be checks and balances, and it seems that the argument that Republicans feel, which I do agree with to some extent, it's like if this is so much of an issue, then maybe brute force is absolutely necessary. When brute force is applied, therefore there's going to be mistakes. But it doesn't seem like when you look at the number of people, no, but it doesn't seem like when you look at the total number of people being deported that it really is even.
It's working so much. Illegal crossing into the United States have dropped precipitously under the Trump administration. Because
okay, but that was already trending downwards even under Biden. That's continuing with the trend that we were seeing.
And also, you don't give credit for illegal shit, right? Like I'm sure if Trump did what Bukele did, and just rounded up a bunch of like tens of thousands of people and put them into torture dungeons, I'm sure crime would come down.
Or who's the guy who's like in charge of like the Philippines or whatever, like radically decreased like
Duterte.
Yeah, Duterte is like radically decreased like drug criminality and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, but at what cost? It was like violating everybody's fucking civil rights to be able to do that.
Like, and maybe you can make an argument for it if you're truly in a law, like a truly like lawless area, like a lawless situation where, there's no property rights, people can't even walk outside. But that's not America's situation, right? Like maybe you could even make an argument in the context of El Salvador that you needed some kind of radical shift in policy. Although I don't know if I'm convinced by that, but that is not the situation America's in. America is very clearly in a situation where we're the richest country in the world, we're the most developed economy in the world. We don't lack for tough on crime policies. When you look across the world, per capita, we have the largest incarceration rate anywhere. We're not like soft on crime in America. In America. And we, as a nation, what's in our DNA is to be against this kind of arbitrary use of authority, denial of due process, denial of rights. We need to protect that.
Deterrence works. I think he's doing a tremendous job on this issue.
But so far as the number of people who are actually being deported from the country, how is it?
It's very hard because, as I mentioned, there are activist judges on the bench stopping and slowing down the
God.
That is true. And for example,
what a grifting piece of shit. What a coping.
Court of Appeals is notoriously conservative, but other circuits are notoriously liberal. And there's been a lot of judge shopping around the country right now, and they know which judges to go to. For example, Judge Breyer in California always famously is really sympathetic to illegal.
Okay, which side of the aisle has a fucking foundation dedicated to churning out these sorts of activist judges? Because it ain't Democrats. Maybe they should, but like it's what like Federalist Society, right? That's what it's called.
Oh yeah, that's the conservative
Remember the story
legal
we covered
club.
Yeah,
where like a judge
and like fucking wasn't Amy Coney Barrett part of that?
They all are. They're all vetted by the Federal Society. Yeah.
an illegal immigrant like through
She did. What she did was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, because in that case, ICE had a warrant. Okay, and she shouldn't try to help someone evade federal authorities. Right. And that's what she did.
Yeah, she should.
But again, this story, it's
federal overreach, in my opinion. It's it's federal fucking overreach, in my opinion, for them to go about.
Yes, they should not do this and interfere with their court proceedings. That's the interesting argument that I'm interested to hear how it resolves is the separation of the federalism issue, the 10th Amendment issue. Like, I think that there is an interest of the state to be able to conduct their proceedings and not have the federal government interfere in those proceedings. That's the most interesting argument. What I disagree with is this claiming of absolute criminal immunity for state judges. That would be a disaster, and I don't support people advocating for.
No, I don't want that or whatever. You're getting rid of it. Like, I'm not trying to abolish judicial oversight at a state level or anything like that. It's just that these sorts of actions, obviously, and they're intended to have a chilling effect on how judges conduct themselves in their own fucking courtroom. They should be free from that.
The black and white thinking in this country, because it's way more complicated than undocumented bad. We're going to send you out. There are people. Again, if you want to discourage people from coming to the border, yeah, you're right. What Trump is doing works. But what are we going to do about people in the country who might have legitimate asylum claims? They're going through the process legally, and they want to make their case before a judge. At that point, the judge can determine whether or not they made a mistake or an error by not going to the first country and decide to deport them that way. At least we're not mistreating people who might have a legitimate asylum claim.
And a lot of them are being processed right now. I just don't think we should underestimate how disappointing and how grating it is for the millions of Americans who came here the right way. The tens of thousands of dollars a lot of us paid to do things the right way. Yeah. You know, like when I got the green card, and Amy, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, it's such a rigmarole.
What, when your fucking rich parents brought you over from you went from China to England, then England to the United States. Your parents that have PhDs, bitch. What did you do to earn it other than you happen to be born to a fucking wealthy, well-connected family?
Yeah.
It's so hard.
I mean, what was frustrating for me is, like, I had to wait a really long time for mine to come, and during that period, you can't even travel back home to go visit anyone.
Because you're at the risk of not being able to come back.
Exactly.
Hold on. Listen, we're going to put a button on this. But I think relitigating illegal immigration versus legal immigration is one thing, and we've done a lot of it, and you all make great points. Specifically, I wanted to target this third-party deportation. And to be fair, I think you both made some very good points. Yeah. I completely see your perspective. I completely see yours. And the truth of the matter is, personally, I think it's hard not to. And there's a lot of nuance here, and it seems like we're skating over. In other words,
not really. This is pretty cut and dry. They should not be violating constitutional rights to get this underway.
You know, how can we protect people when they apply for asylum? They're not doing it right. They're abusing it. You're totally right about that. There's no question that is happening, and it's hurting real people who are refugees. It's backing up our courts. It's costing a fortune. But can I take away the following? It is legal for Trump to be deporting people to third-party countries.
If they're not being thrown in prisons, then yes.
And if they're not denied due process.
Sometimes they're criminals.
But if they're criminals, yeah, obviously.
Oh my God, then have a process.
You're yeah. We'll loop on this forever.
Completely saw it, cited it, agreed with you.
We're just looping.
So it's like, it's not black and white, as Anna said.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
There's a lot of research to do for yourself. Think about it. Vote accordingly. But it's, you guys brought up great points. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I think there's actually a lot more agreement than disagreement.
Name one great point that Linda brought up.
I just don't want people who are trying to do things legally to get caught up and punished. You know, and because that is going to discourage people from following the law.
And I completely understand what you're saying. I also understand that resources are finite, and we just got to triage. And I'm very much in favor of taking care of everyone here first and everyone who apply the right way. And
I love how they try to frame it like any money spent that like is saved with this deportation. I'll just grant that it saves money, right? That we would take those funds and distribute it among like the poorest, most needy people, even though this bitch defends the Medicaid cuts and the Medicare cuts. So that's not happening either. Like, we need to take care of our own, right? And then turns around and is like sucking off the big, beautiful bill, which literally fucks the American working class. And it's the largest upward transfer of wealth in like ever.
Yeah.
You know,
as though this
making
money
sure
would
that we
reach
give
the pocket to the people who need it.
Yeah, like homeless people, nothing like that.
Illegal immigrants a chance to thrive rather than spending, again, let me repeat, we spend $116 billion a year housing illegal immigrants, teaching
them. That is like nothing. It's a drop in the fucking bucket, honestly.
Educating them and paying for their health care.
Just the false asylum claims cost billions, and that pisses me off. And it simply because, as mentioned, there are real people in real danger.
Exactly, and Americans, by the way.
Are we good to put a button on this one for now? All right, moving on. The United Kingdom just announced that it will lower the voting age to 16 in time for its next general election. Scotland and Wales already allow it for regional votes, and now England and Northern Ireland are set to follow. So their reasoning is that at 16, citizens can work, pay taxes, and enlist in the military. So many argue that they should have a say in the political decisions affecting their futures.
I do think that there should just be like one age where all this stuff activates.
Really?
It would.
Should be able to rent a car at 16?
Okay, I take back what I did.
You immediately caved. Immediately.
Wait. Let me think about it.
Because it's 25 right now for men, right?
Yeah.
It might be different for women, but I know for men it's 25.
I think car rental places should be able to deny you service on that ground, on age grounds. But I think in terms of your substantive rights, we should just get an age of majority and stick with it. That's just, I just don't like this whole thing of letting you make the decision to go to war, but not to vote. That seems weird.
So you want 16 to be the age of consent?
It should be 18. Everything should be 18.
Okay. Well, so you don't support these teens being able to vote at 16? Is that a no or a yes? I think suddenly very quiet?
I think age of consent should be 18, but war and voting 16.
So you're completely backing off of there should just be one age for everything.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
So you're retracting that.
Yeah, I'll retract that.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Not alone.
Can you pause?
Argentina.
Of course.
What do you think the age of... Sorry, we can just press play. Press play. Just press play.
Oh, you want to know my thoughts on what the age of consent should be?
I don't actually. I just want you to press.
You seemed interested in it.
No, I'm not actually interested.
You really want to hear the answer?
No, I want to move on. Can you just move on? Can you move on?
Brazil and Cuba already allow voting at 16. In Germany, Luxembourg, and Malta, it applies in certain elections. And just this week, a bill was introduced into Australia's parliament to do the same, though it's facing pushback. Advocates say it's about expanding civic engagement, while critics argue it risks politicizing an even younger demographic and rigging elections to lean left. Lindy, once again, I lay this at your feet.
Yeah, I think the question that we should first ask ourselves, and I think a lot of our viewers are wondering, why should we care what's going on in the United Kingdom? Well, let me tell you why we should care, because oftentimes what's happening in England, in Wales, and Scotland, it's a canary in the coal mine for what's happening in the United States. Yep. For example, Brexit is the biggest, most prominent example of, I think it would presage Trump. A lot of the underlying sentiment drove, and it was an indication of what was going to happen in the United States. Also, the sentiment around illegal immigration in the United Kingdom is echoed here across the pond. Mm-hmm. And so what's happening right now is under Keir Starmer, the Labour Party is lowering the voting age.
I hate when they say across the pond.
Why?
You're not allowed to say across the pond anymore. It's so played out.
But she's from England.
What?
I told you that she went from China to England and her childhood was in England and then she came to the United States.
It's played out.
Okay.
From 18 to 16
just double down.
All UK elections starting in August 2029. It's already happening in Scotland and Wales, but now it's across the United Kingdom. And their argument for this is future-proofing democracy to ensure that the policies and measures the government puts forth actually caters to younger generations. Because right now, the status quo is that a lot of older voters are voting, but not so much younger voters. And a lot of people are in an uproar because they're really upset. They're saying these people have no idea. Their prefrontal cortex hasn't even fully developed.
Okay, but if that's the case, then make the age of voting fucking 25.
Never fucking developed. Lindy?
I also just hate this argument because then you're arguing that the age of majority should be 25. Because that's like 25, 26, that's around the time that like the frontal cortex is done developing.
According to some medical studies, men's brains...
20s.
Exactly.
Jillian,
this is your wheel.
I mean, it's without question.
What's the age for men?
25.
And there are some studies, I actually...
She's 100% right. And I have to teenagers. I speak from an observation.
Is it earlier for women?
It's much earlier. Early 20s for us. And I just want to see... I mean, we all know, right?
It's still, though, 20s. I mean, you could see it with kids. I mean, they are half-baked.
Yes, I see.
My kids make decisions. I'm like, are you there? Is anyone home in there?
To be fair, there are plenty of adults, like middle-aged people who are half-baked.
I know a few of them.
I hate to bring it up.
There's some on this panel right now.
Yeah, there's some people
giving their political opinions and voting.
Holding their hands like this. These are the Lindy hands.
Play affair.
These are her liberal surrender hands.
the couple, and I mean they're in their 50s, right?
Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, bro?
Exactly.
You're in an arena with your mistress.
Right.
Allegedly. Yeah.
Exactly. There was one study, actually. I dove deep into this last night, and there was one study that said the male brain isn't fully formed until 32.
And by study, I mean grok.
Exactly. 25 is the prevailing opinion, but also there was one that said 32. So they are bringing the age of voting to 16. They're not even allowed to buy pornography, cigarettes. They don't have kids. These people are still in high school, but somehow they are now empowered to make decisions that affect national security, law, policy, and it's just, from my perspective, this is also
I trust them more than boomers. I trust them more than boomers.
I mean, don't they realize that like people with Down syndrome or mental defects and like handicaps can vote? Would they argue? I mean, maybe they'd seriously argue they shouldn't be able to, even though they're citizens of the United States and they fucking pay taxes. So
it's about national unity, ain't it? It's the Brexit callers. Have you ever seen the Brexit callers on LBC?
No.
They're all fucking so stupid.
Wait, what is it or what?
There's this guy, James O'Brien or whatever, and he has a bunch of loser pro-Brexit people calling, and 9 times out of 10, they're like these old UK people who have like no idea what's going on or any specifics whatsoever. Like the voting
sounds like MAGA voters.
I'm gonna say it.
The voting age should what?
They're not, the voters are not always sending their best. Some voters really aren't doing their job. Just saying.
Should there be like IQ requirements?
I didn't say it. You said
What's the prescription? What's the prescription, Pisco?
The prescription is
Should we restrict these
Vanguard Party taking over the proletariat?
Correct.
Managing the affairs of the state.
Did that package that you got earlier happen to be a Nushanka?
It was my dossier on my next assignment to institute the communist utopia.
Oh, top secret stuff.
About you, but I was deeply indoctrinated in college, in high school, in liberal ideology. I wasn't really presented with a conservative perspective. And so 16-year-olds right now, what they're seeing, even on TikTok, on social media, they are overwhelmed by leftist, I would call it, frankly, propaganda. And so they're not really presented by that point of view. It took me like a year.
Wait, I have
exposed to like Andrew Tate and all these like loser fucks, and they're significantly more conservative than like millennials.
I have somebody who sent me this. Nigel Farage leaves LBC with immediate effect.
Who's back in the day?
I've got to say, I'm immensely grateful to you for everything you've done in British politics over the last few years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project. I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened. It completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
Right, very good. Okay, fine. Thank you. Mark, we're going to move on from that and go to David, a new caller from Thatcham in Berkshire.
Oh my God. You walked right into that. How could you not? That's fucking brutal.
Year to unlearn some of the stuff that I thought was true. So I would love to get your thoughts on this, but my take right now is that I don't see this happening right now in America, because right now I think what we're experiencing is kind of a conservative renaissance, so to speak.
Only among the boys.
You think, yes, that's true. It is.
Only among the boys. The girls are pissed, and it's all about abortion. And every young girl I talk to is like, I'm going to a rally on reproductive rights. They are pissed as hell about that. They are up in arms. I'm not saying they don't have a right to be, but they will go left all day long.
Jillian, that's so interesting because abortions are way up. And a lot of that is because of medical abortion. They can just phone it in.
What? Did you think that like Republican women didn't get abortion, even if they tell you that they're fucking anti-choice personally? They still got abortions.
They get them.
And doctors can prescribe.
There's no ideology that overwhelms people's desire to get and actually procure one. For the most part, you consistently saw it. In some instances, or like in some counties or regions that were more Republican or whatever, women were more likely to get abortions in some bluer areas.
Morning
so
after
interesting,
you're talking
exactly. Well, abortions and
there's abortion pill.
Abortion pill. My bad. And also, Mississippi versus Jackson that happened in 2022 at overturned Roe. Every single year, abortions are up. So, frankly speaking, reproductive rights are not
Mississippi versus Jackson.
So, because abortions have increased, reproductive rights are not under siege. That doesn't follow from that at all. It's not ever going to be about how many it's going to be about how safe they are. This stupid bitch. She is so stupid. I know that she knows that.
Someone says, I know someone who got a DoorDash abortion.
Yeah, how was that? Ask them to describe it. Ask them if they want to come on and tell us how it went.
They want to come on and tell us about it.
I mean, Uber had to create like Uber Health because people were calling Ubers instead of calling fucking 911 to get them to a hospital. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah.
Anyway, but no, seriously, let's go back to the voting at 16. I just think there's a contradiction here, right? So the UK is saying, oh, young people aren't voting. How can we get young people to vote? Let's lower the voting age to 16. Like, I'm not really worried about it. I mean, the least reliable voting demographic happens to be.
Well, that would indisputably increase the amount of young people voting. So, I mean, I don't know what to say, Anna. It would increase the amount of voters that are young.
Young people. Yeah. So I don't think that. Look, I don't think that 16 is a good age to make it legal. I think 18 is the perfect age. You're an adult, right? You're able to. Even like, I like it sometimes.
You know what? I like 18. I like 18.
Yeah? Suddenly 18 is the perfect age of majority. No issues there?
I think 18 is good. Maybe voting 16, but everything else, 18.
But you said you want just one neat little age to rule them all.
One age. I think 18 is perfect for everything. Maybe voting 16, but everything else.
So you can decide foreign policy, the head of state, but you can't consent to sex.
Correct.
Okay, why?
I don't need to explain why. It's consistent.
Why is it consistent? You do, because I'm stupid and I don't understand these things. So please, in detail, explain.
You can't possibly know the ramifications.
I think you can with sex ed, no?
No.
Okay. So I'm assuming that you think that 18 should be the draft, voting. You said no to the car rentals thing. What?
Yeah, rentals are, we don't want to do that.
Why not?
Prefrontal cortex. Yeah, 25 is good for rentals. 18 is good for war. 18 is good for everything else except for voting. Maybe 16 voting. Who knows?
Guns?
I'll have to think about it. Guns, I would say 14.
Really?
Yeah.
Not just like hunting. You mean like even like a handgun?
Sure.
Okay.
Because I'll give you one example, and I don't mean to interrupt.
What do you think's more dangerous? 14-year-old with a gun or a 16-year-old having sex?
You know the answer.
Okay, what's the answer?
You know it. Why don't you say it, and then that'll be the right answer.
Well, I think you need to say this one out loud.
No,
I think you need to be the one to say it.
I actually think you need to. Actually, you do.
I think it's obvious that, 14-year-old with a fucking gun is a way more dangerous situation than a 16-year-old consenting to sex, even if it's somebody that's like a decade their senior.
Sex.
Huh?
So you're okay with you're okay with pedophilia?
What did I say that I'm okay with 16 being the age of consent?
You said it, not me.
What did I say the age of consent to be 16? You were the one who implied that.
Can we just move on?
You were the one who implied that earlier because you said there should just be one age. And so I was very curious. Oh, okay. Does that extend to consent? The only one who's made the Dershowitz-esque argument was you. Okay.
Talk about this anymore.
What is it with lawyers and wanting to like lower the age of consent? Am I right?
Do that. I think 18 is the perfect age. In fact,
you think 18 is the perfect age? Oh, you like them young. You like 18-year-olds? That's what you're saying. Okay. I didn't know you swung that way. Okay.
No.
You like 18 is the perfect age. You heard it here, people. Pisco says 18 is just perfect. They're perfect at that age.
And it's not at all what I said.
You like some fresh out of high school.
30 is the perfect age.
Is that how old Silly Serious is?
No, stop. You need to stop right now.
19, not perfect according to Pisco. Sorry.
You need to stop. You need to stop. You need to press play. Just press play.
But sometimes I even think young college kids who are like, go Mamdani. I'm like, you guys have no idea what this means.
But they're adults, and adults should be allowed to vote,
I hear you,
right? And there's a bunch of
it's scary when they don't
40-year-olds who vote they have ideas that I think are insane. I'm not going to want them to stop voting or prevent them from voting. I think 16's too young.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's it's not good for anybody to become too ideologically captured. And when you don't have enough life experience, when you honestly don't even probably know what you're going to study when you get to college yet, you're still trying to figure out who you are, what actually matters to you. That's a part of those later teen and then early 20 experience to learn about yourself, to really see where you fall.
I think that the strongest argument for saying it should be 16 is pointing out that if in just 2 years you're going to be subjected to whatever head of state is like mandating surrounding a war potentially, you could be drafted, you never know what's going to happen, that you should have you're already about to have like a stake in it in a very, very significant way. So why shouldn't it be lowered at that point?
Good point.
I know, Anna, you were saying last night that you've been political from a young age. You probably already were at 16.
I remember giving a speech in front of the entire school in the lead up to the, war in Iraq. And obviously I was like preaching against it.
Right.
Good for you.
Yeah,
actually.
So like, I was politically
not
engaged,
surprise me.
but I was unique in
You're
in
built
school.
different, and, and most people, I feel like their brains truly.
This is a good question. Should a 16-year-old be allowed to vote on age of consent laws? Thoughts?
That's like gerrymandering, okay? You can't let the people be in charge of their own age of consent.
Not the unwashed masses.
Down that road leads tyranny. We can't do that.
So you don't like the tyranny of the majority? Are you a monarchist?
I am. In fact, I am. I think that I should be the king. And if I were the king, no one's having sex, all right? We're ending all sex.
He rules with an iron fist.
Can't handle it. And I think I've already shared on here the experience I had when I first started looking into politics at around 17, 18 years old. And it blackpilled me so much that I didn't take another look at it until COVID, when I saw how bad it got in Australia. And I was like, what's the difference between Australia's political system and America's? It got me back involved. But when I first started looking into it, I got deeply blackpilled because I went all the way down the rabbit hole. I learned about the deep state, all of these things, and it left me feeling helpless, disenfranchised, disempowered, and I didn't have the tools and faculties available to me at a 17-year-old to be able to...
Disenfranchised? Why would that make you feel disenfranchised?
Vote productively.
If you already didn't have the right to vote at 17.
I hate everything about her. Every word she says fills me with ick.
I had that option because I was ideologically captured without being able to test it up against anything.
You bring up a really good point. In terms of that particular voting demographic, they are so deeply impressionable. And I want to give on a specific example of an issue on which they are extremely malleable. And I believe is
again, as opposed to adults that vote, they're not highly impressionable. They're not highly malleable. That's like
Trump supporters. That
is entirely true, right? That yes, you're like they're more impressionable. But if impressionality is like the thing that you're saying should mandate like where we cut it off or whatever, then really no one should be fucking voting because everybody's impressionable.
No one should be fucking and no one should be voting.
Unless they're 18, then you're the perfect age according to Pisco.
According to you.
I'm just characterizing what you said. I'm just repeating you.
I'm saying that you said 16 was the perfect age. You said 12-year-olds.
I never said 16 was the perfect age.
I think you said that.
We're backing off that immediately.
Contagion, and that is the trans movement. You see that basically it's just proliferating around the country. It's being normalized, and it's amongst teenagers.
Yeah, I think
they are the ones catalyzing this.
Particularly teenage girls transitioning
Precisely.
to...
Well, what's actually interesting is the statistic where it says that now 25% of Gen Z identify within the LGBTQ umbrella. What actually makes that...
Wait, can you just go back 20
Her not wanting to say like trans guys or whatever. I'm surprised she didn't say like also they're autistic.
Particularly teenage girls transitioning to...
Precisely. Well, what's actually interesting is the statistic...
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean.
Where it says that now 25% of Gen Z identify within the LGBTQ umbrella. What actually makes that up the most is this, non-binary and bisexual, which are two of the most transient things. You can just decide tomorrow, I'm not going to be a they, them anymore. You're back.
So what? Even if I granted that was how it worked, what's the issue with that? Why is that a problem?
She's a Kinsey 0. What's the scale?
Kinsey 6 or like the Kinsey. It's just called the Kinsey scale, but it's on a scale like it goes from 0 to 6.
She's a super straight. Remember that whole arc, super straight?
Yes.
No.
Anything. You're just bored. You need a person.
Also, I can tell you right now, there's proof that she is not at a 0 on that scale.
What?
That's the freaking issue.
Whoa. Are you revealing something?
Google is a free resource.
Dude. Like, it's not a freaking incidence, an uptick in sexual
It's not
orientation.
an outfit.
It's not like
a
there's way
mood.
more gays and lesbians. I mean, and there is somewhat like
yeah.
the transition. People are being pushed into transition. But when you take a look at those stats and you break it down, it's interesting how many it's captured by non-binary and bisexual.
Yeah. There's a phrase for it where. And it's actually, there's a large body of research on
trans trenders. I listen to Jesse Singal and get all of my trans takes from him. Now let me regurgitate them on this fucking show.
Singal.
You know, suicide.
Is it
and
signal
how
or
suicides
signal?
lead to, I
Signal?
forget the word. I'm
Single, yeah. Singal.
Basically, it leads to more, once copycats.
Having a girlfriend should be illegal.
So, you know,
this is a lie. She's like talking about like social contagion or whatever, or ROGD. This is rapid onset gender dysphoria, something that is because there's no evidence that this even is a phenomenon that exists. And the first literature that even introduced it as the term was authored by Dr. Lisa Littman, and this she's a proponent of this lie. And spreads the idea that like, transness is like a social contagion and that's how people pick it up. But there's issues with the way she was doing a prevalency study on a thing that had not yet been established to even exist in the first place. And she was going to websites like Mumsnet and other like effectively transphobic forums and not asking trans people themselves, but measuring the opinions of parents or family members of trans people to establish that this was a phenomenon. That this existed or whatever.
Very naughty.
Onset gender dysphoria. Controversial, scientifically unsupported hypothesis, which claims that some adolescents identify as transgender and experience gender dysphoria due to peer influence and social contagion, particularly those assigned female at birth. You know, because they're assigned female at birth and then they transition to, you know. As Jillian says, ROGD is not recognized as a valid mental health diagnosis by any major professional organization. The APA, the WPATH, and 60 other medical professional orgs have called for its elimination from clinical settings due to a lack of reputable scientific evidence for the concept, major methodological issues in existing research, and the stigmatization of gender-affirming care for trans youth. So unless that changes, it is not real.
It's in the Wikipedia, guys.
It's a hypothesis.
It's on suicides and how suicides lead to, I forget the word. I'm like, it's basically, it leads to more, once copycats. Basically, yeah.
Copycats.
So,
that's the word.
Or that like trauma is like indicative of like how people come about to discover that they're trans or whatever. Is like, I'm sure this has happened at one point or whatever, but it's not a phenomenon that has repeatedly.
You know what else has happened at one point? Me raiding into Straighterade stream right now as it's happening. I'm gonna go have some dinner. I'll be back online later. But you guys,
not finishing this. He's got. What are you gonna cover or what?
I have some things. We have some things to cover. But you guys,
like what? Give your audience a little tease.
I'm not gonna give any kind of tease, and then there's no tease. No, there's nothing that's gonna happen with teasing.
No teasing because he can't guarantee that all of you guys are 18 and it's not. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be the perfect age.
We'll be back, and Aaron and I we have some other things to cover as well. But I have to go eat some dinner.
Yeah. What's the perfect number of minutes before you are back, Pisco? Care to answer?
I don't have an answer for that, but just stay tuned, guys, and follow Straighterade. All right. Peace. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right, you guys. Hold on. Let's see if he did this right.
And follow Straighterade.
Checking on YouTube and checking on. Look at you guys. 120 on Twitch. Okay, quick shill. If you're watching me on Twitch, you haven't followed me yet, you should. That way you can know when I go live. You can also subscribe to me and get access to very, very cute emotes as well as an ad-free experience or gift subs throughout the chat to share the love. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream so it pushes it out to other people, or subscribe to me. And that way you can know when I go live through YouTube, obviously, if you turn on the bell for notifications about when I go live, which is basically every single day. And if you want to watch any of my previous VODs, they are timestamped by me personally. After I get offline, I timestamp all of my VODs, so you can go through each multi-hour VOD and navigate to whatever segment you're interested in hearing me yap about. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade_ on everything. And yeah, let's get back to her take, because I will be finishing this shit.
Yeah,
social contagion.
Social contagion.
Yes.
Perfect. That's what I was looking for. So there have been those who are theorizing that you're seeing an increase in people identifying the ways that you refer to because of social contagion. That's not my wheelhouse. I haven't looked at those studies, so I can't say.
Abigail Schreier wrote
Do you go live at the same time every day? Fuck no. I wish I did.
Fantastic book about this.
That's seeing an increase in people identifying the ways that you refer to because of social contagion. That's not my wheelhouse. I haven't looked at those studies, so I can't say.
Abigail Schreier wrote
Okay, so she's just like putting that out there, even though she knows that she doesn't know, but she says she's not educated enough to expand on that. Surprised she didn't redirect people to Jesse Singal. And Abigail Schreier is a fucking hack, a lawyer. She's not an endocrinologist. She is not a physician. She is certainly not a youth physician. She has no experience whatsoever when it comes to trans youth medicine, nothing. And yet she has a book that people cite called Irreversible Damage that is fear-mongering about your kid being trans. So that's what Jillian is going to cite here, of course.
Fantastic book about this. It was actually thrown off of Amazon for a little while. I forgot the title. It's called Irreversible.
I don't think it was thrown off Amazon. I think it was thrown off Target briefly because this was when Target would basically, or like, all you had to do to get something changed is reach out, like, at a fucking company on Twitter, and their PR team would be more likely to respond to it and just appease whatever fucking shitter on Twitter is complaining about.
Damage. The transgender craze seducing our daughters. It's a must read if you're at all concerned about this. It's a brilliant book.
I don't want these very impressionable individuals making decisions that will affect our nuclear arsenal potentially, because they would be voting for president.
I don't want
our nuclear arsenal. Oh, wait. They're still on the age thing. I thought she was talking about like trans people.
Affecting my tax laws or my private property.
Exactly.
Okay. I love my kids, but I remember as a young kid thinking communism sounded great because it sounded fair.
Right.
I was like, well,
these people are always trying to come up with new ways to exclude people from voting, even though, like, again, every single thing that they're introducing to say, this is why you shouldn't be able to vote. This is why, whatever. It's like you could argue for like getting rid of the right of people who already have the right to vote right now. You could argue using these same parameters. You should not let disabled people vote, even though they pay taxes. You should not let criminals vote. I'm sure that they fucking support that shit too. Or there should be fucking taxes. Like fucking, you may as well bring back like poll taxes and literacy tests.
And why wouldn't we do this? Then everybody gets the same amount, and that seems utopian.
Right.
Now at 50, I'm like, this is a terrible idea.
Yeah, I think it's silly. Like 18 is a good age.
Yeah.
Again, they're adults. I feel comfortable with 18. I think the standard of ideologically captured or impressionable is a bad standard because there are plenty of adults that fall under that category too. I just think you need to be an adult. You need
discipline. How are you going to start the commie revolution with a messed up schedule? The trains need to run on time.
To be a citizen of the country you want to vote in. End of story.
I also think that we should talk about the catalyst.
I'm a lazy communist, you guys.
Voting age decreases.
Someone would probably argue that I'm a communist because I'm lazy.
And that is the leftist attempt to solidify power, because they know.
That's the question, though.
They
That's
know.
what I mean,
exactly. They
what,
know
in America?
The Labour Party, for sure.
Oh, you mean the UK?
This is the Labour Party.
I do. That's how I thought we sort of got into the whole boy-girl thing, because boys are leaning more conservative, but girls are leaning more liberal. There are like a fraction, 1% more girls than boys or something. But the question is, does it equal out?
And it's interesting. We're going to talk about it.
Jillian doesn't have a college degree. True, she doesn't. She never finished college. It's not anywhere on her Wikipedia page. Maybe we shouldn't let people without bachelor's degrees vote because they're not educated. That sounds like the road she wants to go down. These people don't realize that, like, the arguments that they're all making, it's like you're this close to saying you shouldn't be allowed to vote.
In a upcoming episode.
Here's the joke. This is the one.
But of course, they want to draw the line like right before them so they can get in and then just exclude everybody else.
Australia now, but what I was going to say, that's why there's a dating crisis right now amongst young people.
Yeah.
One of the main reasons is because they're converging so much politically that they're not able to find any common ground.
I can't wait to talk about that.
Yeah.
It's a really
Future
good topic.
episodes, guys.
I know we're going to segue out of this, but I do want to mention, put just one final cherry on top. If we're going to talk about young people, we should also talk about people who are in clear cognitive decline and thinking that they can run our country at age 86.
God.
Yes.
There has to be a discussion around that as well on both ends.
That's such an uncomfortable discussion because I agree. I want to avoid another Biden debacle.
That was a debacle that we should never have again because
I agree.
Our nation was faced with that choice.
But what policy we decide on and how it's implemented is important because there are, obviously, look, Trump isn't that far in age.
That's why I think.
And his cognitive ability is obviously very different from that of Biden's,
Exactly. So I don't think it should be about age. I think it should be about cognitive function.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, well, moving on to another age-related.
Just putting a pin on, that's where they're ending it. It should just be about cognitive function. Okay.
Issue. There's a story that's flying under the radar, but it could redefine the internet access as we know it. So Australia, often dubbed the test kitchen of the world, just finalized a law that will require users to verify their
test kitchen of. I've never heard that.
your identity before using search engines like Google and Bing. So this mandate rolls out December 27th.
Australia is quietly introducing unprecedented age checks for search engine like Google.
2025, and it applies to anyone logged into a search account with enforcement backed by massive fines. Up to 50 million Australian dollars per breach. So
Crazy.
Is the goal to protect kids or like blow online anonymity? How is this going to work?
Spy on citizens.
Yeah.
Okay, Amy?
So interesting how like protecting kids always goes hand in hand with totalitarian control. Apparently these two things are not
how that works.
mutually exclusive. Think of the children, right?
Yep.
Okay, but you do the think of the children shit. So who the fuck do you think you are making that argument and pointing out that, yes, that frequently people say, think of the children when they're trying to get something that they know is unpopular passed?
Obviously, guys, if you're in America, you're no stranger to having to present your ID. Most of us don't have any objections to it unless you're like a diehard Second Amendment person, right? Maybe you have some issues with that. For most people, the clear delineation between overreach is kind of difficult to see, right? But I think we could all agree that needing to show your ID just to be able to use the internet, to use a search engine
is crazy.
Is definitely taking
There are
it
parental controls. There's no reason for this. I can control anything on my kid's phone.
Yeah, we're worried about the children argument is such
Thank you for subscribing, Eastside Vandal.
Yes, and it's always the excuse to infringe on people's privacy and their rights. This is crazy.
It is crazy.
Yeah,
And
it's always a Trojan
leading
horse.
experts are saying it. If we could pull up, I think I have a screenshot of the article. Experts are sounding the alarm. This could compromise Australia's
Thank you for the follow, Brutal Force.
Online and may not do much to protect young people, so brazenly calling that out. And I have not seen anything like this anywhere else in the world. And with that, I need to come back to Gillian's point, because she's not using hyperbole when she said that Australia is the test kitchen of the world. It's very true. And this is why we should care about the laws that are rolling out in Australia, because oftentimes the US and other countries are like 5 to 6 years behind. And they will then implement those things.
I totally agree with you on this. I am very concerned about it. So, I read up on it because I was curious, like, is this really as bad as it seems on the surface? It's even worse. So it basically will create a digital trail of everything you do online 100%. That would easily be available to any government if they want to spy on you, keep tabs on you, whatever it is. I'm also worried about like hackers and maybe even blackmail, right? Because if there's
these sorts of regulations are already popping up surrounding like adult websites. I wonder if they'll get into that.
Database indicating
because those same vulnerabilities exist for that, and it's not even clear that those are actually meaningfully making a dent or preventing minors from accessing that type of material in the first place.
Literally using not just your ID, but they would use facial recognition as well.
It's a digital ID.
If you want.
I need the Pissman to properly hate on Amy. Today Amy wasn't speaking up enough for him to actually get into it, except at the very end when she was like, I was disenfranchised because at 17 I was reading things about politics or whatever she said. Does the valuetainment audience watch this? Maybe they jerk off to it. I cannot imagine that the audience that probably enjoys watching Adam Sosnick throw a fucking tampon at Anna Kasparian is interested in what these women have to say. I'll be honest. I think they're different audiences. I'm sure if they ask like, oh yeah, we love her take or whatever, but they wouldn't actually watch it.
It's like you want to watch porn or whatever, right? Like, and so there's some pervy guys that
the porn thing, this comes up.
Like they can't help themselves. They're going to do it. But I worry about them because what they're watching, there's going to be a trail of because they're literally submitting their face and their digital ID in order to do it.
100%.
I just think it's government overreach to an extreme.
But what it's doing, and it's similar to what we were talking about when we were discussing the Real.ID, right? And how that got implemented here in the United States, one of our first shows. And a lot of people were saying, oh, you're taking this way too far. Nothing crazy is going to happen. They're not going to use it to exercise any undue control.
That's what they want us to think.
Because it always starts out as an illusion for this is for your protection, right?
Exactly.
But it's that saying that when you trade
them having this conversation after spending, what was it? 30 minutes fear-mongering about just random instances of immigrants who have not even been tried in a court of law and determined to actually be criminals in any credible or meaningful sense. Fear-mongering, like pointing to those examples to justify mass deportations, violations of due process, not actually adjudicating asylum claims, not wanting anybody to fucking immigrate here. We're going to say in this subject, this is what they always do. They point to these fringe cases to justify violating all your other civil liberties. Not a shred of fucking irony.
What is it? Your freedom for liberty. You deserve neither. And right now, soon to be in Australia, they're going to get neither. A year ago, I was on the PBD podcast and we were discussing a story about how Australia was banning under 16s from the internet. And I called it out then and there that this is a mechanism that they were going to use to take it way too freaking far. And lo and behold, here we are a year later, and that's exactly what is happening. So with Australia's digital ID, when they originally rolled this out, they said, oh guys, this is just going to be for the public sector. So if you need to access your government things, if you need to log into, your welfare website, Centrelink, things like this, right? And then slowly...
Okay, Jillian doesn't get it because we don't have those sorts of robust social safety nets like they fucking have in Australia. So no, she wouldn't know anything about needing to go onto a website or being able to access that to get access to like a government service or anything related to healthcare potentially.
But surely it started inching and creeping into the private sector, and now you're going to need to scan your face to use the freaking internet. And the issue is, it's creating a framework for a totalitarian surveillance state. Does that mean it's going to become it in the next year, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Maybe not, but the foundation is what they're creating right now. And if they're going to test that style of system, CCP type system, social credit type system, anywhere in the world.
Amy always brings up the social credit system.
In any Western country, you can bet your ass it's going to be Australia, because we have a very similar cultural makeup to the United States. People are very similar, but they're separated by chasms.
What? Because they're white? Is that what you're saying, that, Amy? What do you mean we're culturally very similar or what?
Oceans between different countries. It's literally the world's largest island. It's actually the test kitchen of the world.
I remember several years ago, anyone who would make a slippery slope argument would get discredited. Like, oh, it's a flawed argument, slippery slope. But no, sometimes it is a slippery.
Did you hear about the T-app situation? Is that where people could report if they'd had like bad interactions with certain people on social media or like on dating websites or whatever? It's like a beware thing. Real.ID is basically the same process as a passport, so I'm not sure why that was used. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Slippery slope. And I think this is a perfect example of it. You just gave a perfect example of how, these privacy issues start off with something that seems totally harmless, and then it devolves into something that is a violation of people's privacy.
100%.
So this is a slippery slope. I am worried about it, and I wouldn't be surprised if this makes it to the United States eventually.
Absolutely.
Well, it is. Can I read this to you?
Okay, yes.
So in the U.S., several American states are already drafting similar laws set to roll up by 2027.
Wait. Thank you for the bits. What are you saying? Let's see. What are you saying? Fuck. The feds have already had all your personal info prior to Real.ID. All Real.ID does is set the measure for how to prove someone's identity for the federal government. There are definitely privacy concerns about all that other shit the feds are doing, but the tinfoil-hatted people don't know a whole lot about Real.ID. No surprise there. Okay. I will literally be back in like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm going to throw up my BRB screen and some music, but I will be back in 2 seconds. Yo. Okay. For a moment, I thought she said she was gonna throw up. I would not overshare that much on stream.
It could require ID checks for accessing not just adult content or app stores, but potentially search engines too.
Come on. Come on.
See,
So
guys,
I
not even 5 years behind, 2 years behind, 2027.
Let me give you a little more detail. 25 plus states already enforce ID-based access for porn sites, with more joining. Now, you can get around this at the moment with VPNs.
Right.
Because if you're in Florida, but you use a VPN, they don't know where you are. So if you're in a state that could potentially allow it, you could ping yourself from Germany or whatever the hell. At least 3 states, Utah, Texas, and Louisiana, are extending these checks to app stores, which is ridiculous because my kids need my approval to download that on their phone. So I don't get that at all. Again, there are parental controls on the phone. Multiple states are pushing age consent verification for social media use by minors. So it's definitely creeping.
Similar.
I just want to say that it's not just a slippery slope. The slope has slipped.
Yeah.
Like,
We're
this is
down.
happening right now. Like, we're way down there. And I love that you brought up the CCP.
Is that the way you would say it? The slope has slipped? I'm like so petty with her. I don't want to give her like any ground on anything, even if it's fucking inconsequential.
A social credit score, because let's talk about what that's for. It's to debank people. It's to raise their interest rates. If they do say something that the government doesn't like, their interest rates go up. Their kid can't go to the
Who was debanked? What are we talking about?
School that they want.
Travel, banned off trains.
Exactly. It will impact every aspect of your life. And it's not just East Asia, it's Canada. It's happening right now. People are getting debanked, especially during the COVID era. People are getting debanked for saying the wrong thing, for going against the Trudeau regime. So this is not a hypothetical. This is reality, folks. And I just want to say, for us older folks, I'm glad I grew up in...
Older folks. I don't know what you're talking about, okay? 25.
Well, I'm just glad that I grew up in the 90s, in the 2000s. I don't have a history of, my online history isn't following me around.
It's so sad when they have to do that. Like, oh, I'm not old, checks age. Like, you're 35. What's the big deal?
Yeah. We were able to live that.
I'm a little late, but I think the best reason for 16 to not vote is we don't need more incentive to propagandize to children. I guess I just think that that's so widespread that there's no point. And that's already happening on such a degree that it seems like I don't know if that's the thing that should stop it from happening.
Childhood without social media.
Yes. Brilliance 51. She's the Barbara Walters of this view.
Oh, good.
It was so good.
We can all agree that social media generally is bad for young people. And that's the point that they're trying to make with this. Oh, it's so much better for their mental health. Think of the children. Connor, do you have the video and the timestamps I provided you? Sky News in Australia, a great news source, they called this out. I absolutely love this clip. They make
great. Love Sky News. Great news source.
The point perfectly.
They can't download it unless you, as the parent, approve the app.
Let parents parent. You don't need the government to parent.
It's got nothing to do with protecting children, because you've known that social media is really bad for kids forever. There are mountains of research and you've done nothing about it. But you pass your digital ID bill and about 2 weeks later, all of a sudden you were wildly concerned with the welfare of children on social media and you had to mount legislation to do something about it. Coincidence? I think not. And who shares my opinion? None other than Elon.
I wish I could know the difference between different Australian regional accents to know if this is effectively a hillbilly type accent or a more posh Australian accent.
Elon Musk, who very recently shared a tweet by our own Prime Minister, which was crowing, oh, we're introducing this bill today. Elon Musk rightly writes, seems like a backdoor way to control access to the internet by all Australians. Riddle me this, if this is about protecting children, why, as Senator Matt Canavan discovered today, why isn't Pornhub, the biggest pornography platform in the world, why isn't it included on the list of websites that kids will not be able to...
Right? What? Right?
Wow.
You'd think that just screams sloppy to me.
Because they won't comply with it. That's why. And they either don't want that or they don't, I don't know.
If you're going to push this child protection narrative, at least kind of get your ducks in, or at least pretend to do the bare minimum, right?
Yeah, they're not even trying.
Isn't that wild?
They will find a way around this because somebody's parent will leave something open and whatever. I mean, because at the end of the day,
kids are ingenious.
They will work 24/7 to get around you. And that's the conversation I've had with my kids is I'm like, guys, if you're working on this 24/7, I got other things to do. You are going to beat me at this game. So you got to be involved and you got to do your absolute best, but they'll find a way around this as well.
Maybe
even if this is really for them.
Maybe this will lead to a reemergence of in-person porn shops. Maybe this is a job creating,
Don't think so, Anna, no.
idea.
He's like, that's so serious.
I want to stimulate and support small business.
She's a news anchor. It's probably more posh. That's an Australian Valley girl. I got that impression.
Yeah, I mean, upside.
Amy, you talk about the transition of ideas and sentiments from Australia to the United Kingdom into the United States, and I was wondering about that, what was catalyzing that? And I wonder if it's just Rupert Murdoch and his empire and his media, apparatus that basically spreads ideas from one continent to the next, because he has a footprint all over the place, and it starts in Australia. That is his home base. Let's not forget that.
Pilot program.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
Commonwealth countries specifically, so like Australia and then Canada, like all the Commonwealth countries. It doesn't matter where they're located. Those are the ones that seem to be most impacted by these different.
It's not just this issue, though. I mean, just the conservative resurgence started in Australia, and then we're seeing it here. I just think it's really remarkable. And if I were to bet, it would be because of the Murdoch influence.
Interesting.
Yeah,
it's interesting. I hadn't thought of it.
Yeah. Speaking of terrifying global trends, as mentioned, we've got a third for you. So I read about this, couldn't wrap my head around it, and sent Anna down a rabbit hole.
You sure did.
You know what?
Damn, they stay on this. Oh, wait, no, they don't. No, they don't. This is the Telegram CEO thing. This is so boring. Oh, let's see. Okay, I'm going to do 5 minutes of this point, and if it's boring, I'm skipping forward it, through it.
Just take it. I can't even wrap. I go.
So the French be wildin'. Okay, that's what's happening in France right now. It's so crazy. So
it's terrifying.
There has been this concerning shift toward illiberalism and undemocratic behavior in European countries in recent years, including violations of free speech, canceled elections in countries like Romania. And I want to focus on France for the purposes of our discussion here, because it's been nearly a year since Pavel Durov, who's the CEO of the messaging app Telegram, was arrested the second his plane landed in France. Now, he was shocked that he was being arrested. He's like, he claims that he actually flew to France.
The allegations is that there's criminal activity that's rampant on Telegram, and by being alerted of this, failing to attempt to intervene or regulate the website in any way or the platform that it's fostering, it's no different than fostering criminal activity. And so that's the charges are related to that.
And by the way, to meet with Emmanuel Macron, he gets arrested by the French authorities immediately. And according to reporting from the Wall Street Journal at the time, they revealed that Durov was taken into custody after his private jet landed at the airport just north of Paris. Russia's foreign ministry demanded access for its diplomats to the 39-year-old tech entrepreneur. He was born in Russia, but and it's thought that he was targeted by the French specifically because he was born in Russia. But it's important to know that he actually does not have a good relationship with the Russian government. He left Russia because of the fact that he was also the founder of a social media site in Russia known as VK, and the Kremlin wanted access to people's private information, and he refused to hand it over. And so that pressure became too unbearable. He leaves Russia. So he's not
to France.
This guy's
out of the frying pan.
This guy's a libertarian, and he really cares about privacy. Okay, Telegram doesn't collect private data.
That's what I was going to ask.
Exactly.
Right? That and Signal. There's a couple of them that
you can trust a tech CEO to always tell you the truth.
Can't capture anything from
exactly.
them.
So
if a CEO is saying they don't collect data or they don't do a certain business practice, then you know that they don't.
I don't know exactly why he was targeted. The French have their cover story that I'm not buying into at all. His detention comes amid growing concern in Europe about Telegram's use by pedophiles, drug traffickers, and other criminals. French media reported that his detention was related to an investigation opened into Telegram's role in spreading child pornography and the platform's alleged refusal to cooperate with authorities in cracking down. So that sounds pretty serious, right?
I remember that, and I thought he was bad guy number one.
So did I.
This is a couple years ago?
This was last year when he got arrested, in August of 2024.
I remember buying that completely and not, by the way, doing any homework into it until...
Because you hear child porn, and it's like, that's a bad guy, right? I don't care if he got arrested. But no, he is not accused of engaging in any of that criminality. What the authorities are accusing him of, and Telegram of, is refusing to cooperate with authorities in identifying the individuals who are engaged in criminality.
Yeah, that's what it was.
But is he really guilty of that? Buckle up, and we're going to go for a ride, and I'll show you whether or not that's true. Now, in 2006, as I mentioned, he started the social media, Facebook-like media site. I don't know how to pronounce it, so I'm just going to say VK. The Kremlin demanded information about its users. He resisted. By 2011, the site had become a tool for critics of Vladimir Putin to organize mass protests to challenge his rule. That's why Putin wanted this data on Telegram users. To the credit of Durov, he's like, no, I'm not going to hand it over. Sorry. And I'm concerned that France wants this data for a similar reason. So he left Russia.
I mean, even them not being willing to comply with a state in one respect doesn't mean that they don't collect data or whatever from the
2014
users.
Due to that continued pressure. But back to his arrest in France. All of these allegations made against him were denied by Durov and Telegram. Telegram says that We comply with the Digital Services Act, the European Union law that requires large social media companies to counter the exchange of illegal content, goods, and services on their platforms, and that Telegram has yet to be designated by the EU as a very large platform that would need to abide by those rules. However, it turns out that Durov and Telegram actually did have a pathway for French authorities to submit a request if they have, they've gone through the proper legal protocols, and then he'll hand over the data, right? But it has to go through a process. And in this interview with Tucker Carlson,
a process we know Lindy doesn't give a shit about in certain respects. And is this guy, is he a citizen of France? Hold on. Oh, yeah. Okay. So he has Russian citizenship, St. Kitts and Nevis since 2013, a UAE citizen, and a French citizen.
And he explains what that process is and how long that process was available to the authorities prior to his arrest. Take a look.
I asked the French policeman, why haven't you been following the European law and serving your legal requests in the way prescribed by this law, right? It's defined by the Digital Services Act, and it's there. You could Google the process. You could read.
This guy looks like a dude who was like a doctor on Doctor Who, and he was also in Jessica Jones. Now I'm distracted by this. Hold on. I can think of the actor's name, though. Hold on. This David Tennant. He kind of looks like David Tennant, no? With, younger and, darker hair. David Tennant could definitely play him in a biopic.
The privacy policy of Telegram, it's easily accessible on the website. So why didn't you do it? And they didn't answer, but thanks God they started to do it. And then they started to receive responses helping them to identify criminal suspects, meaning we would disclose IP address and phone number of people who were suspects in criminal investigations when we received court orders signed by a judge.
Right.
And this was something that we had.
Okay, I was not expecting to see Tucker Carlson sitting across from him.
Place.
Maybe she mentioned it, but I didn't catch it. That's who he was being interviewed by.
It's a year ago before that. So
but I already don't like that the reason why Anna takes an interest in this is because clearly she's fucking watching Tucker Carlson.
It's not something that the French have forced us to do. It's something that we already had in place. We had a company in Belgium.
So they had a company in Belgium processing the requests from, government authorities if they have, pay close attention to what he said, a court order signed by a judge, because he doesn't want his platform to be abused by the government that seeks to essentially spy on individuals, right?
Especially when that's the purpose of the platform. Is not
exactly.
It's decrypted. What's the word for it?
It's encrypted. Yes, it's encrypted.
So that's the whole point. So obviously, I don't want to give up information. It's defeating the purpose unless you go through the proper legal channels.
And in France, there are a lot of protests all the time. And it seems as though France wants to squash it, or they at least want to, maybe take a look at the individuals who are participating in these protests. And oftentimes they're protests by workers or ordinary people in France who are upset at the public transportation fare being increased unfairly, things like that. There have been protests like that in the past. Now, additionally, Durov has nothing to hide and travels frequently in Europe, Telegram said. It is absurd to claim that a platform or its owner are responsible for abuse of that platform.
How come Lindy's not piping up to be like, I don't care, injustice is afoot, fuck his due process, he should be forced to turn it over so we can get at these fucking rapists and child molesters and abusers.
Awaiting a prompt resolution of the situation. It's important to keep in mind, after his arrest, he was forced to remain in France as this investigation continues. He has not been charged with anything, so he can't leave France, which, by the way, really interesting. The Wall Street Journal uncovered that he and Telegram were being spied on by both the French and UAE, two countries that he has citizenship in, beginning in 2017.
Oh, wow.
France gave him citizenship in 2021.
That's bizarre.
And same with the UAE. They gave him citizenship after they began spying on Telegram and spying on him. Wow. So there's something really fishy happening here. Right. I think it's sick that there's just an investigation. He hasn't been charged with anything, yet he's being punished by not being allowed to leave France. And I'm sorry, I don't think any government official should have access to anyone's data unless they have a court order or a warrant, something signed by a judge. There needs to be probable cause. So I really respect the fact that Durov is like, no, you need to do this through the proper legal channels. We have a web page.
I am so bored by this topic. Does anybody know if what Anna is spinning here is accurate? Do I need to? Is she leaving something out? Like as far as I could tell, last time I looked into it, she wasn't. But is there something that I'm missing?
Our site that explains what the process is and how you can do it. He asked the French authorities, why didn't you go through this process? So if you're really concerned about the, pedophiles and the sex traffickers and whatever.
It's a pathway to get that information.
Yeah, and why didn't they do it?
Legal, and they're cooperating, which I actually did not know.
Yep.
And I thought they weren't.
I know.
It's crazy the fact that you need to do a deep dive on every headline.
On everything. Yes.
I was like, well, of course this is happening. Of course bad people are using this to exploit kids and sell drugs and trade arms. And this guy just wants money and he's not cooperating because then all that I did not until I saw this one headline and it went with the theme of we were doing in the show, did a little more digging and I was like, all right, this seems crazy. This can't be real, and sent it to Anna, and then it just got worse.
This is always Jillian's contribution that, I'm an idiot. I didn't read past the headline. I was duped by a fucking tweet.
The more you looked into it.
And just so you guys know my biases,
literally
because of
nothing to contribute
in the way the media reported about him, I kind of started my research in this story with my own preconceived notions. I thought, no, this guy's obviously, there's something shady at afoot. I'm going to dig super deep. No, the shadiness actually comes from the government of France. Final thing, the Wall Street Journal notes that Telegram is very popular with, liberal opposition groups inside and outside of France and places like Russia. Pro-democracy demonstrators also use the app in order to organize. And as the Wall Street Journal notes, quote, that would potentially make Durov a valuable asset for Western intelligence agencies seeking to crack open Telegram's encrypted communications.
Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. Anna, that was fascinating. Thank you for taking us on a tour.
It's gonna get
and I just want to add.
She's not done.
No, that's pretty much it. That's
well,
like
I just want to add
the pen thing though. Did you see that one?
I did. I didn't dig into that though, so I feel kind of uncomfortable.
I do want to add.
Yeah. Wait, Le Pen? That was.
Everything you said was so fascinating and eye-opening. I want to add what the macro environment right now is in France. It's under President Macron, who's historically unpopular. How unpopular? You think the Democrats are unpopular?
Is she going to shoehorn in that, also his wife's a man?
At 19%?
Secretly. And they're coming after Candace Owens unfairly, who I support.
What Macron's approval rating is. It's 19%, and he's been sitting there for years at this point. And the snap elections in 2024 only made matters worse, and it's one misstep after another. And frankly, the highest rating throughout his presidency, I kid you not, was a whopping 31%. That was his peak. Okay, so this is obviously they're afraid, and that's why they're doing it.
Okay, but you could say the same thing about Donald Trump. Historically low favorability ratings with the general American public. But earlier, all she was citing is how popular he was at the Republican Party, no?
Yes.
That's what I mean.
And to Jillian's point.
So, what are we saying, Lindy? That if you don't have a mandate by the American public as far as, opinion polls go, that they need to go? Or what, regime change?
I have to dig a little deeper into the story to know what the laws are. Yeah, like Marine Le Pen.
The issue is the hypocrisy that I took away from it, so I'll just give you this. France's top opposition leader is Marine Le Pen, right? So she's been banned from running for president now in 2027 in France after a conviction for misusing EU funds with immediate disqualification enforced before.
Hey, she woke up. You mean me? I wasn't asleep. I was sick.
Or her appeal can even be heard. All right. So now, on the same day, French police raided her party's headquarters, and the European Court of Human Rights rejected her emergency repeal. So if you're like, well, okay, yeah, but she misused funds, so that makes sense to me. Here's the part that's really shady, is that you kind of called it out, Lindy. Billion euro scandals have been tied to Macron himself, including something called the Alstom energy sale, McKinsey COVID contracts, and massive campaign finance irregularities, which have led to zero charges on Macron due to his presidential immunity and selective prosecution. So there is something.
Blanket presidential immunity. Could you guys imagine if we had that here? No way.
Shorts going on in France.
I don't think it's bananas. I mean, Macron is the liberal guy, so it's okay when he does
exactly.
It gets a little worse. It's not just legal, it's strategic. So you brought
Anna with that stupid,
brought up debanking earlier. And by the way, has anyone ever seen the Trump family talk about this? They were debanked.
They were debanked.
And Mark Andreessen has gone on Rogan and talk about how they're strategically debanking people who engage in business models the government doesn't want you to, like AI. It's like, you think you're going to start AI? No, we're controlling AI. You're debanked. So the financial system itself has been weaponized. France's far-right RN party was debanked, shut out of traditional funding, and forced to rely on Russian loans, which were later used to.
I mean, but are these public banks? If they're private institutions, don't they have the right to withhold services to or deny services to whoever they want? If you're really some big free market capitalist or whatever, you should be fine with that because of freedom of association.
Smear those people as foreign agents, so they were forced to take Russian loans because they were debanked. But then they went to Russia. They used that to say, you're a foreign agent.
Right.
Aha. And then the same cordon sanitaire, whatever the hell that means, I guess the same playbook, was used to isolate the far right. It's now being deployed against the populist left who oppose EU authority, NATO alignment, and technocratic rule.
Yep.
So it's like, it's these tools.
Listen, I hope everyone knows I was being sarcastic when I said it's okay when the liberal does the financial crimes. No, I think that if you have a legal standard, that standard needs to be applied equally, regardless of political affiliation.
We picked up that you were being fucking sarcastic, but this idea that like liberals get away with more corruption than Republicans is just stupid to me.
Do have a problem, she's
like maybe in like certain aspects or whatever, but generally speaking, no.
Convicted of the misuse of EU funds.
I think it's more accurate to say liberals like get away with like bad policy, but it's not necessarily corruption.
I do have a big problem with that, as I would if an American candidate or politician were doing the same thing. I would like that law to be applied equally to Macron if he's been taken to court and convicted of something similar.
And I
but he
think
has
it's
presidential
extremely
immunity. So it's like it's a manipulation.
Yeah.
And this debanking thing is a huge deal. It happens here, as we talked about. It's happening all over the world. It's a weaponization of a globalist agenda, period. That is really what this show is about.
That's precisely right. And I think it's extremely fishy that the indictment came down after she managed to solidify 31.4% through the National Rally, which is her party. So the timing, I mean, just a coincidence? I don't think so. And by the way, right now, Macron is seen as a bastion of democracy in Europe. Because right now, he's seen that. Because right now, because Trump is withdrawing from the kind of, not officially, but he's demanding that they raise their defense spending to 5% of their GDP.
Yeah, liberal in America is totally different than in France or Britain. Yeah, that's the other thing.
Making a variety of claims. He's kind of, the pivot to Asia is still happening right now, and they're loosening their ties to our Western alliance, which I think is a terrible idea, with all due respect. But all this is happening, so it's leaving Macron in a power vacuum. He's taking that power vacuum and snatching the opportunity to portray himself as the one defender of European values against Putin. So right now, he is seen as basically the buffer with Zelensky against Vladimir Putin. And I think because of that reason,
I feel like there's no reason to take this woman's just so story surrounding like Macron and like why he's been in power or whatever.
Give him a lot of slack, which he doesn't deserve.
Even with his 19% approval ratings.
That's domestic, but what I'm talking about is European international stage.
Is he a bastion of democracy in Europe or hated? Didn't she say no one likes him not 5 minutes ago? I don't think that's necessarily a contradiction because she could be saying that he's hailed by elites as a bastion of democracy because he's like, providing a united front with Ukraine and resistance against Russia or whatever. But like not just among like general like French opinion or whatever, he's unpopular.
It is a global agenda. There is no question. And we've talked before about who's really behind this guy, where he really came from, the richest people in the world, some of them with criminal backgrounds. Like it's shady as hell. And if I could point out one kind of bizarre thing is that you're going after Durov because you care so much about kids being exploited. But again,
that's literally a kid who was exploited.
Picked up at 14, 15, but 14. By Brigitte Macron, who they claim was 40, but Candace suggests really was 44 at the time. Like, really?
Yeah, but there's no, like, I agree that shit is fucking creepy and weird as fuck, but there's no evidence, so what are they supposed to do? Also, again, talking about this in the context of the Republicans blocking the Epstein files from fucking being released. Miss me with it. Feeling better now? No, I'm just streaming anyway.
Yeah. It's scary stuff. It's scary stuff. And I do love, though, that we now have things like Telegram and things like Reddit. So you can fight back, you can organize.
Until they try to persecute you like they did.
The first time watching you, I think you said you were a communist. So if you are you like Russia had a right to invade or Russia is a frozen hellhole? No, I do not think that Russia had the right to invade, nor have I ever defended that or said like, oh, NATO expansion is all to blame, right? Like NATO expansion contributed, but not in the way that people think.
With this guy,
and nor does it excuse it.
Yes. It's like he's not the one distributing the material.
Russia has imperialist aims in Ukraine.
The platform, and it's important to have platforms like that. Yes, they will require some policing, obviously, but through the proper legal channels. And it's such a simple story. I don't get why they've complicated this. They've tried to make it seem like he's doing all of these, like when you break down the story to its nuts and bolts, he created a platform that allows anonymity. People did some bad shit, and because they're not going through the proper legal channels, he's still locked up. I didn't even know he was still unable to
He's
travel,
not locked up, yeah. So
I didn't know he was
but he
still
had to post like a €5 million bail in order to get out of. You know, it's interesting because, like, you listen to his interview with Tucker Carlson, and he's so, like, ridiculously fair to France. Did you listen to that? Yeah. Because he's just like, Tucker's like, they put you like in prison. He's like, well, it was a room and it had like a yoga mat for a bed and they did feed me well, so I wouldn't call it a prison. And he's like, were you allowed to leave? He's like, no. It's like, okay, it's a prison. But the other thing is, after he...
I know, but he's like currently he's like trying to... Well, I mean, why would he be antagonistic to a government that's already being antagonistic to him, right? It's easy to understand why he would be like that. He might be trying to... He knows he's obviously being surveilled or watched potentially, or he could be. So why is he going to say a bunch of things that might not be advantageous to him later?
Posted bail?
Like in a functioning, healthy democracy, you would be able to say all of that stuff and you shouldn't have to worry about it jeopardizing your ability to fight your legal battles. But let's operate in the real world here.
Said, like, sorry, we're investigating you, so you're not allowed to leave the country. And Telegram is based in the UAE. By the way, the UAE was also spying on him in 2017, along with France, which again begs the question, why did you guys give him citizenship in your countries if you thought he was such a bad actor?
Yeah. Another thing I want to point out is that this is just one weapon in the arsenal that they're using right now, because they are also going after Facebook, X, and a variety of platforms. President Trump actually had to step in and say, stop that nonsense right now. Stop going after our tech companies. Well, he's using, I love the phrase that you used yesterday. Trump has a hammer and he uses it all the time.
Yeah, he has one speed.
Exactly. It's just tariff mode. And so it's not just Telegram.
Why does she like, oh, he has one, haha, Trump has one speed, like laughing and smiling about that?
Yeah, he has one speed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just tariff mode. And so
again, like whenever she's criticizing a Democrat, they're fucking evil. They do this shit intentionally because they fucking hate you and they don't give a fuck. But then when they're talking about Trump or whatever, she's like, yep, I'm saying that he acts like a fucking dumbass.
So it's not just Telegram, it's all these companies, which really leads me to believe that they're afraid.
She doesn't realize that's a pejorative saying. She thinks it's adorable, I guess.
Will say.
Of course.
Yeah. Is there any end in sight for this guy? Like, is there any, like, a date or anything for proceedings?
Yeah. And it's funny that she's like, Anna Kasparian, like, came up that, like, yeah, when you're a hammer, everything you see is a fucking nail.
Yes. Like that. So apparently there's a certain amount of time in which France can legally force someone they're investigating to stay in the country. And once that time is up, they have to either charge him with something or let him go. But that day hasn't come yet. It's approaching soon. I just think it's wild that he's not like facing a trial at the moment. He's not facing any charges. It's like, we think you're a bad guy, so we're just going to keep you here and keep investigating you. They've been spying on him since 2017. What more can you investigate?
Do you think he was being searched?
Yeah, that's what it is. When all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail.
To France, had a fear of maybe retaliation, maybe them coming down harder or anything like that?
So I watched, I'm telling you, I really did go down the rabbit hole because I wanted to understand this guy's characteristics.
Okay, this is like what I'm thinking, what Amy just said.
Because he did seem very like mild-mannered during this interview with
phrase
Tucker.
as old as time. No, I think Anna Kasparian came up with that on the last episode of Her Take.
He is. Okay. And he's a libertarian. He's a real libertarian who doesn't agree with government overreach, and he sees this effort to get data on private citizens using his platform as government overreach.
To slope his sliding, exactly.
As it pertains to probable cause and a court order signed by a judge to get information on individuals who are suspected of committing actual crimes. But he's not going to like willy-nilly hand over data to government authorities.
That's actually really admirable.
I agree.
Do you know when the interview was taped with Tucker?
About a year ago.
Because Jillian brought up a really interesting point yesterday. You said that Tucker doesn't use a computer because you're afraid that people...
they're going to plant deeply incriminating things.
I'm just wondering if his interview with this man impacted his
But Hunter Biden says everyone has a laptop. Also, fucking Tucker not doing that shit. Like, this is also somebody who claims he was attacked by a demon in the middle of his fucking sleep. What do we give a fuck about his paranoias? He's clearly detached from reality in some significant way.
Along those lines, because he saw it happen.
Maybe. It's definitely possible. One other thing I really want to hone in on for a second. In the event that people are unfamiliar with the term debanked or what it means to be debanked, it is absolute 100% excommunication. You cannot function in society as we know it. Your accounts are closed.
Keep in mind, her citation for this is a guy who talked to Joe Rogan. Maybe he said something that were true. Maybe he did it. It was something Anderson. I have no clue. Yeah, she's like explaining that her description of debanking kind of sounds like legit, but she's making it sound like it's like very, very prevalent.
Funds are frozen. You have denial of services. You can't get credit. You can't pay people. That is it. And since in America, our government can't legally do those kinds of things, they lean on private institutions like the banks to just wipe you out, end you, shut your businesses down.
To paralyze you.
100%. So just so you realize, Eric Trump is suing. Okay, so I remember this. In March 2025, Eric Trump, alongside Donald J. Trump's revocable trust and other Trump-related entities, filed a lawsuit in Florida against Capital One, alleging they were debanked in 2021, and the suit claims that Capital One closed more than 300 of their bank accounts. Wow. Many without notice, accusing the bank of politically motivated actions, which, I mean, So this is a very dangerous tool.
Absolutely,
a very
it is.
dangerous tool that's being weaponized and scares the crap out of
Something
me.
similar is actually happening in the States right now with Armenians. I forget which bank it is, but there was a bank that decided we're not going to do business with Armenians because, look, it's a bit of a stereotype, but
Bank in the United States claiming that they will not do business with Armenians. Thank you for the follow, Purple Purpurin. What is she talking about?
Absolutely,
A very
it is.
dangerous actions which that's being weaponized and scares the crap out of me.
Something similar is actually happening in the States right now with Armenians. I forget which bank it is, but there was a bank that decided we're not going to do business with Armenians because, look, it's a bit.
What is she talking about? Bank in the United States refusing to serve Armenians? Like, I don't... Wait, LA Times is probably what she's talking about. If they debank you, they have to cash you out, don't they? They can't just seize your funds. I'm actually not sure. LA investigating banking discrimination complaints against Armenians. This was reported March 11, 2025. The LA Civil Rights Department is investigating claims that big banks are continuing to show bias against Armenian customers. 2 years ago, Citibank agreed to pay $25.9 million to settle federal claims that it discriminated against customers with Armenian surnames. Damn, wish I could get a fucking settlement like this where someone would discriminate against me so I could get a fucking $25.9 million settlement. But the Los Angeles Civil Rights Department says the problem has persisted at several national banks with operations in the LA area. This prompted the department to reach out to members of the region's large Armenian community who think they have suffered discrimination, so the cases can be investigated for a possible civil prosecution by the department, the city's attorney's office, and the state general attorney. We know that discriminatory practices, particularly with banking, have been a challenge for many communities when you think about African Americans, Latinos, women, and disabled populations and others, said attorney Capri Maddox, executive director of the department known as LA Civil Rights. We initiated this call for complaints because we knew we had some folks come forward to tell our investigators that this was a problem. In the Citibank case, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau alleged that a bank unit that issued store-branded credit cards for Home Depot, Best Buy, and other retailers discriminated against applicants whose surnames ended with Ian or Yan, particularly those who lived in or near Glendale, suspected that they would be more likely to commit fraud. The land of their people. If anyone knows what I'm referencing. The applicants were turned out approved for credit on less favorable terms or subject to account freezes and closures. Some employees referred to them as Armenian bad guys or the Southern California Armenian Mafia. Citigroup did not admit or deny wrongdoing, but said that in trying to thwart a well-documented Armenian fraud ring, a few employees took impermissible actions. Okay, so oh my God, they admit it. Continued discrimination, penalties. The bank declined to comment on the litigation. What did she say this
Bit of a stereotype actually happening in the States right now with Armenians. I forget which bank it is, but there was a bank that decided we're not going to do business with Armenians because, look, it's a bit of a stereotype, but, you know, Medicare fraud is an issue.
Are you serious?
And so they're
That's actually racist then.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, wow.
So,
wow. Lindy admitting that there's racism in this world? No way.
No one cares about you.
Yeah.
So you're a little too white. So no, I'm just being honest.
And look, yes, in the past there have been Armenians involved in organized crime and they defraud Medicare. And by the way, I want them to be arrested because those are my tax dollars. I want them to go where they're meant to go. But to just make a blanket ban on Armenians, I think is insane.
Can I make one just quick point? A little off topic, but this is why we should be sounding the alarm on CBDCs. If you guys ever see any legislation that is soon going to be presented, call your local congressperson, tell them to vote against it because debanking is happening, it's real, and it will be that much easier for them.
Okay, but what is this shit about Trump though? Hold on. Trump accuses two biggest banks in the U.S. of debanking him. The president claims that JP Morgan Chase and Bank of America have rejected his business and discriminated against his supporters. Viewpoint discrimination. Oh no. Trump has claimed that JP Morgan Chase and Bank of America refused to do business with him for political reasons. Wouldn't that be within their First Amendment rights? It sounds like bizarre to me. Trump said that 2 of America's largest investment banks rejected his business, forcing him to go to small banks all over the place. Oh, God forbid you have to support small businesses, right? In an interview with CNBC, he said they totally discriminate against, I think, me, maybe even more, but they discriminated against many conservatives. I think the word might be Trump supporters more than conservatives. MAGA, it's truly the most oppressed group, only rivaled by gamers. Trump said he had been informed by my people, or that means Fox and Friends or my son, that Laura Loomer, that JP Morgan had asked him to close accounts he had held for decades within 20 days, and he claimed that Bank of America declined his request to deposit more than $1 billion with their company. He did not specify when the alleged incidents took place. However, he said that he believed banking regulators during the Biden admin had been ordered to, quote, do everything you can to destroy Trump, and that's what they did. Then why didn't this happen then? How come it's only happening now? Corporations are people when we want them to be. Oh no, I'm not saying that. During the Biden, by the current constitutional standards or whatever, I fail to see how this wouldn't just be, if corporations are people, this is an expression of their own political will, no? During the Biden administration, bank regulators made financial institutions consider reputational risk as a component of their test of banks. The Federal Reserve Board announced in June that it would scrap reputational risk as a component of examination programs after a backlash over so-called debanking. Okay. This term describes the closure of customer accounts owing to concerns that the customer may expose the bank to reputational harm. Banks have denied engaging in debanking for political or ideological reasons. However, a number of companies such as Coinbase, the cryptocurrency group Strom Ruger, the firearms manufacturer, have claimed they or others in their industries were denied banking services because of the perception of reputational risk. In a statement, JP Morgan did not address the president's specific claim that it had discriminated against him. It said, "We don't close accounts for political reasons, and we agree with President Trump that regulatory change is desperately needed. We commend the White House for addressing this issue and looking forward to working with him to get this right." Bank of America declined to comment. Weird. When Trump said in January, JP Morgan, I wouldn't be surprised if JP Morgan, CEO, is a fucking Trump supporter. When Trump said in January that the chief executives of JP Morgan Chase and Bank of America denied services to conservatives, the banks denied making banking decisions based on politics. Thank you for subscribing, Casey Level. The Wall Street Journal reported on Monday that an anticipated executive order would instruct regulators to investigate whether any financial institutions breached the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, antitrust laws, or consumer financial protection laws by dropping customers for political reasons. It said the order could be signed as early as this week, authorizing financial penalties and other disciplinary measures. The White House had no immediate comment on the reported order.
To do and to completely switch off your access to funds on a CBDC.
The banking complaints surge after Nigel Farage wrote, "New figures pile pressure on lenders as the industry faces inquiries over how individuals and businesses can be frozen out of the financial system." Was this really happening?
So, yes, Los Angeles launches civil rights probe into alleged banking discrimination against Armenian Americans. Wow. Yep.
That is Armenian Americans.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
No way. Lindy, she weeps tears whenever there's civil rights violations or constitutional rights violations against Americans, right? Except if you're suspected of being an illegal.
That is also why I say this is the era of Bitcoin, which will empower people. And don't be afraid that it's $120,000 because ETFs, those exchange-traded funds, allow you to purchase it at your comfort level. So you will never be debanked if you have Bitcoin. They just can't. You own it. It's true.
Okay. Well, moving on. Amy sent me down a rabbit hole on a product called Apeel, which is quietly coating your fruits and vegetables. It's making waves. We saw recently Michelle Pfeiffer post about this on social media, and she's worried about transparency. She claims you can't wash it off. She claims that Bill Gates is behind the whole thing. And to be totally fair,
Apeel Psyop.
I just assumed it was the worst thing in the world, and I was like, I'll look into it, but I can promise you it's terrible. Of course it is. But what I found is
dude, she never gets tired of just admitting that she's a fucking moron.
Actually shocking.
And makes all these assumptions and just drive-by media. Just goes off headlines, makes assumptions, doesn't look into it.
From top to bottom, because the truth of the matter is,
no matter how many times a story was not actually what it seemed like initially, she will not stop doing this.
Find anything bad about this? Nothing. And when I tell you I looked for hours. Yeah. So let's go through it from top.
Very
to
relatable.
Bottom. So what's behind the controversy? What's really in it? What does it do? And why would that arguably be good? So first of all, Apeel has patents on food coatings. These food coatings are made from mono and diglycerides. So what that means is we eat fats in the form of triglycerides, and our bodies, when we eat them, our bodies break it down into a mono and a diglyceride. Okay, so the long story short is we can do that artificially in a host of different ways. How it's done is what really determines whether it's dangerous or not. So I'll get to that in a second. The mission of the company is to extend the shelf life of food. And it works. It works for up to twice the shelf life of the food.
God, this is the preview at the beginning and some shit related to like the fucking like food standards or whatever.
It functions like a cuticle.
They need to not let Jillian pick any of the fucking topics.
Essentially on the fruit or vegetable. So it retains moisture and it blocks oxygen from permeating the food, which is what oxidates the food. So for example, you cut open an apple, it's going to turn brown in a few hours.
Not oxidates, it's oxidizes.
That's because it's literally oxidating and it's rotting. The longer food is, the longer you take to eat that food.
The longer it's exposed to air, the quicker it's going to oxidize, correct?
Before it's picked, the less nutrition it will have because the food is losing all of those nutrients through oxidization. So it makes food last twice as long and it allows you to get more nutrition from the food.
But will you grow like a third nipple?
Okay, so, right? Exactly. So far as I can tell, this answer is no. So not only that, Apeel claims that 44 million pieces of fruit have been saved from waste since being launched. All right. Now, let's get into arguably where the initial alarm came from is that I think there was some confusion. Connor, can you open that AP News article that it got kind of confused with a cleaning product called Apeel? So there were posts that are misrepresenting the safety of a produce protecting solution from Apeel because they somehow confused it with a cleaning product called Apeel. So if that is what's behind your concern,
they're like, these ingredients are terrible to drink. Like,
totally, oh my God, solvent. So there's that. All right, so the next worry is evil Bill Gates, which I would completely understand. Connor, can you,
Are we going to do globalist memes now?
Basically, look on the website. Bill Gates does not own the company. So in 2012, the Gates Foundation gave a grant to the PhD who created this product. And again in 2015, with the total amount being roughly $1.1 million, he has no involvement in the company. He makes no money from the company. So everyone's like, it's Bill Gates, it must be evil, which I mean, I have to admit I often know myself. But he's not involved. It was a grant to help people in sub-Saharan Africa get food, which is a separate conversation. But nevertheless, all right, now, Apeel has two products. One is called Apeel. So this one is not approved for USDA organic use. I'll explain that in a second. The second one is called Organapeel. Now, this has been pulled from the market, not because it's toxic. So the reason it was given the USDA organic label is because it has a natural fungicide. So these products are simply distilled mono and diglycerides.
Yeah, Bill Gates is funding her take.
But the Organapeel had baking soda and citric acid to function as a fungicide. Leave that up for me, Connor. So because those are organic fungicides, it got the organic label. But then classification got a little muddy. People went a little crazy, and they're like, yeah, but you're suggesting that it's an organic food product, and it's not because it went in under being an organic fungicide. So they've pulled it, but only because of classification to reformulate one more time because it's not. It wasn't pulled due to dangers or anything like that. All right, so we're moving on from there, right? So what else are we worried about? Well, if it's not Bill Gates, it's not
a cleaning product?
It's not a cleaning product. You can't wash it off. That's totally not true. You can wash it off. It comes right off, scrubbing with hot water.
This is like, how do we find a way to drag out reading a Snopes fact check for like 15 minutes?
Yeah, you can. I don't know where this came from. You can wash it off.
I think whenever there's a story about messing with food, people understandably, like, it gets their dander up.
Thoughts on the boo-boo grandma? Big discourse right now. Yeah. Huge fan of the boo-boos here.
And it gets my dander up because obviously living in America, you have big business bribing our politicians and our government agencies, and our food supply is pretty unhealthy, right? Like, the pesticides, all sorts of things, injecting chickens with antibiotics. There's all sorts of stuff going on. Yeah. But I think this story is a perfect example of how we should always do our due diligence.
I got a lot more for you, though.
Never get caught up in like hysteria, even if like our best instincts want us to, because again, my best instincts would be suspicious of this as well, but I'm really happy to hear that it's actually not bad.
When I sent it to you, let me keep going, okay? So the other thing is...
Oh God, maybe this was an Amy Dangerfield segment.
Don't disclose their ingredients. It says proprietary blend. They do disclose the ingredients. They don't disclose the percentage of mono to diglycerides as their proprietary blend.
And most products don't. They don't list percentages.
No, they don't. That is the proprietary component. Those are the ingredients. Right. Okay, now... Oh my God, this is so crazy. So they're concerned, if you literally go to ChatGPT and you ask it, what should I be worried about here? It's going to give you a list of concerns. And I was like, this doesn't make sense. So let me give you those concerns.
Jillian said Amy sent her down the rabbit hole. This was a joint effort. I guess I missed her saying that.
So the concerns are that there are trans fats in the product, that there are heavy metals, that there are solvents. Now, this is not true. So first, let's deal with the trans fats. You can break a triglyceride into a mono or a diglyceride through a process called hydrogenation. Those are hydrogenated fats. Those are trans fats. This is not how they're doing that.
I remember she's still like clinging on to all of these like 90s like fad diet like fear trends or whatever, like the fucking hydrogenated oils, trans fats.
That through
like you'd be hard for us to even find any food product on the shelves that still has trans fat except for like Crisco, I guess.
And pressure. They're not hydrogenating the fats, so they're not trans fats. Okay, then there was concern that they were using solvents like palladium and all this different crap to essentially break down the fats. They're not doing that. Again, in older patents, there was some suggestion back in 2012 that they were doing that, but they're not. Again, they're using heat and pressure, so there are no solvents. There are no heavy metals, and this has all been verified by third parties. So they're like, oh, it
trans panic. The OG trans panic, trans fat
has been verified, and the only heavy metals that you might find left over would be from the soil in the initial ingredients they're using to take those triglycerides, which are fruit peels. So it could be grape seeds, it could be tomato peels, it could be orange peels, but they're non-GMO. So they're not even genetically engineered. They're all food grade product. They're free of solvents, and then they're heavily distilled and purified using the very clean process of heat and pressurization. I mean, I have really tried to find something wrong here. So when you see, it can disrupt gut microbiota, it can promote low-grade inflammation, this is stuff that's been hydrogenated, not stuff that is food-grade processed in the way Apeel is actually processing the product. So here we go. Apeel is produced under current good manufacturing practices.
It's like unclear to me, even though they're reading like directly off an article, it's like unclear to me what the initial like contention was or like how people got this confused.
With allowable impurity limits set by the FDA, the FCC, the JECFA, and the EU is also allowing these products, and they're heavily vetted. Independent fact checks. It has been independently fact checked. Reuters, AP, the American Council on Science and Health.
Reuters. These are Reuters.
Have analyzed claims of heavy metal contamination and found them to be based on misinterpretations of early patents and filings. There is nothing in their current product. I don't know how much.
Just a little heat and pressure, kind of like the show. It's
guys, I cannot find anything bad.
Jillian,
I can't find it.
That's amazing. And I want to add that the European Union is notoriously more stringent than we are on consumer products, on privacy, on user privacy, on online platforms across the spectrum. So if they're saying it's okay, it's probably okay.
The plant oils that we use can change, and it doesn't impact the outcome of the mono and diglycerides found in Apeel, meaning it could be grapeseed, it could be orange peel or whatever. In Apeel, they undergo a purification process that eliminates allergens and impurities through heat and distillation. And all that remains are pure mono and diglycerides. Think of it as distilled water after the water goes through the distillation process. And now was the graphic that we had up earlier. And then just so you know, in the EU, Apeel's edible coatings.
Gates isn't paying these women what they're worth. This is riveting.
Use mono and diglycerides of fatty acids, which are EU approved for food additives. In fact, the UK Food Standards Agency, the FSA, commissioned a formal safety assessment in 2022 for Apeel type coatings, concluding these fatty acids are safe when used per good manufacturing practices, so no contaminants get into it, which they do, and there is no dangerous amount of them. But I can't find it.
It's so crazy how many people are sounding the alarm, though. There's actually a tweet that I wanted to show everyone, and this is what really got me. I was like, yeah, let's go. I saw the FDA approved Bill Gates Apeel for organic vegetables. I vote that every single FDA employee has to drink a 16-ounce bottle of Apeel.
What the fuck is this?
When I first saw that, I messaged it to Jillian. I'm like, we have to cover this.
This will cause, again, they will have no awakening from this. It will not matter that you have clearly fallen for disinfo or fear-mongering online. You will just think it's an isolated incident and continue to uncritically repeat a claim that is enticing to you next time you see a viral tweet. Why this one somehow was fact-checked by them? Bizarre.
In a segment, but it's really so interesting. Like you said, Anna,
It's inconsistent. Yeah, like they'll fact check this like random narrow claim that no one is really talking about. But vaccine disinfo, no, we're not fact checking that.
Deeper, when you see something, actually look into it. Just by virtue of Bill Gates' name being slapped onto that thing, people like, oh, that, and I get it. I mean, I eat like mostly plant-based. As soon as I found out.
Did you know? Are you asking me if I think aspartame is safe? Yeah, aspartame is safe. Tastes gross, but safe.
That Bill Gates owns the Beyond,
and it's obviously better for you than like sugarcane or like table sugar.
I've never touched.
Is that a thing? There's table salt. Is there table sugar? Like regular sugar?
Ever again. So I understand people's disdain and suspicion as soon as they suspect that Bill Gates has something to do with it.
I completely get it too, and especially this week with so much about Epstein going on and Bill Gates
white
being
sugar,
one of the most prominent names associated with the files. I completely understand why there's so much hysteria because Bill Gates' name right now and Bill Clinton, it's just radioactive.
Granulated sugar. That's the word I'm looking for.
Thing they touch is now toxic.
Aspartame tastes decent. No, it doesn't. Isn't aspartame if aspartame is sweet and low? Then sweet and low is fucking disgusting. The only one that's good is monk fruit sweetener and stevia to me. Everything else is gross. And Splenda. I like Splenda.
Clarify though, would you drink the 16 ounce?
I would.
Yeah.
Actually,
You're hearing it from Jillian Michaels.
Where the hell did that go? Connor, I'm so sorry. Would you pull up the letter from the founders, actually?
Yeah, Connor, pull it up.
And they go on to say, Apeel is fighting a malicious disinformation campaign that has targeted us since 2023. Coordinated online groups are intentionally circulating false, distorted statements about our company and its safety products. I, for the life of me, cannot figure out why.
Well, could it be the agriculture industry? I mean,
that's what I wonder.
Wouldn't you want
that's what I wonder.
I knew this had to lead to a fucking conspiracy somehow.
So you have to
big agriculture did this. So it couldn't just be that somebody went on the internet and said a fucking lie. No, it has to be like Monsanto has to be fucking behind it. Like, why not criticize them for the documented evil shit that they've done? Why do you have to make this shit up?
Yes.
Yeah. Really
I want to
bad
know
fungicides, herbicides, pesticides, glyphosate, all that crap.
They want to use Bill Gates' actual products instead.
I want to.
They're throwing you off the trail. Right?
Sweet and low is saccharine. It's disgusting. If that's what it is, ugh, yeah, that's like sweet and low zone. I do not know how people use it.
I want to follow the money and find out. You just showed a tweet. How much was he paid for that tweet? How much were these people paid?
Right.
You know, that's not a bad point.
Right.
Good point. They're all aggressive.
You guys, I mean, listen, if something else comes up about this, I will eat my words, but I literally cannot
Pun intended.
Find it. Pun intended. So for now, it looks like these are actually good guys using science in good ways, and that's all I got today on it.
That was really important to do because you dove deep. You didn't just take things at face value. And
good job, Jillian. You did it. You did such a good job on your little book report. Look at you with your facts, getting something right. That was so important. Here's a gold star.
I tried.
Exactly.
Standards are the bar is in hell for these fucking women, man. It's insane.
Details, but I just could not find it.
And it's a good white pill to end the show on too.
I know, right?
We never end on a white pill. This is a good thing.
Folks, we just saw debunking in real time.
All right. That said, we're out for now. Please be sure to like.
She read an article. She didn't even debunk it herself. She literally read an article that did the work of debunking it.
Comment, share, subscribe. Anna, where can we find you?
You can find me on Manect. You can also find me at youtube.com/theyoungturks.
I wonder how much she gets paid to like promote the fucking Manect shit, man. So fucking bleak.
I'm the host and the executive producer of that show. And you can also subscribe to my Substack, kasparian.substack.com.
You guys can find me on Manect, and likewise, I have a show on YouTube. It's called Dangerous Conversations.
Guys, find them on Manect.
Field across every platform.
I'm on Manect, and I'm Lindy Leon.
But this is value-tained. I mean, are you not value-tained? Obviously.
Thank you.
Nice, guys. We'll see you next time.
This is a value-tainment joint. Amy Dangerfield. What is she up to? The disturbing truth behind Lil Tay's $1 million OnlyFans. Okay. Sabrina Carpenter T. Big Balls brutally beaten in DC. Attention, white people. You can stop apologizing now. Amy with bangs. This is why the WNBA doesn't deserve equal pay. Elmo's redemption arc. The internet thinks Justin Bieber hates his wife. Groundbreaking stuff. Groundbreaking stuff here. That Apeel segment was a lot. It's usually not that dull, honestly. Usually they say more crazy shit. Let's see. Let's end on a little PBD before I send you off. If there's any, just one little segment that might be good. Oh, for a second I thought they were getting Funtas on. No. Let's see. This was a message for all dads. Trump settles the Azerbaijan-Armenia conflict. No, the fuck he didn't. That fucking thing was completely performative. It's locked us into a 99-year agreement where we're responsible for a corridor within Armenia and did not address refugee displacement. Mamdani hires private security despite defund the police rhetoric. Okay, I know what we're doing. This will be our final detour. Curious. You say you want to defund the police, but I've noticed that you care about your own personal safety. Hypocrites much? Let's see. What is the big gotcha here again?
With Mamdani is the fact that he hired private security after calling to defund the police. Adam, not defend the police. He called to defund the police.
Totally different opposites.
Totally different opposites. Rob, I don't know if you got a clip on that, Rob, or not.
I do. This is the actual clip from 2020 where he made the claim to defund the police.
It's on his Twitter too. It's not like he's hiding it.
Security he hired?
No. Yes, that's who it is.
Seriously, Rob, that's a
look
security?
at that guy right there.
No, play the clip. There's no way that's a security.
Are you for defunding the police? Are you for a serious reform that people can see on the ground?
I am in favor of defunding the police.
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
Yes. What that means is that right now,
Zorda's a little. He looks so young here.
In New York City, we have a budget of close to $6 billion for the New York City Police Department. And that is an astronomical figure.
Wow.
And I think that what we need to do is not chip away $1 million or $5 million. I think in this first year, we need to take $1 billion out of that budget.
Okay, so he said that. Now, he openly,
Okay, so he said the word defund the police, and we're just going to ignore the explanation that came after it, which is entirely inoffensive to anybody who gives a shit about public safety.
The Mamdani spent $33,495 in June and July on advanced security and investigations, making 3 payments ranging from $8,000 to $13,000, despite his 2020 statements like queer liberation means defunding the police. The company advertises itself as a proud employer of cops in the New York Police Department, which Mamdani has personally called to defund following a Manhattan shooting where an off-duty NYPD police officer was murdered. Mamdani faced backlash for his anti-cop stance on X. I'm heartbroken.
He's not saying no police to these people. That's the same thing.
And, we've read that tweet before. But there's many...
If you even suggest that there should be any lower budget allocated to the NYPD, then you are basically calling for the abolition of all police everywhere.
The opportunities to go up against this after he had a massive wedding. I just think, I don't know who is Cuomo's campaign manager and who he's talking to about strategy. I don't know. I hope it's somebody that isn't the same as usual, because you're not...
PBD's looking out for him, giving him this free business advice.
Going in a typical...
Hopefully, fingers crossed that Zohran is watching this and absorbing this info.
Traditional, same old campaign as you have in the past. This is a case study nobody can give you advice on. I don't know if that makes sense. Nobody can give you advice on this case study.
There's nothing off the shelf.
There's never been a time that you can go and look at a campaign like the one today, where Trump's at, where Mamdani's at, where America's at, where New York is at.
They're so mad that his campaign has this much aura and that these usual fucking gotchas are not landing at all.
And where you are at.
He's not even calling. He's completely backed off the defund the police shit in this election cycle. He hasn't said it in years.
So I don't know. I don't know if I'm taking counsel from the typical guys that are, let me tell you, here's what Jim Carroll, let me tell you what I'm going to. I think this is a very, very different. It's a mistake to take advice from anybody on politics right now that's above 60 years.
I can't tell if he's mad that he made a mistake or that he didn't make a bigger error so that they couldn't roast him harder for it. Because this is such a fucking reach.
Years old on this campaign, my opinion, Vinnie.
They haven't even shown proof that he's hired private security. They showed him going to a wedding, his own wedding. Fox News. course, the only person interested in reporting this. Zohran Mamdani spending big on private security despite earlier calls to defund police. This is apparently a contradiction. Socialist NYC mayoral candidate recently made headlines for throwing a lavish wedding celebration in Uganda, guarded by armed Ugandan military forces and some private security. So it literally is not even about him having a private security detail while he's on the campaign trail in New York City or anywhere within the United States. We're talking about him having security at his fucking wedding. This is a point of hypocrisy. Trump's a flip-flopper too. Trump has famously never, ever changed his mind on anything. Always been consistent. He's been saying the same thing for 20 years.
I think Adam's right. And if I had to bet, if somebody gave me $100 grand and said, you have to bet this, who you're betting on, Mamdani's going to win. And good. I want New Yorkers to feel and see what the hell you want it. Like, it's, by the way, he's not hiding. He's letting you know. Defund the police.
Vinnie comes out as a Zohran supporter. You love to see it. He's been pretty good on Epstein. Okay, now he wants our boy to win.
He's pro-Islamic, whatever the hell he's doing. He was talking about.
He's pro-Islamic, whatever the hell he's doing. I mean, that sums it all up, right? You don't really give a shit. You just see Muslim man scary, Muslim man socialist. Muslim man said defund the police at some point a few years ago, even though he doesn't say that now. And he probably wants to do whatever, like, Islamic shit, right? Like Sharia law or some fucking thing. Do I have proof of that? No, he just probably wants to do it, so...
He said something along the lines of, he argued that suicide bombers need to be understood as a political category.
His father said that.
His father?
His father said that,
okay.
not him.
So thank you for clarifying.
Who's a professor?
Okay, but he was raised by his father with those sorts of beliefs, so he probably believes it too.
His father said
that. Father, my bad. So that's what you're dealing with, and that's what you want. You're going to get what you want, and you made a great point.
Yeah, you're going to get suicide bombers in New York, you guys.
I don't want to give away anything, Pat.
You vote for Zohran.
In 4 years, when we come back, because the elections when? Is it April?
No,
November. Why would it be in April, Vinny? Why would it be in April?
November. Watch what's going to happen to them.
Why did he say April?
But in fairness for the people...
I said that to all the guys at Jubilee.
I don't want to give it away. You said that. And here's at the end of the day...
A Jubilee? Did PBD do a Jubilee? Dude. Is there a PBD Jubilee that's going to drop soon? Ooh, give it to me. Inject it straight into my fucking veins.
I mentioned this once too. Look at the pool of people. They have Eric Adams, okay? Andrew Cuomo, with all due respect, what he did during COVID, there's no coming back from that. What he did with all the old people and all the deaths.
Okay, but you were making it sound like they have Eric Adams. Like, that's a good thing? What?
Nobody's going to forget that. So you have Eric Adams, you have him. This is their best choice, is a freaking communist, okay?
Okay, so he doesn't see Eric Adams as, like, a good candidate. I was surprised. I thought he was saying, why the fuck are they going to vote for Zohran when Eric Adams is right there? But no, he recognizes, I guess, like, even Eric Adams is too corrupt for him. I don't know. I don't know what the reason is, but that's funny.
So good. And the people that are backing him, the people that they're interviewing in the man on the street, they think he's the savior. Oh, he's gonna, no police. You know what that means?
Yeah. What do you think? You ever talk to a fucking Trump supporter? They don't just think he's like a savior. They literally seem to think he's a fucking god. He can do no wrong. But we're going to talk about Zohran supporters having an issue with cult of personality.
With the amount of crime in New York, you know what that means, Adam? That they're not going to have cops. They're going to have social workers. When you get stabbed, a social worker is going to come up to you and be like, to the stabber, hey, how do you feel? What's making you stab that guy? Why are you stabbing him? How what's it like at home? They are doomed.
I mean, I could see how you would think that this shit would hit like so good if you're this stupid and you either intentionally pretend like, yeah, that's what he means when he says defund the police, that we should try to understand crime as a function of like political realities, even though his father said that. But I'll just give Vinny that one that like, let's pretend Zohran said that. I think that is uncontroversial and fucking true. Yeah. And related to poverty, obviously. Okay. What? Like, what is the... what? Like, I could see how, again, if you think that those things are stupid, or you have to pretend like that's what they're saying, how this is appealing to you.
I'm telling you right now, it's the modern day Gotham City, and I don't feel bad for them. You keep voting for these people, good for you. This is coming from a New Yorker.
Amen. There's two angles there. The first angle is...
I mean, yeah, he's the best option. I mean, he was saying, objectively, he's the best option. It's true.
That Pat asked. And I think that Cuomo needs to be talking to the core independents that are in Portland, Oregon.
Okay, so Tom doesn't give a fuck about the COVID deaths, and he does not care about the sexual harassment or any of the corruption. He just wants Cuomo to win, and he does not want Zohran to prevail.
Remember, they defunded the police. They had that little zone that was downtown. I don't remember the name of it. They gave it a name. It was the zone that was downtown.
Oh, Chaz?
Chaz, okay, that thing that happened in fucking Portland across the United States, not in fucking New York City, dude.
Yeah, or whatever
Oregon,
it was.
yeah,
Exactly.
Chaz.
And guess what? Now they've come back.
In Oregon, yeah, or whatever it was. Okay, we're just throwing Chaz out there. Does it matter that it didn't happen in New York City? Tom's not going to let that stop him from making a fucking point. Of course not. Just keep going.
People of Portland, Oregon are like, this defund the police thing didn't work.
Okay, he acknowledges it's in Portland, Oregon. He acknowledges it.
We want, and it's ridiculous, the percentages you see in polls of people that want them to please fund the police in Portland, Oregon. I think it was a poll that was done that we covered on the podcast about 3 weeks ago.
Mamdani personally organized Chaz. This is true.
Ago, it was over 65%, over 2/3 of all voters were like, yeah, a few cops around here would be helpful, come in handy. So I believe that
cops don't prevent crime, they respond to it, dude.
Need to be talking to Cuomo's campaign. I agree, Pat. Nobody over 60 that's the usual suspect. They got to go get to some people that are running these successful campaigns back against it in places like Portland, bring it back. And George Will, our friend.
You will literally never decrease crime by increasing a police presence. All you will do is find more instances of crime because you will have more police around there to catch them. And then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of endless justification to expand police in that area because, we can't decrease because look at all this crime. It went up even after we increase the police presence. These two things are apparently unrelated. There's never any way back from that if that's how you understand these things.
George Will was on Bill Maher, and he sums it up at the end.
Great. Go for it, Rob.
I was about to get started. One of their leading lights was a socialist named Nurian Bevan. He said, what could go wrong? He said,
why are we listening to this geezer on Maher?
We have a nation bedded on coal, surrounded by fish. It would take an organizational genius to have a shortage of either. In 3 years, they had a shortage of both.
Isn't the NYPD the largest police force by far? Why hasn't all crime disappeared? That's because of socialism and the left.
That's socialism.
And by the way, what George Will said here.
Okay, that's socialism. What you were supposed to get from that was apparently socialism?
Fish. It would take an organization.
We may as well have had him fucking read out the quote from Margaret Thatcher being like, socialism's nice until you run out of other people's money. Wow, got him. That's socialism.
Genius to have a shortage of either. In 3 years, they had a shortage of both. That's socialism.
That's socialism.
What George Will said here, I think yesterday.
Describes capitalism, describes failure that can easily occur under any economic system. That's socialism.
Or on Friday, I don't know when this was. He said, I hope they win.
Yes.
I want him to win because every 20 years we need a conspicuous, confined experiment with social media so we can crack it up again. I am so on the same page with this one. I can't wait to see that happen. But there's a part of me that doesn't want to. There's the other part of me that wants a case study.
Of course. Well, those of you that don't know George Will, I think he was one of the first people that got you kind of into the political game. He was a very smart guy. And definitely made his way in the world. Regarding New York City and the potential mayor, Zohran Mamdani, people think that this is sort of a bug. I can't believe that they're going to vote for this communist, this socialist. I can't believe it. What people don't understand is this is not a bug. This is a feature. The people of New York City are voting for him because he's a communist, because he's a...
Yes, Adam for once. Correct. This is true. This is not an accident. These people have not been duped. His, the majority of his base... more likely to be wealthy, more likely to be white, Asian, and some Puerto Ricans as well. More likely to be educated. So they know exactly what they're voting for. Yes, they are saying, yes, I want socialism. If that's what socialism is, I want it.
He's an Islamist because he's a socialist. That is...
Okay, he lost the plot with the Islamist thing. That's not why.
Reason that they're voting for him. This whole social experiment that we're doing, or the taxpayers will have to pay for all this. Here's a guy who's basically the anti-Zohran Mamdani explaining how it works. You got this, Rob?
Zohran is going to pay for free childcare, free buses, when he's going to step into office on the first day, and he's going to realize, actually, the mayor...
Actually, did you know that Zohran Mamdani isn't going to personally pay for all that? You're going to have to pay for it through these things called fucking taxes. You think that childcare grows on fucking trees?
He doesn't have any power to raise money on the rich, and that was his plan to pay for all this crap to begin with. I'll tell you how he's going to pay for it. He's going to pay for it by raising property taxes, raising other taxes in any way that he can. The thing you got to understand is I'm from South Richmond Hill. People in the outer boroughs over there, they don't have these big fancy corporate tech jobs. They're not celebrities with fat salaries. The way they make their money is they own maybe a deli across the street, or they own a spice shop, or they work there. And those people are the ones that are going to absorb.
Who found this random banking answer? Dude, they're the fucking kings of finding random TikToks, pointing to them as indicative of some broader trend or being significant and basing all of their opinion or commentary off of it. Or trying to this person is now this is supposed to be a mascot for like the average Zohran supporter. And even if that's true, and if that's true, what's wrong with that? This dude is young, attractive, well-spoken, and he is absolutely correct that yes, Zohran's plan to pay for all of these programs is literally to tax wealthy people in New York City. Yes, correct.
Higher taxes that he's going to use to generate income for his ill-conceived ideas that won't even...
Yeah, done. I understand what he's saying. And by the way, while we're on New York City, let me tell you how many bad ideas New York City keeps coming up with. This is another...
Okay, at the end then he said ill-conceived idea, so I don't know if maybe he wasn't a Mamdani supporter.
Another one for
Look at that guy right there, by the way.
Yeah,
See
go
that
back
picture?
to that one, Rob.
See that picture? Look at that guy.
Look at that stud.
Look at a young
You know when that is?
Oh my God, young PBD and this dude who has looked like this for many years, apparently.
That is March of 2009, 16 years ago, when I heard him give a speech. And from that moment on, I'm like, man, this makes lawyers are ruining America. He talked about stories about
this made him want to stop being a security guard to a cocaine dealer, get into politics
stuff,
which he
I
was.
Came back, I gave a 19-minute talk the following day, Saturday morning, and it was this was Claremont Institute event with Larry Arnn. I think Pat Boone was at my table. I met John Voight. I met a bunch of guys.
This is
Fred
right around
John Voight, Angelina Jolie's father.
Guys,
this is right around the time you started PHP, no?
This is right before I started PHP.
Correct.
Wow.
A part of this meeting.
Was PHP the pyramid scheme?
Was why I started PHP. Believe it or not.
Thank you, George Will.
Yeah, this is the day it happened. But let me tell you this, folks. Pay attention to this. Only in New York City and California to come up with ideas like this. New York City wants to spend $65 million on homeless shelter for transgender people. Did you hear what I just said? $65 million just for transgender people. As if there's.
Did you hear what I just said? There's actually they're considering giving resources to Americans. No way, dude. No. Shocker.
Like so many of them. Overnight, apparently there's like a massive increase of.
Does he ever acknowledge his MLM scam? Nope.
People that are transgender. So New York City opens Ace's Place homeless shelter in Long Island City, the nation's first city-funded shelter exclusively for transgender identifying individuals, costing taxpayers $65 million over 5 years to provide 150 beds. That's it. You ready for this? Equating to $87,000 per bed annually through 2030. Sean Ebony Coleman, CEO of Destination Tomorrow, Bronx-based LGBTQ center running the facility, said the shelter is named after his mother.
Wait until I tell him how much it costs to send one child through the public education system in New York City. It's probably fucking exorbitant.
Whose nickname was Ace, Department of Social Services.
Or one person in fucking jail, a literal criminal who already has a terrible fucking subsistence existence within the American prison system. It's expensive to keep people alive and have their basic needs met.
Services Commissioner Molly Wasov said,
not just a shelter, it's tons of services and job training, stuff like that. No, let's not get into the weeds. Might pull apart his point.
At Ace's Place will offer transgender New Yorkers a safe place to heal and stabilize in trauma-informed settings with the support of staff who are deeply invested in their growth and well-being, Park told everybody else. And then the shelter operation Destination Tomorrow includes a full-time...
I mean, they would fund this in a second if it was conversion therapy and you could guarantee to PBD that they would not be trans by the end of it.
Psychiatric nurse.
So it's not the cost that we have an issue with. Thank you for the follow.
Social workers and holistic mental wellness programs like yoga, meditation, plans for culinary programs offering hands-on kitchen experiences. I would not be eating that food. But when you read a story like this, okay, with what's going on,
I will not be eating that food. Just like his petty little digs that he has to get in. You got on PBD.
And you wonder why
they were so excited. The people at that are going to occupy this shelter were so excited to feed PBD. But he says, I will not be eating that food. Damn.
People are leaving New York City because they're sitting there saying, my taxpayer money is going to this? Yes. So all this tax I pay in New York, you're spending it for this? Yes. Now imagine if Mamdani wins New York.
Wow, it's almost like you live in a fucking democracy. And yeah, there will be tons of instances where your tax money, your taxpayer dollars are allocated to things you do not like or agree with.
If Mamdani wins and the 123 billionaires, say half of them leave, say 60 of the 123 billionaires leave, and they go to where? Palm Beach, Miami, Manalapan, Lantana.
Even if they quote unquote leave, they could still be taxed.
Someplace, Brentwood, Tennessee. They pick a place to go anywhere but New York. They go.
If you do business in New York City, you're not going to be able to avoid paying these taxes.
Most important question you got to ask yourself. You ready? This is by far the most important question you got to ask yourself. Rob, can you play the clip of Elizabeth Warren? This is by far the most important question New Yorkers got to ask themselves. Just go to my X account and you'll see it, Rob, all the way. It's like 5 clips down.
Yes, pull up PBD's X.
There's a clip of Elizabeth Warren with CNBC. They're having a conversation and she gets challenged on the billionaire stuff. And watch what she says about billionaires. And Rob, you can probably fast forward the stuff that he's saying at the beginning. Go until she comes up. Okay, right there. Start it from the moment she starts talking. Go back a little bit and start it from right there. Go ahead.
And doing that by raising the most revenue as possible without chasing businesses and the high-income taxpayers out of the city, because they can go to Austin, they can go to Dallas, they can go to Atlanta, they can go to Nashville.
New York City is like literally one of the largest economies in the world. There is no business that is going to make the calculation that it is cheaper or better for their bottom line to not just take the hit with respect to these taxes and these tax hikes or increases and stop doing business there. They will still make more money if they do it there, even with these taxes, than they were if they tried to not participate.
This is your issue. It's a national issue.
That's the only calculation that matters.
Local issue.
The issue is affordability. Do you know how many working families are chased out of New York City every day?
This is the most important thing.
Because
Listen.
they can't afford housing.
He's like, listen. He's like talking over her.
They can't afford groceries. They can't afford child
And it's the
care.
billionaires' fault.
What Zohran is saying is, I
Correct.
want people to be able to afford to live in New York City. That's what keeps it a vibrant city. That's what makes people want to live
Nobody
here.
disagrees with that, Senator, but raising taxes in order to do it? Why is that the answer?
Oh, dear. Are you worried that billionaires...
Oh, no. Raising taxes in this democracy? What? Did the proles actually start to think that they were entitled to more than just fucking scraps? Who the fuck do these voters think they are, getting entitled over here, wanting things like support for childcare or a subsidized bus program? Who the fuck do these people think they are?
Are going to go hungry?
No, I'm worried that they're going to leave and spend their money elsewhere.
You know, they've threatened to do that over and over.
And they have done.
And they never leave.
But here's the thing.
And Goldman Sachs, when they create new jobs, they do it in Dallas. And Blackstone...
Do you know there's not a single billionaire left in New York City? They're gone. They're all gone, you guys.
You want to have,
Tragedy.
You want to have a workable city. You want to have a city that's vibrant. You want to have a city where the streets are full, where there are things for sale 24 hours.
I know you want things to be affordable, but what if I told you that wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few individual people to a sum you couldn't possibly even imagine? And unfortunately, if you try to tax those people at a higher rate than what they're taxed now, they will leave. And apparently this will be worse for your life. You really do want these people around you.
A day, then you need people who can live here and work.
Well, we got that right now, by the way. I would point out New York is thriving. So now it's doing pretty well, actually.
I'm glad you think they're doing well, because a lot of people are struggling to pay for housing.
You can pause that right there, Rob. So check this out, folks. Here's the question you got to ask yourself. Vinny, I'm going to ask you this as well. I know you're a math guy, so I'm going to come to you.
Vinny, listen up.
So check this out.
PBD's got a question.
Do you think if these 60 billionaires leave, Rob, can you put a number and ask Grok or ChatGPT if half of the 123 billionaires of New York City leave and move to Florida, how much tax revenue will New York City lose?
Good question.
Okay. How much tax
revenue? They literally just do not understand how taxation works. Like, that's the only way I can understand this analysis. They do not get how it works.
Will New York City lose? And I don't even know if that's the number, because if the 123 billion...
You don't even literally have to have like your headquarters in New York City to be subject to these sorts of taxes.
Leave. Imagine how many people worth 100 million will leave, and imagine how many decamillionaires will leave. Look at that, the 123 billionaires.
Yeah, I would be absolutely distraught if my city taxes scared away someone like Peter Thiel. I mean, nothing is a more sure sign of a decaying democracy, a city certainly, if it doesn't have a billionaire like Peter Thiel in it.
New York, our estimated net worth.
Like, I'm already I'm already supporting Zohran, dude. You don't have to sell me on this. You don't have to like go above and beyond, man.
759 billion.
Like, I already like his programs. I trust that he'll be able to fund them. Now you're telling me that some billionaires might leave New York City? No way, dude.
The top 1% of New York City pays 48% of city's taxes. Wow. Up from 40%. Used to be 40 in 2019. Is now 48%. That's a 20% increase in 2 years. Okay? If they leave from 2017 to 2022, they lost $13.8 billion in adjusted gross income due to residents moving to Florida. From 2021, the state lost $6 billion in AGI, over 60,000 residents moving. Goldman Sachs estimated that similar...
Income taxes are federal and state level, so Zohran literally has nothing to do with this. Actually, sorry, Zohran said he's going to institute socialism the day he takes office, so I think he does have something to do with it. The day his reign begins, the billionaires have it coming.
Out immigration
in PBD's mind
has led to a 3% drop in tax revenue in the city, but we're not even talking about that time. We're talking about now. Given New York City's extensive budget, even a 1 to 2% drop-off could equal $700 over even a few $1 billion. Here's a question I got to everybody in New York City that's excited about Mamdani. All the socialists, all the Democrats, all the liberals. You ready?
I love how he doesn't see it as like a sign that something is incredibly, like very, very deeply wrong. That, yeah, if just a few, there's wealth concentration that's so unimaginable. You have 60 people that hoard this insane amount of money that if they leave, the city may collapse, or critical programs, civic infrastructure, if they are not there to pay for it, doesn't fucking work. He doesn't even like question that. It's just assumed. It's like a law of nature that there has to be a handful of individuals that have this much wealth for whatever reason.
Say the billionaires leave. Say they leave. Say you lose billions of dollars of tax revenue. Do you think the government's going to adjust the expenditure they have in the city because they lost all that tax revenue? Hell no. No. They're not lowering any of the expenditure. Guess what they're doing with all that spending? They're still spending, but guess who's paying for it? You. Low, middle-income families.
You.
You know why? Because now jobs are not there. And now your city's spending $65 million of your money on 150.
I mean, this completely ignores how like the economic landscape of New York City would also radically change if you had capital flight, like he's talking about, which is like a thing that has not been borne out, like the way he's suggesting that it has. But yeah, even the economy would change significantly in New York City, New York State as well. If, yeah, like 60, like those billionaires up and left, prices would probably fall, not increase.
Transgenders. Jeez. Let me say this one more time. The city's spending
transgenders
$65 million of taxpayers' money in New York City on only 150 transgenders. That's the amount of beds that they're creating. $87,000 per bed is what they're spending. So the reality of it is, you guys can get excited about this. You guys can get excited about all this stuff. These people, when they leave, which they will, many of them did, it cost $14 billion of adjusted gross income. Meanwhile, taxes went up on the top 1%, 20% from 40% to 48%.
He's also like pointing to like the nominal tax rate, and he's not looking at like the effective tax rate because, yeah, nominally it's at these, what looks like, oh yeah, every dollar after whatever is taxed at this insane amount. There's lots of different ways for these fucking billionaires to engage in tax avoidance because they have all the accountants and bankers at their disposal to help them shelter their money.
You don't think there's other places that are, you don't think Florida's going to be knocking on the door saying, hey guys, we'd be more than happy to have you in Palm Beach. You don't think they're talking to Ken Griffin? You don't think they're talking to all the other people? How do you like Florida? 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 They're saying, I freaking love Florida. Really? Yeah, what do you love about it? I love Florida. I love Florida. I love Florida. I love Tennessee. I love
The rich won't leave NY because what are they going to do? Sell the thousands of empty apartments they hoard? No, yeah, that would be actually like probably a case in point where like you would start to see prices fall. Like if they were that desperate to get out of New York City, they would have to like find ways to liquidate their assets, sell them. And who are your buyers going to be? Unless you're going to sell them to other billionaires, at which point we're just trading billionaires for billionaire. Or, okay, fine, millionaires, right? Or like, if you lose 60 billionaires, but you get 100 millionaires, that's probably going to be like, that could balance out potentially, depending on how many millions of dollars that millionaire has. Or they would have to decrease the price so they could actually meet people where they're at as far as affordability. And yeah, the real estate prices in New York would suddenly drop, aka affordability would increase. So it wouldn't be the worst fucking thing if they left.
Texas, you're losing them. And the Goldman Sachs headquarters.
Like the reason why they need those taxes or whatever is to go towards funding certain social programs because people live in poverty. But if the city became more affordable, you would have less reliance on those those programs in the first place because people wouldn't need government assistance to be able to make ends meet in New York City. They just afford it.
In Dallas is going to be a monstrosity. And they're slowly moving everybody out of
huge.
Slowly. Adam, thoughts?
Well, people think that whatever has worked in the past, as far as what has made America great, New York City, LA, as examples, are always going to be the greatest cities in America. What we've seen since COVID and what we'll continue to see as socialism and wokeism take place in certain of these cities.
Socialism and wokeism.
You know, Trump says, make America great again. Those cities are going to basically use those catchphrases in the next 5, 10, 20 years because those cities are crumbling. Everyone I talk to in LA, it's like, LA just ain't it anymore, dude. I'm moving out of New York City. How much tax revenue left during COVID? I think $20 billion. That will continue to happen. Here's what I've learned. When I don't know how much we're allowed to talk about it, but when you were debating those socialists and communists in LA over the weekend,
a lot of them were openly saying, "I'm a communist." Yeah.
Openly. Yeah. Here's what I've learned.
I know what that's like.
They're not idiots. They're not stupid. They're actually very smart.
They were openly saying that PBD is an ML.
But their energy is funneled into the wrong ideas. And when you have very smart people focused on very dumb things, very bad things will happen. Here's what I realized. This socialism stuff, the free stuff, it's just basically a sugar high. It's having dessert for dinner. It's great. I want to eat. But what's going to happen is your stomach's going to feel bad.
It's not free. You already said that there would be a tax burden that is increased for middle class people. People know what they're doing. They know that they would be funding it. They would be paying more taxes and overall getting more back than what they put in because of the way taxation works. Yes.
Your teeth are going to decay, and basically you're going to have to...
Like, yeah, your taxes go up, but if your household spending decreases, then it doesn't matter at that point what pot you pulled from. If you saved money, you saved money.
Live in a dentist's office. Capitalism is the exact opposite. It's eating healthy. It's being disciplined. It's eating your vegetables.
Wait, what? What is this fucking analogy? Here's
the free stuff. It's just basically a sugar high. It's having dessert for dinner. It's great. I want to eat. But what's going to happen is your stomach's going to feel bad. Your teeth are going to decay. And basically you're going to have to live in a dentist's office. Capitalism is the exact opposite. It's eating healthy. It's being disciplined. It's eating your vegetables.
Even though the news segment that we just watched is basically, if you don't let the fucking capitalist class, the little pigs that they are, have everything that they fucking want, they're gonna leave, and then what are you gonna do from there? Who's the entitled ones again? We're structuring all of New York City politics around 60 people because of how much wealth they have concentrated in their private fucking hands that are completely unaccountable.
It sucks now, but damn, a couple months, year down the road, you're going to be looking great. You have a six-pack. The reality is the sugar high people are winning, and the capitalists are basically going to move out of town. In New York City, the trans people are the good guys, and the billion...
It's so funny to make this argument as well, because usually with socialism, they try to like evoke like bread lines, poverty, like that's the kind of shit that they want people to associate socialism with. But now he's saying like, no, it really is that great. You can get like, Vinnie already said he's the least bad option. That's true. Okay. Adams fucking sucks. Cuomo's a fucking sex pest and a corrupt piece of shit that will collaborate with Trump to get out of trouble. Obviously. The other dude's a Republican. So yeah, Zohran is the best option. Correct. Now moving on to Adams. What is Adams saying? Socialism is like when you get to have fucking like dessert first. Hell yeah, dude. That sounds pretty good. So you're not even saying like you're not going to be able to get it. You're saying there's going to be like long-term damage, I guess, is the thing. But you're basically saying like, yeah, you're going to be living it up under socialism. But I guess later it comes to bite you in the ass. You get diabetes.
Millionaires are the bad guys. Grapple with that.
And question, has it ever worked?
Basically going to move out of town. In New York City, the trans people are the good guys, and the billionaires are the bad guys.
Yep.
Grapple with that.
And
correct.
Question, has it ever...
True. Yes. Simple as. Thank you, Adam.
Ever worked in the history of
No, they just haven't done it right, Vinnie.
Oh, that's what it is.
They just haven't killed enough people that get it done.
And just really quick, be honest, what did California look like when we were there?
What did a trans person ever do to me? How much fucking wealth are trans people hoarding?
Just the area where we shot. Be honest. What did...
By the way, that was not a safe place where we shot the whole thing.
Not at all. Downtown LA, because we were on the bus. Rob, you saw it.
Wow. I guess they filmed an episode in California. They almost died, you guys.
The shade?
Because not enough police.
Open. I looked outside and I was like, there's no...
Homeless people, crackhead, homeless,
and by the way, somebody, there was a Mexican family selling...
Capitalists want free things. Passive income is not earned, which is how most billionaires... I know it's like rent-seeking behavior is how most fucking capitalists are able to perpetuate their own fucking wealth, because wealth begets wealth. It's like a momentum. It's like momentum that can't be stopped, really. So stupid, man.
Like, they had the food stand. There's just a homeless guy laying...
They also think that, wealth is earned instead of distributed. It's a huge assumption that is always... ever present in somebody who's doing apologism for capitalism.
In his underwear, and they're acting as if he's not even there, like it's normal. I'm telling you, New York, as bad as it is now, just wait, and it's going to be all your fault.
I just tuned in, and the way he said trans are good and billionaires are bad, IDK, what point he was trying to make, that's socialism. That's all you need to know.
Because you're like a guy that smiles and wants to give you free shit.
You're missing one major component.
What?
The weather, bro.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Let me
get to this next story. Next story I want to get to is the following. And while we're talking about California and New York, Florida Attorney General proposes legislation to stop sexual predators and...
Okay, we're not doing this. JD Vance calls for transparency in Epstein files. Do we want to see Adam bitch out one more time over Epstein file shit? Let's see if Vinnie schools him.
Tell us that he partied in LA and he knows people.
Doing shots of a dream.
It's hard for me to stop. I said I was just going to do the one segment, but it's so delicious. It's so much better than her take sometimes, man.
Story here. I'm going to get to the next story here. J.D. Vance wants answers over Epstein files. Rob, if you have that clip. So J.D. Vance did an interview this past weekend with Maria Bartiromo, and when she was asked about Epstein, this is what he had to say.
Said very clearly, because we've had other meetings about that, is that he wants us to be fully transparent and he wants the credible information out there. So we're working to compile the thousands and thousands of documents that are out.
30 seconds before this, she asked, did you guys have a meeting just about Epstein just yesterday at the White House or something? We did have a meeting, but it wasn't about Epstein. And if we did have a meeting, and if we had a meeting in the past, so she was trying to push him because there's rumors that there was a meeting about Epstein. This is literally 30 seconds after that. Go ahead.
For full transparency, but I have to say, Maria, I laugh at the Democrats who are now all of a sudden so interested in the Epstein files. For 4 years, Joe Biden and the Democrats did absolutely nothing about this story. We know that Jeffrey Epstein had a lot of connections with left-wing politicians and left-wing billionaires, and now...
Okay, so release the files if you fucking think that. What? How do you float this? So put it out, expose the Democrats. Why would you hide it if that's the fucking case? Why would you even make this argument?
President Trump has demanded full transparency from this, and yet somehow the Democrats are attacking him and not the Biden administration, which did nothing for 4 years.
You just said you're sitting on fucking... You know that Epstein has connections with left-wing politicians. You know this, apparently. But the and Trump's in charge, but he's the one... Yeah, he's getting blamed because he's not fucking releasing them.
Was it the right move for Kilmar to send subpoenas to the Clintons?
It absolutely was, and it drives home how, while the Democrats have tried to make this Epstein thing about anything but the fact that Democrat billionaires and Democrat political leaders...
I don't even know how did no one point that out to him? This man is like a Harvard-educated scholar.
To Epstein Island all the time. Who knows what they did?
The scholar's doing too much work. He's like a graduate. But Jesus Christ, dude.
But it's totally reasonable to ask these questions. What you saw in the House's subpoena is they are trying to investigate all of the things related to this particular case. I know a lot of Americans want answers. I certainly want answers.
Rob, I just sent you another clip.
So release them. You're the vice president. Tell what the fuck, dude? Tell your party to vote for it.
While this is happening, Texas prison camp where Ghislaine Maxwell has moved. Steps up security. There's a bunch of different stories that are coming up here, right? But there's Michael Cohen. We showed one about 3-4 weeks ago, if you remember that, when I showed this here. This is a very different way he takes it here. And watch what he has to say. He can totally double down and trash Trump, but he doesn't. Why not? Play the clip.
Don't believe that Donald Trump was on Epstein's island. Why? He said it more than 5-6 times, and he says it very openly. Now, Donald Trump says many things openly. Yeah, I was going to say this is different. He doesn't always flirt with the truth. That's
Michael Cohen believes Trump was never on Epstein Island. Okay,
I know Trump, and I know that he's saying
TikTok
it for a purpose. Now, is he in the file? Absolutely. Why? He's in the black book. He took free flights with Epstein down to Palm Beach. If he turns around and says that he was never on the island, rest assured, he's going to use that as the basis for why this whole thing, again, is a witch hunt against him. He'll take the grain of salt and he'll make it into the entire...
Grain of salt.
Into the entire,
Right, absolve himself.
Yeah. Right.
Vinny, thoughts?
Listen, unless something really major happens, this is going to go down for Trump's second term as the biggest scandal.
That didn't make any sense. That was profound, apparently.
This entire situation, I get what J.D. Vance has to do, Pat, and say, the talking point is blame the Dems, but the Dems weren't the one promising that all this stuff was going to get released.
Yes,
okay?
yes. I can't. Vinny fucking continuing to cook on this and embarrass all these other fucking clowns because he's not going to fall for it. He's like so bought into this being fucking exposed. Yes. Let's see what they fucking say.
Gino and Castro telling everybody, promising out the wazoo that this was going to get released, and now the complete BS and lies. And just fuck
him up, Vinny. Fuck him up.
Ghislaine Maxwell, who's convicted.
Where Vinny stands in this moment.
Convicted of child.
And he's not even like turning red. Okay, he's like so calm right now. You can't see the vein throbbing. He's in total control. He's in his element. He knows what he's doing.
Sex trafficking. Okay, on top of conspiring to recruit and groom underage girls and all that stuff. Okay, she sat down for 9 hours with Todd Blanche. Okay, do you guys know who Todd Blanche is? No, he's a deputy attorney general now. Guess who he used to be?
Was he Trump's lawyer?
Donald Trump's personal lawyer.
Yeah.
So you sent Donald Trump's old lawyer to go sit down with her, no cameras, no lie detector, no, just a closed door conversation. And we're supposed to believe that she just said,
do not fuck with Vinnie when he has a brain cell. Broken clock, baby. Broken clock.
Donald Trump wasn't on there. Okay.
Yes, 432 hertz mindset. Exactly.
Okay, like that. Is anybody even going to take that as truth? It's just all this keeps. I don't even know what to think anymore. Okay, and for him, guess what? Okay, Trump wasn't at Epstein Island. I don't think he was on the island, but there was many other instances where you could be hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein and something crazy could have happened.
Right, that doesn't fucking matter that he wasn't on Epstein Island or whatever, especially when we know that there was issues at Mar-a-Lago.
The guy lived in New York. You live in New York. Okay, God forbid Trump was somewhere and hanging out. All these, what were all the teen model US? What was that? What was the thing that he bought?
Miss America.
Miss America. Who knows who's around, who's young, and then they record you? I don't know. Did he ever hang out at Epstein's house, or was he at a party where Epstein are there and maybe they recorded something?
What's so funny is that like the likelihood of any of this shit, honestly, pretty low. But you know what? Fuck it. Bring it up. Okay, bring it up. All of this should be looked into. I'm here for it.
So you're fully at the place where you're speculating that Trump might be tied to it. You're not saying, well, Michael Cohen's saying that this is another thing that they're using against him as the next witch hunt that they're trying to go after him. You don't believe that. No. You believe there's some credibility to the story?
Pat, because of the way that Trump and the administration and everybody's acting right now, you're acting guilty.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You're acting
True.
guilty. All the footage of
if you have nothing to fucking hide, why don't you release it?
That they released that has 3 minutes missing.
Why do you have to like fucking exhume Russiagate and say Obama is behind it, treasonous activity, but then not actually charge him with anything, unless you're trying to desperately distract from the Epstein files that you won't fucking release, even though his administration, like Vance campaigned on this, fucking Kash Patel queuing on her, Dan Bongino queuing on her.
Like the biggest they botched the whole thing up. Okay, Trump should have just came out initially and said, you know what?
Michael Cohen didn't say, wait, what did he say that Michael Cohen said?
And everybody's acting right now. You're acting guilty. You know what I mean? You're acting guilty. All the footage of the thing that they released that has 3 minutes missing. It's like the biggest they botched the whole thing up. Okay, Trump should have just came out initially and said, you know what? Bongino and Kash Patel, they're all full of crap. That's what he should have said. Instead of saying, no, it's the Democrats, just like how they did with Russia collusion. It has no correlation to Russia collusion, okay? And the reason the Dems didn't release anything, PBD, because Bill Clinton is one of the biggest ones. His name is plastered all over it. 26 times on the freaking Lolita Express. And even Kevin Spacey. Do you remember what Kevin Spacey said, Tom, when they were traveling to Africa or whatever? And he goes, they had young girls on the plane and he didn't want nothing to do with it. Obviously, it's Kevin Spacey. He admitted it. He goes, I didn't know who Jeffrey Epstein was. But yeah, there was young girls on there. And FYI, and this is a fact. Fact check me, Rob. Bill Clinton, when he flew on Lolita Express.
Fact check him, Rob. It's going to come up. Fact check fucking true because Vinny's fucking spitting.
He didn't have Secret Service on there with him. What does that mean? You don't have Secret Service? Isn't that a breach of protocol, presidential protection? Tom, why wouldn't you want to have them on there? So maybe they could be witnesses later on? Could you fact check that, Rob? If when he was flying, did he have Secret Service not be on the plane? This stinks to high heaven, okay?
Yep.
I just want the truth. By the way, we were promised JFK. What did we find out? CIA was involved.
I'm working on something about this, actually. Oh, shit. We got an Epstein exposing Trump.
Maybe Israel was involved. No clear evidence. What?
Oh, as soon as he says maybe Israel was involved. What? From Adam? What? He pipes up. What? Did you say something about Israel? What?
Okay. Did you not read any of the because JFK
did I fucking stutter, bitch? I said Israel could be fucking involved.
To go check if they have nuclear weapons and
it was Adam, probably the Mossad. Did they kill JFK?
But Adam, I'm just saying. What I'm saying is,
dude, he's so mad. He's so mad. He can't help but insert himself anytime this brushes up against anything related to Israel, the Mossad, Bibi. Can't help himself.
What was all that released?
Yeah, of course.
Nope.
I need that fucking clip of PBD like randomly saying like AIPAC or something like that, and he was like, "Oh, I got your attention, Adam," because Adam was immediately like, "What? Why'd you say AIPAC?"
Definitive answers.
No doubt.
We were promised MLK stuff. Nothing. It's all smoke and mirrors, and we never get the answer.
Can I ask you a question?
Vincent, you must respond to Adam's query. He will be asking it in good faith.
I'm not angry. I'm just spitting facts.
You are angry. It says it on your shirt.
But I'm not angry right now. I'm
going to give you two
You're
options.
so mad, bro. You're so mad, bro. Says Adam.
Option A.
Who's definitely not mad.
Donald Trump figures out the world, solves all these wars, peace deals, economy, tariffs, everything goes according to plan, shuts down the border, immigration, everything. But
Adam, you forgot to mention that maybe in the state where Trump allegedly did something with Epstein, maybe the age of consent was lower, which is an argument he literally made on the show a couple of weeks ago.
You never figure out what happened with Epstein and on Epstein Island, or the world falls apart, everything goes to shit, the tariffs don't work, there's wars, but you find out every single piece of information about Epstein and that black book. Which one do you pick?
Very interesting.
Which one do you pick?
Hold on really fast.
Option A or B?
Hold on really fast. Adam, Trump, tariffs, world.
It's so cute how Vinnie thinks that he's playing with him when he's like clearly fucking annoyed and it's like a setup.
Or Israel, everything.
Vinny's so simple. So it's like so pure.
And you find out he was with an underage girl.
He thinks he's like playing around with him.
What do you think? Hold on.
So you're answering the question with a question.
Yeah, because your question is if and what. No. If you found out that there's footage of the president of the United States sleeping with an underage girl, how do you feel?
How does the rest of the world do?
What do you mean? How
does the rest of the world just be amazing?
I'm saying, does he get accountability? Because it doesn't matter.
Let me answer the question. I would pick option A 1,000,000 times out of 1,000,000. And
yeah, we know, Adam. We know.
Let the theorists conspire of whatever they want.
I'm saying
whatever they want to figure out on Epstein.
It's a fact.
I want signal versus noise. You want the noise,
No,
and
I
that's
don't.
cool.
That's Adam. You absolutely
if you didn't want
just
the
dodged
noise,
the entire situation.
No.
Adam, how
Vinny,
many times do I have to say
don't
accountability?
turn this around.
Adam,
you the question.
Adam,
you dodged it and flipped it on me.
You said a maybe. You said a maybe. You said a maybe. I don't want
just
maybes.
option A or B.
I don't.
Do you want the world to do incredible, but you don't find out about Epstein?
Yeah, he really said, let the president sleep with underage girls if he does diplomacy. It's what you're not arguing with Adam at that point. Sorry, you're arguing against rationality. The trolley problem. This is not. It just happens to be the case that it would be such a net good that how could you not just let him rape, right?
Or you find out everything about Epstein, but the world falls apart. What do you pick?
If finding
just
out,
answer
the question, the world falls apart. I want if B means, and this is where you failed.
Okay, Vinny. Here are your options. Okay. You get to discover, potentially, maybe look into whether or not the president was involved with a notorious sex trafficker and his wife, okay? Or literally everybody on Earth dies. Which one are you picking?
It completely boggles
you could just say
your mind.
A or B, but you're
Adam,
keeping the talk.
This will boggles your mind.
Why are you dodging my question, bro? I'm just asking you. Okay, fine. We do what you want. Would you like look into Trump, but the whole world fucking dies, or we don't and everybody's saved? What do you want?
This is what boggles your mind.
Go ahead, boggle.
Accountability. How many times do I have to say it? If you've done the deed, you have to pay the price. Plain and simple. I don't care. That's what you fail to understand.
You pick option B, and
okay, Vinny, consider this. Okay, I know that like there was a woman somewhere who may have been sexually assaulted, R-worded, or okay, what if I told you though that the choice is between you investigate, but if it finds out that the person is guilty and her, the person who assaulted her is brought to justice, that another person is guaranteed to be raped. What if I told you that? But option B, behind door number 2, what if I told you that if we don't look into it, then another woman doesn't get raped? Which one are you picking, Vinny? This is a good faith question, line of inquiry.
You want
just asking
a city or in a world of ashes,
Adam.
Because
if the city was built on pedophilia, let it burn.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Adam. That's how you don't think the way that I do. I still love you.
I'm not advocating for pedophilia. I'm advocating for there's a million other things that are more important than Epstein. But this is
Vinny is standing on business, bitch. Take that, Adam.
I care about kids getting raped and murdered, Adam. That's my thing.
You just went totally.
No, I didn't, because that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
I mean, you literally presented a false like a false dichotomy, a stupid hypothetical where if you even look into bringing somebody to justice, potentially looking into their wrongdoing, that it necessarily would increase the amount of like harm and suffering in the world. Or if you didn't, we're just supposed to assume that doesn't contribute to harm and suffering.
You need me, Pat.
Tom,
by the way, what would you pick? Option A or B? Tom, could you help us out? Option A or B?
I'm simply showing what Michael Cohen said. And Michael Cohen is the number one guy that would want to go after
number one Trump hater
that
in the
would
world.
want to destroy
Says Trump is innocent.
And why is he not doubling down? And he spent more hours with him than any of the guys that.
Okay, he didn't say Trump is innocent. He says he doesn't believe that he was on the island. That's a separate claim entirely.
With him on the administration right now, except for a couple people. Okay. And he knows all his dirt. It's your lawyer for 20 plus years that flipped on you. You don't think he talked to the lawyer about, hey, how do we handle Epstein? How do we do this? How do we do that? Why is he not saying anything? I don't know. It's in the weirdest way. Cohen has a lot of credibility. But we'll see. We'll see.
Again, statute of limitations, maybe not. My guess is it won't even be prosecutable, sadly. No, but the truth being exposed would be worth it.
What's going to happen there with this story?
Watching his cult defend it would be fucking horrible, but, worth it.
All right. What else do we have before we wrap up? Is there any other story, Rob, that we haven't covered before we wrap this up?
WNBA?
Okay, that's it. No, we don't. We're not fucking discussing the WNBA. Where am I sending you guys? I'm looking at my subscriptions. Literally nobody is live on YouTube. Literally nobody. But before I send you away, if you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me, you should. That way you can know every time I go live, which is every single day, reacting to political slop and whatever else I fucking want. If you want to subscribe to me, you can get access to cute emotes and an ad-free experience as well, or gift subs throughout the chat so other people can have this same lovely experience. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream, subscribe to me, hit the bell. That way you can know when I go live. You can also go through my VODs, which are timestamped, because I timestamp after every single time I go live. That way people can just skip around to my segments very, very quickly. If you want to support me, follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat, my YouTube description, as well as follow me everywhere. I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on absolutely everything. And okay, I'm sending you guys on YouTube to a video essayist called The Vile Eye, who is, I don't know if you guys have heard of him. I watch his videos. He makes these long form essays just analyzing evil. I feel like people have seen his shit. I've never watched his live streams, but he's doing a research stream on Dark Souls, which sounds pretty fucking lit. So I'll send you guys there, even though he doesn't know who the fuck I am. Maybe it's weird, not good YouTube etiquette to raid somebody who you don't know, but whatever, raid him because I like his content. And on Twitch, I'm sending you guys to, let's see who's live on Twitch. Because I was going to send you guys to Dylan Burns, but he went offline before I could raid him. Let's go to, let's go to Liv Agar, who's live, who's a shit poster on Twitter. This is very funny. And covering politics. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Go say hi to Liv Agar. Enjoy. Follow her on Twitter. She's fucking hilarious.